Chapter 352. Therefore, in the eyes of these maids, the noble Prince Jean was a paper tiger to some extent. He looked fierce, but in fact, he had no deterrent power. Even the king of hell silently shed tears of sympathy for him. Jingwan's following daily routine was basically like this. She followed Li Honyuan from one prefectural city to another. After settling down, she rested for a night and then began to receive the wives of officials. To put it bluntly, she began to receive gifts. Because she received too many gifts, she didn't even look at them in the end. When she had accumulated enough, she sealed them and sent them back to the capital to be presented directly to Lu Qingdi. Of course, because the matter in Jiangnan was not over yet, in order to avoid alerting the enemy and causing some people in the capital to collude with Jiangnan and reduce Jingwan's income, she only presented a list for the time being so that Lu Qingdi would have an idea of who to settle the accounts with and how much would fall in his pocket in the end. As for the gold and silver in the treasury, Li Honyuan was kind enough to keep some. The rest was all sent to the capital to fill the national treasury. This situation lasted for about 2 days. After that, it was time to go out. Of course, this was only if there were places worth visiting in and out of the capital. After these 2 days, she collected the gifts and cleaned up the treasury. Then she clapped her hands and left confidently. Those who hadn't sent gifts would suffer because of this. Haha, it had nothing to do with Jingwan. Anyway, she wasn't the one who was anxious. Whether or not they sent gifts had nothing to do with whether they would be settled or not. On the contrary, the more gifts they sent, the more likely they would be settled. However, the more indifferent Jingwan appeared, the more anxious some people became. They even became more and more obvious. In the end, on the second day after they settled down, there are people scrambling to be the first to come to their door. One gift was more valuable than the other. Little did they know that after they left, some people's faces became colder and colder. When his wife was unhappy, Li Honyuan naturally had to coax her. Every time he coaxed her, he would write down a debt for some people. This account book was getting thicker and thicker. The truly magnificent mountains and rivers were usually not near the prefectural city. After Bai Xiao and Daybreak were able to move freely, Li Honyuan began to take a detour. The prefectural city could go to hell. Since his wife was unhappy, he naturally did not hesitate to create psychological pressure for them. Jingwan wondered if this was a good idea. In Bai Xiao, Li Honyuan stroked Jingwan's hair. Wan, I can tolerate you infinitely, but it doesn't mean that I have to continue tolerating you because of other people. Just because of 2 maidservants, I deliberately changed the schedule and even delayed the time. Because of you, I didn't care about it. But now, when the master goes out to play, he has to worry about whether the servants have recovered from their injuries. Is this appropriate? Also, don't say that Bai Xiao was schemed against because of me. As a servant, it's natural for her to die for her master. You're soft-hearted and kind, especially to the people around you. Look, which maidservant can be as carefree and happy as the ones around you? The way to manage your subordinates also needs to know when to relax. Blindly being kind will only make them more arrogant. There are even some who can't see their own status clearly and think that they are on the same level as their master. Now, because of me, you're receiving large amounts of money and gifts. Are you sure that they don't have any thoughts in their hearts? Are you sure that they won't rely on your support in the future or even use your name to wantonly amass wealth outside? When the day comes, I'll replace all the people around you who have too much affection for you. At that time, you won't be angry with me. Jingwan raised her head and stared at him blankly for a moment. Then she reached out and hugged him, burying her face in his chest. A moment later, a muffled voice came. I know. I'll listen to your arrangements for the following itinerary. In the end, it was because she had lived in a completely different civilized society for more than 20 years. Her character could be said to have been molded at that time. If she completely denied forgetting, then she was actually denying forgetting herself. That kind of extremely strict and clear class concept, no matter how hard she tried, could not completely integrate with the current situation. Not to mention her close relatives. If the people close to her had bad conduct or did something wrong, she would not be merciful. However, if they knew their place and served her wholeheartedly, it was inevitable that she would be more considerate and take care of them a little more. Human nature, this kind of thing was really hard to say. For example, Bai Xiao now believed that as long as she served Jingwan well, Wanya wouldn't do anything to them. In the future, would she think that if she made a mistake and had Wang Fei's protection, Wanya still wouldn't have any thoughts? If a small mistake was forgiven, her courage would grow bigger and bigger. It was possible that she would make a big mistake that would implicate Jin Qinhuang. At that time, it would be too late to save her. Don't say that the mistakes made by the servants had nothing to do with the master. In fact, the mistakes of the servants, the master had to pay the bill even more. How many people had played themselves into this because of not strict enough? The several head maidservants around her were indeed important people to her. But, in comparison, could they be more important than Li Hongyuan? Could they be more important than Luo family's relatives? Although some things only existed as a possibility, there wasn't even a spearhead right now. This was the so-called prevention was better than cure. After thinking through this, Jingwan also knew what to do in the future. As for going on a scenic tour, would it have any impact on the officials in Jiangnan? Speaking of which, whether they were good or bad, it really had nothing to do with her. She really didn't do anything wrong and wouldn't be afraid because of their pressure. Li Hongyuan gently stroked Jingwan's back. It's just talk, it's far from that level. Even if that day really comes, there's still me. Jingwan, with a bit of attachment that she herself didn't realize, rubbed against Li Hongyuan's arms. Li Hongyuan's eyes narrowed, expressing that he was very satisfied with the current result. Therefore, no matter how dignified his words were, in essence, he was just jealous. Because it wasn't easy to deal with people, he could only use roundabout tactics. Those reasons that he said, in his eyes, simply didn't take them seriously. If someone really did that, he naturally had a way to remove himself from Wanwan. If he couldn't remove himself, then he would let those who wanted to punish them, and those who could punish them, shut up. If they didn't shut up, then they would completely shut up. Our living king of hell, in order to make Yama Wang Fei's heart and eyes be wholeheartedly devoted to him, could be said to be painstaking and scheming. For serious matters, he wouldn't necessarily put in so much effort. On the surface, Jingwan had Li Hongyuan under control, but in reality, if Li Hongyuan wanted to, it was not impossible for him to slowly clean up the people around Jingwan secretly without arousing Jingwan's suspicion. When his wife threw herself into his arms, of course, Li Hongyuan was not Lu Xiaohui. The hand that gently stroked Jingwan's back gradually changed. Jingwan herself might not be aware of the sensitive spots on her body, but Li Hongyuan was very clear. It was too easy for him to make Jingwan fall in love with him. Jingwan naturally noticed when Li Hongyuan was restless, but she didn't resist. As for the fact that it was daytime now, she had been with Li Hongyuan for a long time, so the daytime was nothing. She had played many tricks. In the beginning, she was immature and sensitive. In the past few months, she gradually blossomed fully and bloomed under Li Hongyuan's hands. As a result, Li Hongyuan controlled it very well. As a result, Jingwan basically wouldn't reject him unless it was a special situation. After rejecting him, she would suffer for a long time. Besides, Li Hongyuan basically wouldn't give her a chance to reject him. He was already burning with passion, but he still endured and waited for his wife to take the initiative. This kind of fun should be left for when he was fully prepared. Although only the two of them were in the inner room, Nanny Gong, who was outside, heard clearly. Even Sister Hei, who was waiting by the side, also heard intermittently. Nanny Gong didn't have any reaction, but Sister Hei was a little flustered. They seemed to have implicated the princess. If this caused a gap between the princess and the prince, it would be difficult to absolve themselves from the blame. Nanny Gong looked at her and saw Sister Hei's reaction, but she didn't say anything. However, although the prince had ulterior motives, perhaps they should still warn him, especially with the addition of morning light. Although they didn't find anything unusual on the surface, there were still some doubts in some places. Therefore, some rules had to be reiterated. The princess was such a kind master. If there were still people with ulterior motives and were ungrateful, the prince didn't need to do anything. She could dispose of them secretly. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Qing Zhu, who was beside her, only vaguely heard the conversation between the prince and the princess, but she didn't know the details. Now that she saw Sister Hei's abnormal expression, she asked, "I'm fine," Sister Hei said. In her heart, she had already decided to talk to her sister privately. The management of the maidservants had never been within the scope of Nanny Gong's responsibility. That was Jingwan's wet nurse's job. Nanny Gong turned around and mentioned it. "Sister, if you didn't mention it, I also had this intention. After all, they're new people, and the rules have to be taught. Anyway, Morning Light's injuries have all healed, and it will only take a day or two. Since Sister has mentioned it now, then I will gather them together tonight and teach them the rules." Jingwan's wet nurse said. Nanny Gong nodded and didn't say more. There were some things that didn't need to be done too much. Jingwan and Li Honyuan didn't appear until dinner time. Li Honyuan didn't seem to be abnormal. Jingwan's black hair was loosely tied behind her head. Her skin was very good to begin with, and now was white with a hint of red. At the corner of her eyes, the trace of spring that hadn't completely disappeared was more obvious. It looked exceptionally attractive, and the maidservants were too embarrassed to look at her directly. Perhaps because he was full, Li Honyuan was in a good mood. However, his eyes were basically on Jingwan. In fact, he wanted to hold Jingwan in his arms and rub and rub. However, he still cared about her dignity in front of the servants. He glanced at the reaction of the others and thought, Wan like this can only be touched by him, and only he can get close to her. And the men outside can't even think about seeing her like this. There was something strange about the maidservants, but Jingwan was a little lazy at the moment and didn't have the energy to pay attention to it. After dinner, Jingwan didn't feel sleepy, so she went to do painting for 2 hours. Li Honyuan accompanied her the whole time. In fact, Jingwan focused on painting, and he focused on watching Jingwan. Then she had a good night's sleep. When she woke up the next day, she was 100 times more energetic. Today, they were going to climb the famous mountains and tread the strange peaks. According to the estimation, it would take at least 2 days. For the sake of the scenery, they wouldn't be in a hurry. Therefore, they would spend at least 3 days and 2 nights on the mountain. Although Bai Xiao looked fine now, she also knew that it was not suitable for climbing. If there was an accident, it would be troublesome and a burden. "Your Highness, I haven't recovered from my injury. I can't serve you by your side. Please forgive me, Your Highness. It's not a matter of guilt. Your health is important. It's not too late to wait until your injury is fully recovered." Black Sister wanted to stay, but she also knew that it was impossible. When the princess went out, at least one of her sister and her would follow. "Your Highness, I rarely go out in the past. I don't have enough strength. I would like to ask to stay and accompany Bai Xiao. Please allow me." Daybreak said, "That's fine. I'll ask the prince to leave a few more guards. If you're bored in the next 2 or 3 days, you can go out for a walk." "Thank you, Your Highness." After the arrangements were made, the group of people set off in a mighty manner. Li Suyin was sent out to do errands again. Yu Zhongqing and Master Hua were both there. In this way, someone seemed to be more miserable. Looking at the beautiful mountains and rivers, the plank road of the stairway to heaven, Jingwan suddenly missed the camera. Such a scenery. Unless a painting master stayed for a long time, absolutely no one could stay in a short time. However, since it was a tour, it was naturally important to have a state of mind to experience the natural scenery. After experiencing that feeling, there was no need to pay too much attention to other things. Perhaps it could leave a deep impression in one's heart and leave it on the painting scroll later. Because they were not in a hurry and just strolled up the mountain, the strength of the maids was completely enough to support them. However, at some point, Jingwan began to act shamelessly. Li Honyuan smiled faintly. In front of so many people, it was rare that Wan was willing to be close to him. He did not even need to give any hint. Without saying anything, he half-squatted down. Jingwan smiled and pounced on him, hugging his neck. Li Hongyuan's hand supported her buttocks. He was still moving up step by step at a steady pace, as if there was no one else on top of him. Although the weather was still hot, the higher the mountain, the cooler it would be. Jingwan did not know the specific altitude of this mountain because it did not coincide with the geography of her previous life. This made Jingwan suspicious of the idea that it was a parallel universe of her previous life. However, there was no point in pursuing these questions because there was no answer at all. She did not know if she would see snow at the top of the mountain. She turned back to ask Shurdaran. Shurdaran was a little ashamed this time. When they first came to this area, for some reason, they did not reach the top. But from this official's experience, there is a high chance that there will be snow. Jingwan nodded to show that she understood and did not make things difficult for Shurdaran. They camped halfway up the mountain for a night. Because they were well prepared, they still had a comfortable time. Because Jingwan was prepared to go to the top of the mountain to see the sunrise on the morning of the third day, they slowed down again on the second day and expanded the range of their stroll halfway up the mountain. At this time, they could see the clouds and fog at the edge of the cliff, which was definitely a great enjoyment. In the end, they camped at a location about half an hour away from the top of the mountain. At this time, they could clearly feel the coldness. Jingwan nestled in Li Hongyuan's arms and slept very comfortably. The next day, she woke up early and simply washed up. You don't have to follow this kind of poetic scene. Li Hongyuan naturally only wanted to enjoy it with his wife alone. In reality, when the red sun rose, the snow at the top of the mountain was covered with a layer of red with a hint of gold. The churning sea of clouds was even more dyed with deep and shallow golden red. The beautiful scene at that moment was so beautiful that it was enough to make people forget everything around them. Although this was not the first time they had seen the sunrise after coming to Jiangnan, the scenery before was still lacking compared to the one in front of them. So beautiful. Jingwan whispered softly. Li Hongyuan turned his head to look at her and reached out to touch her slightly cold cheek. He felt from the bottom of his heart that no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it could not be more beautiful than the person in front of him. Li Hongyuan had never thought that there would be a day like this. It was beautiful and tranquil, and he wanted it to last forever. The sun gradually rose. Jingwan seemed to have finished feeling emotional. She took Li Hongyuan's hand and said, I'm done looking. Let's go. Let's go down the mountain. Li Hongyuan's eyes flashed with helplessness. His little sweetheart actually had times when she ruined the atmosphere. They did not rush down the mountain. It was much faster than going up the mountain. They returned to their temporary residence when night fell. Climbing the mountain was also a tiring thing. That night, they slept very soundly. Next, Shanbei County, Yangzhou Prefecture, and Pei County seemed to be in this territory. https://11/1180/6653992. Mobile Edition. Chapter 353. Li Hongyuan was a man of action, and Jingwan was not one to drag her feet. Once they had decided on their destination, they turned around and started moving. Pei County was very close to Chuanzhou Prefecture, but Jingwan and the rest had taken a big detour. However, they were not in a hurry. On the contrary, there were some things that needed time to ferment, so the current situation was just right. On the way to Pei County, they were neither high-profile nor low-key. Other than the fact that they did not have anything that could clearly identify them, the entire entourage was low-key and luxurious. There were less than 50 guards, and they were dressed in ordinary clothes, but they faintly emitted a murderous aura. In short, outsiders would know that this entourage was not ordinary and should not be easily provoked. In the carriage, Jingwan's servants, including Baishao and Daybreak, were all present. Daybreak originally wanted to refuse. After all, her reputation was too great. She even knew a few young masters from the Pei family. If she coincidentally bumped into someone she knew at this time, it would be too awkward. Under normal circumstances, no one would ask her anything. However, she had to be prepared for any eventualities. Furthermore, even if no one asked, they would only think that Jin Xinwang had taken in a brothel prostitute. Even if she said that she was the Wang Fei's servant girl, in these people's eyes, it was probably just a cover-up. Even though it was not the case, Daybreak did not want to damage Li Hongyuan's reputation. After all, this kind of thing could easily cause a rift between husband and wife. Then obediently stay in the carriage. Li Hongyuan was clearly a little impatient as he threw out this sentence. Right now, Li Hongyuan didn't want to have anything to do with irrelevant women. Even if it was just an act, even if it was just a rumor, it didn't matter how troublesome the other matters were. In this aspect, he would most likely be very annoyed. Therefore, his gaze towards Daybreak became even more unfriendly. Daybreak basically knew that Wang Yi was very possessive and did not like the people who served the Wang Fei, especially her, this troublemaker. Therefore, she sincerely avoided Li Hongyuan. Even if she accidentally bumped into him, she would bow and never raise her head to reduce her presence as much as possible. Even so, she would still bump into the muzzle of the gun. Daybreak only agreed and didn't feel wronged. But sometimes, they felt that if Princess Consort didn't need someone to serve her, they probably wouldn't be able to get close to her. The reason why Jingwan brought Daybreak along was because she didn't want her to think too much. Although she had taken her in, she had also ostracized her. But in reality, once Daybreak's previous identity was known by others, she would definitely be criticized. But there was nothing she could do about it. She had been reduced to a lowly 9 classes, and the general background was not tolerant of them. Jingwan didn't object to Li Hongyuan's decision. It had to be said that the Pei family was not doing well recently. There were problems in all aspects, one after another. Not only were there problems with the people, but there were also various businesses. How could the businesses be small in order to maintain the operations of such a large family? As expected, the Pei family received the news too late. Although he sent the letter out as quickly as possible, the famous scholars of the Pei family could not prevent it in time, even if nothing happened. And Li Hongyuan's subordinates were also capable of doing things. It was as if a disciple of a great scholar was weeping bitterly in the heavy rain, saying that although his teacher appeared to be upright and elegant, he was actually a beast and was worse than a beast. While he was not at home, he went to his house. His family treated him warmly, but he actually drugged him, humiliated his wife and daughter, and strangled his son to death. That was his teacher whom he respected like a father, but he did such a heinous thing. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people might not believe it, because no matter how they heard it, it was quite ridiculous. However, that man was indeed the disciple of the great scholar of the Pei family. Many people knew that the teacher-student relationship was quite good, and that something had indeed happened to his family. Speaking of which, if it wasn't true, probably no man would fabricate such a thing, right? And the Yaman's arrest seemed to confirm this point. Such a famous person, especially one who was highly respected by scholars, would cause a commotion if something happened to one of them. However, it was not long before a few other famous scholars were exposed one after another. It aroused public indignation and was the most shameful kind. Ordinary people were only interested in the recent news, but among the scholars, it was like a tsunami, an earthquake, a volcano eruption. Many people did not believe it and thought that it must be a trap set by someone, especially when they found out that these people all had the surname Pei. It was obvious that someone was targeting the Pei family. Therefore, even if it was such a scheme, one could not underestimate these people. They had students all over the world, which meant that they might be loyal to the world. They respected and revered their master, and even saw him as a god. Once they recognized him, they would become crazy and paranoid. Then, one should never underestimate the ability of these scholars to stir up trouble. Therefore, in a short period of time, many people wrote in to ask for permission. It seemed that they were still relatively rational for the time being. However, did Li Hongyuan not expect this situation? How could it be? Therefore, the backup plan came. Regarding the Pei family, one thing after another, in some places in Jiangnan, popped up one after another at the same time like bamboo shoots after a rain. Of course, there were some truths and some lies. Many of these were just things that the Pei family had done and were placed on the head of the entire Pei family. The noble and virtuous Pei family, who put aside fame and fortune, constantly thought about returning to the court and releasing another list. On it were densely packed disciples of great scholars. Perhaps some of their families had close connections with the court. This list all hinted that the famous scholars of the Pei family had deliberately chosen these disciples to pave the way for the Pei family. In reality, more than half of the people on the list were officials. 1 or 2, 10 or 8, perhaps it was a coincidence, but what about tens or hundreds? Even some people who originally believed that their teacher was definitely not that kind of person, especially those old foxes in the officialdom, began to suspect that when they or their family members went to him to become his disciple, they were given all kinds of tests and difficulties. In the end, when they finally became his disciple, when they were wild with joy, did their so-called teacher laugh at them and call them fools? Was all this set up? Once someone began to speculate, naturally, more people would think in this direction. If they were willing, even if they had to give up a lot, it would be worth it. But if they were cheated, then they would burn with anger and want to tear the person who cheated them into pieces. The people who wrote in to ask for permission became fewer and fewer. The people who secretly wanted to get their master out of prison became fewer and fewer. And those in-laws who were threatened by Pei clan head naturally knew the reason why Pei clan head suddenly went crazy and threatened them. They had been eyeing Pei clan covetously for a long time. When Pei clan suffered a calamity, they simply clapped their hands in celebration because they could divide Pei clan. But they didn't expect that old Pei had such a deadly thing in his hands. At first, they had no choice but to help, but now they all fell silent. Until the current Jin Qin Wang's maternal family was exposed, everything became strangely silent. The matter from 28 years ago was once again ruthlessly exaggerated. All the dirty water was poured onto Pei clan, especially the Pei clan head. He didn't care about his own flesh and blood relationship and forced his daughter, yet he still pretended to be sanctimonious. In this, the role of Lu Chengdi was molded into an infatuated man who threw his beloved woman out of the sea of fire, fiercely whitewashing that scum. All of this happened during this period of time, especially the part about Li Hongyuan. It probably happened when Jingwan and the others were climbing the mountain. Jingwan was too busy, so Li Hongyuan didn't specifically tell her. When she found out that they were now on the way to Pei County, Jingwan's expression was a bit subtle. Everything else was fine, but the part about Lu Qingdi, this version, no matter how others see it, no matter what they think, there will be one person who will be very happy. Li Hongyuan said unhurriedly, "Indeed, he is obviously a shameless person who snatches by force. Now, perhaps he should be praised by many people. Maybe someone will use this as a blueprint to write an inspiring and tragic love story. What His Majesty wants to see the most is that he and the Imperial Gui Fei are in love, so deeply in love that they have no regrets, right? Maybe he heard too much and thought too much, and even took this as the reality of the past. Wanwan's idea is not bad. Find someone to write a few storybooks and find a way to send them to him." Jingwan glanced at him. He really didn't want to miss the slightest opportunity. If the storybooks were in Lu Qingdi's hands, who would benefit? Without a doubt, it would be this bastard. Lu Qingdi and his most beloved woman were the fruits of their love. How could he not love them? If Li Hongyuan didn't know what Jingwan was thinking, he chuckled. In this way, some of the things that made him suspicious in Jiangnan can be wiped out. He will feel even more guilty. His most beloved son is so capable, but he can't inherit the throne. This compensation will probably be like a tide. I don't even have to hide the matter of my contact with the Pei family from him. Anyway, the Pei family has collapsed and can't help me. He doesn't have to worry. I can also miss my birth mother from time to time and tell him what she was like before she got married. Jingwan reached out and pinched his cheek. "Your skin is really thicker than the city wall." Li Hongyuan held her hand. "Nonsense, it's at most half the thickness of the city wall." The corners of his mouth curved slightly, and there was a smile in his eyes. Jingwan was speechless. Li Hongyuan's visit to the Pei family's old residence had been done in advance. Of course, it was the type that didn't require a reply. It was just to let you know when this prince would arrive and to be prepared to welcome him. In reality, the recent events were too fatal for the Pei family. Many clansmen had rushed back. One wanted to avoid it, and the other wanted to find out what was going on. Therefore, the number of Pei clansmen at the Pei family's old residence was more than double the usual number. At the same time, there were also many married daughters of the Pei family who came back with divorce papers. To most people, Patriarch Pei could say no comment. However, to some people, such as the clan elders and the only survivor of the great scholars, who had found a remote place to live for some reason, Patriarch Pei couldn't easily dismiss them. Especially when it came to those heinous matters, he had to explain clearly. Patriarch Pei didn't make up any lies and told the truth. However, the art of speaking was always biased. He said that everything he did was for the Pei clan. His face was expressionless, but he described the current situation of the Pei clan, the challenges they faced, and the heavy responsibility he had to bear in order to maintain the clan and let the clan live happily. He continued until I failed to bring the clan back to glory and instead fell, letting down the ancestors. Tears flowed down his face. He wasn't complaining, but he was complaining. He wasn't trying to shirk responsibility, but he was trying to shirk responsibility. Although she didn't agree with some of Patriarch Pei's actions, as someone who also hoped for the family to return to glory, could she blame him? She couldn't. Moreover, at this time, the most important thing was to think of a way to salvage the situation. They couldn't expect to not suffer any losses. Li Honyuan controlled public opinion too well. The Pei family's reputation had plummeted. It was already good enough that they could maintain the current situation and not develop in a worse direction. However, it was obvious that this was very difficult. When Patriarch Pei heard that Li Honyuan came to visit, he stood up righteously and said that everything was his fault. He was willing to bear all the responsibility. If he couldn't do it alone, then everyone in his branch would bear the responsibility. He wouldn't implicate the other clansmen. As for those who were implicated, he couldn't do anything about it. He was willing to atone for his sins in the underworld. As such, no one blamed him. They only sighed helplessly. However, the funny thing was that no one stood up and said that they would bear the responsibility with him. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. Therefore, when Li Hongyuan's carriage arrived at the entrance of Pei County, there was a large crowd of Pei clansmen. There were almost 1,000 of them. The carriage came to a stop, and Li Honyuan stepped out of it. In the middle of the procession were 200 to 300 people. They were both old and young, and all of them knelt down. Their leader was none other than clan leader Pei, and all of them were wearing mourning clothes. Patriarch Pei's wife finally couldn't make it through a few days ago. Because of such a big incident, there was no funeral. Other than the main family, they didn't even inform the other clansmen to come back and attend the funeral. Your Highness, this is all this commoner's fault. Please have mercy. Don't take your anger out on the Pei family. With a bang, he kowtowed to the ground. Other than the Pei family, there were many commoners who came to watch the show. https://11/11/11807/6653995. Chapter 354. Li Honyuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at clan leader Pei. TSK, he still didn't forget to scheme even at this time. The living king of hell was very unhappy. This commoner knows that he has made a big mistake and angered your highness. But this commoner, pain flashed across clan leader Pei's face. It was all done by the main family. The rest of the family didn't know. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. I ask your highness to be lenient. These words were so sincere. As soon as he finished speaking, the people beside him also begged for forgiveness and asked Li Honyuan to be lenient. However, these people didn't plead for him. Was it because clan leader Pei's prestige was too high, or was it arranged before he came out? As the saying goes, the law can't punish the majority. Clan leader Pei thought that although he had schemed against Li Honyuan, he didn't cause any harm to him. He had already caused clan leader Pei to fall to such a state. He wouldn't kill him, especially now that his relationship with clan leader Pei had been exposed. If he acted too ruthlessly, he would definitely be criticized. Such ruthlessness and mercilessness, even killing blood relatives, would definitely displease the emperor. Clan leader Pei insisted on this point. That was why he exposed Li Hongyuan as the true culprit behind clan leader Pei's persecution in front of everyone. Then, he used public opinion to threaten Li Hongyuan to not do anything to clan leader Pei. Even if clan leader Pei rapidly shrank and even withdrew from the ranks of aristocratic families, as long as clan leader Pei's foundation was still there, and now that the truth had been revealed, clan leader Pei didn't need to worry about not entering the court and not being related to the imperial family. With clan leader Pei's foundation and many outstanding descendants, it was only a matter of time before clan leader Pei stood up again. Because of all these plans, clan leader Pei's heart was still burning. He didn't look dispirited at all. That was why clan leader Pei had clearly suffered a great loss because of his self-righteousness, but the current situation was still the same. Perhaps clan leader Pei would rise again one day, but it definitely had nothing to do with him. It was Li Hongyuan's nature to never accept threats. Perhaps it was because Li Hongyuan didn't speak for a long time. Some people cautiously raised their heads. Some people were stunned when they saw Li Hongyuan's face clearly, especially the few people around clan leader Pei who looked younger than him. They were obviously clan leader Pei's sons. They were even more stunned when they looked at him. It's no wonder that mother fell sick after seeing you. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. Your Highness, please forgive this commoner. This commoner didn't mean it that way. Mother fell sick because she missed little sister all year round. She fell sick because of depression. When she saw your Highness, she was agitated. Li Hongyuan's lips hooked into a cold smile. This blood uncle of his who didn't know his ranking mumbled and didn't dare to continue speaking. In the entire Pei County, who didn't know that clan leader Pei's wife had already passed away. Logically speaking, even if she saw her grandson, it was possible that her body couldn't bear the excitement. However, unless she was already a lamp that had withered away and had no regrets after seeing the person she missed, she would be able to smile in the underworld for a short period of time. Other than that, as long as she endured through that period of time, as the saying goes, when a person meets a happy occasion, their spirit would be refreshed. After that, she should be even more healthy. The result was that she fell sick and died. Clan leader Pei's wife had a serious illness, but she didn't pass away in a day or two. Therefore, it made people suspect that being too agitated might not be happy. It could be that Jin Xin Wang was too fickle and said or did something that really agitated the old lady. Under the influence of people with ulterior motives, the people of Pei County knew Li Hongyuan in great detail. Li Hongyuan finally got down from the carriage and walked in front of clan leader Pei. Clan leader Pei has given a lot of thought. Why don't you personally put on a good show of blood splashing on the spot? Wouldn't the effect be even better? These words were neither light nor heavy. The people watching from the outside couldn't hear it, but the people near him could hear it clearly. Clan leader Pei's entire body stiffened. He faintly felt that it might be. Wang Ye is joking. This commoner sincerely asks for forgiveness and has no other intentions. Great-grandfather really didn't have any other intentions? Wasn't it because great-grandmother's condition had greatly improved, and you deliberately stopped her medicine in order to scheme against her grandson so that you could achieve some unspeakable goal, causing great-grandmother to be so angry that she vomited blood and died? Not far behind, Pei Xiaoying, who was dressed in mourning clothes, suddenly stood up. Her voice was clear and cold as she spoke of the inside story. Her voice faintly contained suppressed pain and grief. Everyone looked at Pei Xiaoying with different expressions. Naturally, most of them were shocked. Clan leader Pei didn't turn her head. She just clenched her fists. Her loose skin seemed to be stretched so tight that it was almost flat. Because her head was slightly lowered, no one could see the emotions in her eyes. Pei Xiaoying's words weren't finished. That year, you didn't care about the flesh and blood relationship and pushed great-grandmother out, causing great-grandmother to be heartbroken. She accompanied you by your side for decades. Even if she didn't make any contributions, she still gave birth to your children. Everyone else saw her as having limitless glory. In the backyard of a person like you who wants to control everything. What difference is there between her and that puppet? Have you ever truly given her the slightest bit of honor? Now, you don't care about the relationship between husband and wife. In order to achieve your goal, you don't hesitate to kill your wife. How can you bear to do this? Some people looked at clan leader Pei. Their eyes were a bit subtle. Speaking of which, you're a big man and also a clan leader. You have full control of the backyard. According to seniority, I'm Jin Qin Wang's cousin's niece. But you schemed and almost sent me to his bed. Under normal circumstances, doing this would only cause people to say a few words. However, for someone who often talks about the rules of an aristocratic family, to do this kind of thing, such a hypocritical thing, how can people despise you? Moreover, you keep telling me that I'm the most honorable daughter of an aristocratic family. I have my dignity and pride, yet you treat me like this? Is it really like some rumors that we're all playthings for your benefit and there's not the slightest bit of emotion? Pei Xiaoying's voice was slightly choked, but every word was exceptionally clear. The people around her were all juniors. In addition, Pei Xiaoying's status was high in the past, so no one dared to offend her. Now, they were so frightened by her that their hands and feet went soft. For a moment, no one stopped her. Her parents and grandparents were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. But just as they wanted to stand up, they were stopped by Li Hongyuan's low voice. I know that I'm being unfilial by saying this, but it's really great-grandfather that makes people's hearts cold. You even did things that pushed Pei Shi into the abyss. Now, you still want to scheme against Jin Qin Wang. Have you thought of the consequences? It's true that Jin Qin Wang is Pei Shi's maternal grandson, but first, he's a prince. Then we talk about other things. If he angers the current emperor, what will happen to Pei Shi? Great-grandfather, don't be obstinate. Wait until Pei Shi is gone. Then it'll be too late to regret. Speaking to this point, Pei Xiaoying suddenly pulled out a dagger and ruthlessly stabbed it into her neck. That dagger was unusually sharp. In an instant, blood flowed out along the dagger. Pei Xiaoying's face flashed with an unusually complex emotion. Then, her eyes started to slacken. Her body went soft, and she started to fall down. All of this happened too suddenly. The people around her all had their heads lowered. Until she fell down, they saw the bright red blood. One by one, they screamed and scattered. As a result, the large circle around Pei Xiaoying was completely empty. Only she was left lying in the middle. Her body was white and dazzling red. Such a sharp contrast inexplicably made people somewhat frightened. Placing righteousness before family. This kind of thing, some people praised, but there were also people who felt that this kind of person was heartless and unscrupulous. Not only was she unfilial, she was also disloyal, heartless, and unjust. In short, if it was their own family, they couldn't wait to strangle her to death, because there was no lack of people who scolded Pei Xiaoying in their hearts. Naturally, there were also people who doubted the authenticity of it. After all, Pei Clan Head's good name was out there. Now she was dead. She committed suicide. Without any hesitation, she sacrificed herself for her family. She might be unfilial, but she used her life to atone for her sins. No matter what, everything could be wiped clean. Only then did Clan Head Pei stand up. His body was faintly trembling. He slowly turned around and saw Pei Xiaoying lying in a pool of blood with her eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with deep disbelief and uncontrollable anger. He was actually framed by someone he had carefully cultivated. Moreover, because the other party was dead, there was no way he could clear his name. Compared to losing his life in public, no one would believe his words. He thought that everything was under his control, but reality gave him a ruthless slap. He thought that she was just a good chess piece. Even if she was crippled, he could still squeeze her a little more. https://11/1180/7/6653997. We will handle it as soon as possible. Chapter 355. How does it feel to be devoured? Li Hongyuan's slightly amused voice came from behind him, but this laughter was full of mockery. Originally, even Li Hongyuan was quite surprised. Originally, things were a little unfavorable for him. Although he did not care It did not matter whether it was resolved or not. It would only affect his attitude towards the Pei family. That was all. However, who knew that Pei Yuing would come up with a stroke of genius and make a 180-degree reversal of the situation? This was also good. He did not care about his reputation, but his wife cared about his reputation. Although he could not be any darker now, even if he splashed a layer of ink, he still looked like that. However, his wife probably wanted to wash his reputation clean, even though she might have to bear the reputation of being jealous for the rest of her life. Grandfather, Li Hongyuan called him with a particularly sarcastic tone. I think you should know this prince's reputation in the capital as well as his style of doing things. Could it be that you think those are all fake? Let me tell you, other than my nickname, everything else is real. Some are even worse. For example, I will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I am ruthless, and so on. If you want to ask me for help, you should act like you're asking for help. Threatening me is the stupidest thing to do. As long as the Qi Yuan is not destroyed, the Pei family will never be able to become an aristocratic family again. It is already a miracle that the descendants of the Pei family are able to become a third-rate family. As long as I'm alive, I will not stop the Pei family from becoming an official. At most, they will be a fifth-rank family. Clan leader Pei's body trembled. He wanted to restore the glory of the Pei family. Compared to that, he was one step behind. If he had to die to protect the Pei family, he would not hesitate. After all, at his age, he was already considered old and had no regrets. But now, this is all because of you. Remember to repent to your ancestors. Clan leader Pei's lips trembled. Those who did not know would think that he was in disbelief or was furious. In fact, his reaction at this moment was completely different from Pei Yuying's. Even though this commoner has schemed against you many times, I did not hurt you at all. The Pei family is your blood after all. It is inevitable that you will lose your magnanimity by being so ruthless. In the future, how can you make them submit? In the end, he did not dare to speak out loud. At this point, he could not let the Pei family's last hope be cut off. You should be glad that you did not succeed. If you did, I will exterminate the entire Pei family. Li Hongyuan said casually, but the ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness in his words made people tremble in fear. Li Hongyuan chuckled again, but it made people's scalps go numb and their hearts turn cold. So that maternal grandfather can die a little more understanding. You shouldn't have schemed against this Princess Wang Fei. The entire Pei family can't even compare to a single finger of hers. If all your schemes were directed at this prince, perhaps this prince would still be in the mood to play with you. Clan leader Pei's face trembled. I did not think that Wang Ye would be an infatuated person. You should have realized this when we were at the water stronghold. That's right, Jin Xinhuang's love for his Wang Fei was not concealed in front of him. It was just that he did not believe it and thought it was just an act. Because his initial perception was wrong, everything that followed was wrong. In the end, he judged this grandson with the mentality of an ordinary man. However, he was not ordinary. Even so, in the future, the other women by Wang Ye's side will still scheme against Wang Fei. Could it be that Wang Ye will also purge them all? Could it be that Wang Ye will guard the current Wang Fei for the rest of his life? Clan leader Pei said sarcastically. Why not? Li Hongyuan did not hesitate and said as a matter of course. Clan leader Pei suddenly turned his head. It was obvious that this point shocked him more than anything else. Want a beauty, but not the country. What is the relationship between the two? Li Hongyuan lightly interrupted him. In the future, even if Wang Ye can guard it, will others allow it? Balance between all sides. Do I need other people's permission for my matters? They only need to do their job well. If they touch Ben Wang's head, that is overstepping their authority. If they want it, then use it. If they don't want it, then give it up. There are many people in the world that can be used, that's all. And to use women to balance it, that's just rubbish. Although it was still faint and even a little undisciplined, Clan leader Pei was truly shocked by Li Hongyuan's hidden boldness. He carefully looked at this grandson of his. This child, perhaps other than his face, did not have any resemblance to Clan leader Pei. He paid attention to the principle of moderation in everything, but his bones were overbearing to a certain extreme. However, He was not obstinate and self-opinionated. More importantly, he was intelligent and shrewd. His methods were not bad. Perhaps he could really do things that others could not do. Clan leader Pei finally admitted that he was ridiculously wrong at this moment. He was indeed self-opinionated. May Wang Ye's wish be fulfilled. Li Hanyuan looked at clan leader Pei, who had calmed down and accepted everything. He had to admit that if this grandfather of his could correct his attitude, he would definitely be a truly capable person. He might be able to fulfill his wish and let clan leader Pei rise again. Unfortunately, it was already too late. It was too late for him to realize this. Although we do not have the title, we are still related by blood. Ben Wang wishes to burn a stick of incense for the old madam. No matter what kind of reputation clan leader Pei had now, he was still the clan leader. He waved his hand and ordered people to clear the way. The clan leader Pei naturally obeyed. Li Hanyuan returned to the carriage. Although Jingwan did not see what had just happened, she still knew the details. Putting everything else aside, there was Pei Xiuying. She is a fierce and vengeful person. She is such a proud person and clearly knows that she will not have a good life in the future. It does not seem too surprising that she would take such a path. However, clan leader Pei was not lightly tricked by her. Not only did he lose his chastity in his later years, even after death, he will always carry a bad name. When he was at Chuanzhou Prefecture, wasn't he beaten up by her aunts? Even great-grandfather is so pitiful. Those aunts will definitely not have it easy, right? What does it have to do with us? Indeed, looking at the current situation, the following matters should be smoother than expected. Li Hanyuan nodded. Naturally, he was happy to have less trouble. When they arrived at the clan leader Pei's residence, Li Hanyuan and Jingwan alighted from the carriage and led everyone through the door. Without mentioning anything else, just this residence alone gave off an extraordinary ancient charm. After entering the morning hall, Li Hanyuan and Jingwan burned a stick of incense. Apart from that, they did not say or do anything else. After they came out, Li Hanyuan did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The clan leader Pei's ancestors have passed down an order for you to hand over all the things that you have kept well. Clan leader Pei was stunned. He probably did not expect Li Hanyuan to ask for those things. His mind raced. May I ask if there is anything special about them, Your Highness? Are you sure you want to know? If you know, the clan leader Pei will really be gone. Clan leader Pei scratched his heart and lungs, but he did not dare to ask more. However, he was unwilling to give up. Is it related to the clan leader Pei's withdrawal from the imperial court? Li Hanyuan smiled faintly. Clan leader Pei understood, but he could not continue to ask. He personally went to retrieve the things and handed them to Li Hanyuan. Indeed, there was a dragon and phoenix jade pendant, a book, and a painting. It was not that clan leader Pei had not studied these things before, but after so many years, he had not discovered anything. Li Hanyuan asked someone to collect the things. Before you die, clean up the remnants of the previous dynasty's imperial family. Wait for this prince to deal with it. In order to prevent any mishaps, they will probably be exterminated. After that, Li Hanyuan did not say anything else and directly left. He specially made a trip, but the time he stayed was so short. Chapter 356. Thinking about it, we have been away from the capital for half a year. Returning to the capital again, there is a reluctance to part with the freedom and unrestrained, but there's also a deep longing for our loved ones. However, the time we have been away is not short. The feeling of returning home is also a pleasant one. Jingwan sat next to Li Hanyuan and said with a chuckle. Perhaps it was because, although most of the main road was in the water, the total amount of time spent in the carriage far exceeded that. Perhaps it was because of this that Jingwan's motion sickness symptoms actually lessen a lot. Now, they were about to enter the capital, but it was only a slight discomfort. Perhaps it was because her mood was good, her spirit was also good. Li Hanyuan held Jingwan's hand and gently kneaded it. We will find another opportunity in the future. It's very difficult, isn't it? This time, it can be considered a coincidence. As a Qin Wang or Jun Wang, under normal circumstances, they were not allowed to leave the capital without an imperial edict. If they were to leave the capital by imperial edict, it would usually be for official business. A certain person had no power or influence. Opportunities are always created by people. Just like this time, when he started to plan this matter, his first goal was to take his wife out for a stroll. This time, it took far more time than expected. There should be a lot of impeachment in the court, right? Moreover, there are so many things. The amount of rare treasures that were collected was quite a lot. Not to mention, we still had to buy things along the way, big and small. Sometimes, we had to transport entire ships. When we reached the capital, it would be at least a dozen carriages. It would be hard to not attract attention. So what? No matter how they jump, they will not hurt me in the end. Jingwan smiled faintly. That's right. According to the information they received when they were in Jiangnan, there was a period of time when Lu Chengdi was completely engrossed in the conversation. Even important memorials had never been read in such a serious manner. Unsurprisingly, he accused Jin Xinhuang of playing around in Jiangnan, delaying his return, harboring ill intentions, wantonly amassing wealth, and shaking the foundation of the country. Each of these charges was heavier than the other. Unfortunately, they were all suppressed by Lu Chengdi. Jin Xinhuang, whether it was the cheating case of the college examination or the corruption of the salt policy, they were all handled beautifully. The former won a lot of reputation for the court. The latter filled the national treasury. He restrained his temperament and did not act recklessly in Jiangnan. He just spent some time touring Jiangnan and did not delay official business. At the beginning, he allowed him to not delay official business and not cause trouble. What was with these impeachments today? Did they want him, the emperor, to go back on his words? Lu Chengdi might not be the kind of emperor who made arbitrary decisions, but he was also not a puppet emperor who was pinched in the palm of someone else's hand. In the end, he still held real power. When he was truly angry, the officials below could only tuck their tails between their legs. Especially when it was mentioned wantonly amassing wealth. Lu Chengdi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Excluding the gold and silver ingots that were directly transported out of the treasury, the total amount of gold and silver ingots that entered the capital's national treasury was more than 20 million taels of silver. And the wealth that Jingwan obtained in the Jiangnan Mountains, after conversion, was more than 50 million taels of silver. It should be known that the annual tax revenue of the entire Jiangnan was only slightly more than 10 million taels of silver. The treasury, Jin Xinhuang had reported to him, and Jingwan had reported to him. In other words, his son went to Jiangnan and plagiarized nearly 80 million taels of wealth. Where did this money come from? At least 99% of it was from stuffing his own pockets. At the beginning, when it was reported that it was more than 10 million taels, it made him furious. But now he really wanted to disregard everything and behead the entire family of those officials. The local officials had close ties with the capital and went through relationships. He didn't know if these people were giving filial gifts to the princes. How could it be that it was only a mere 10 million taels? Each and every one of them now jumped out and said that old Sixth and his wife were amassing wealth. Lu Chengdi couldn't wait to slap them to death. Lu Chengdi used various reasons to deal with people in the court. Many people were demoted, their salaries were deducted, and the princes who were conferred the title of prince when they reached adulthood all suffered. All of them restrained themselves again and again for fear of angering Lu Chengdi. And when Lu Chengdi saw that they were acting timidly, he couldn't help but be angry. It was simply a vicious cycle. When Li Hanyuan told these things to Jingwan, Jingwan gloated a little. Moreover, after they left the Pei family, they further compressed the Pei family. In order to survive, the Pei family basically gave up more than half of their heritage collection. Moreover, the price was so low that it made people unable to restrain their anger. Finally, the head of the Pei family fell ill and couldn't take it anymore. But even so, he secretly executed the descendants of the previous dynasty. In order to control them better, this branch could be said to be a single descendant, so it was not difficult to deal with them. Li Hanyuan also stopped at this time. In addition, Li Hanyuan also sent people to clean up the remnants of the previous dynasty. Without a leader, coupled with the failure to kill Li Hanyuan in the Chuanzhou prefecture and the shock of Li Hongyuan's bloody methods, they basically became a sheet of loose sand. The main thing was that some people were killed, and the rest were not to be feared. These things were more or less dealt with, and basically became a more regular daily. When there was a special situation, special treatment would be done. After that, it was basically sightseeing. And from one day, Jingwan started to buy all kinds of things. After all, Jiangnan was rich, and there were definitely many good things. It was already the beginning of October when they returned to the capital. When they left the capital, it was the beginning of April, and it was spring. When they returned, it was winter. When they left, it was naturally a grand occasion. Of course, the people who came back were all present. Undoubtedly, all the officials of Chuanzhou were already in place. None of the temporary officials stayed behind. After being busy outside for so long, returning to the capital should have been a joyous occasion. Unfortunately, most of them were not in good spirits. They were even more dispirited than Jingwan, who had motion sickness. Previously, Li Hongyuan had already changed into the imperial robes of a prince, but Jingwan did not wear the imperial robes. At the city gate, several adult princes and the sickly fifth prince welcomed their brother back. Li Hongyuan even gave them face. He alighted from the carriage and exchanged a few words with them. And naturally, they brought Lu Chengdi's verbal order, asking him to go back to the prince's mansion to recuperate. It would not be too late to go to the palace tomorrow. Li Hongyuan had never been polite to Lu Chengdi. He would not show any resistance and go to the palace in a travel-worn state. Therefore, he swung his sleeves, turned around, got into the carriage, and left these brothers behind. As for these princes, they could only twitch the corners of their mouths and endure it. This person's bad temper had not changed at all. He was arrogant and did not take these brothers seriously. However, the main target was not them, but the accompanying officials. Although they kept exchanging letters, in fact, they could not know too much from these letters. Naturally, they had to ask in detail. Of course, these officials were not as lucky as Li Hongyuan. They had to go to the palace to meet the emperor and report their trip. With so many people, it would take a lot of time for Lu Chengdi to ask them one by one. But they did not dare to go to the palace in batches. Even if it was not their turn today, they had to go to the palace and wait obediently. This was not a mental tiredness, but a physical tiredness. As for Jin Qin Wang Fu, because they had already received the news, the steward of the Fu had long been waiting at the gate. A dark mass of people knelt to welcome them. Naturally, no one paid attention to them. Returning to the main courtyard, Jingwan suddenly felt that her bones had softened. She sat down and leaned against the big pillow, not wanting to move. The servant girls were busy, but it was something that they were used to doing. Because only Gong Mama and 2 senior servant girls were left to serve Jingwan, the others had returned to the capital first. At this moment, everything was in order, as if the masters of this Fu had never left for a moment. The back of Li Hongyuan's hand gently brushed Jingwan's cheek with a bit of pity. Wan, go soak in a hot bath and relax. Then let Gong Mama help you loosen your bones. Rest well today. I reckon that there will be a lot of work tomorrow. Jingwan nodded her head. Wasn't that right? When she went to Jiangnan together, it could be considered as sneaking away. Before leaving, she had married off all of her husband's personal servant girls. These were all crimes. The number of people who wanted to settle accounts with her was not a small number. As the genuine mother-in-law, noble consort Su, she needed to be 120% alert. https:////11/118007/6654002. Chapter 357. Jingwan held Li Hongyuan's hand and rubbed it coquettishly. She smiled faintly and said, "Noble consort Su is a loving mother and a good mother-in-law. How could she make things difficult for me?" Yes, she's a good mother-in-law. The other brothers have been in deep trouble recently, and third imperial brother is no exception. Although the imperial noble consort is still favored, she is already old. Imperial father is staying at her place, and she has to find someone else to serve her. She doesn't even have a chance to sway him. Right now is the critical period of fighting for the throne. In order to balance things out, Imperial Father is suppressing noble consort Sue. At this time, she doesn't dare to say anything. Each and every one of them wants this prince to divert Imperial Father's attention. Moreover, I have evidence of those good brothers receiving many benefits from Jiangnan. As long as you're smart, you should be tactful. I'm going to visit Imperial Father tomorrow, and it won't be a short time. If noble consort Sue deliberately makes things difficult for you, you might as well tell her a little. Third Imperial brother is her lifeblood. No matter how angry she is, she can only be pleasant to you. Noble consort Sue originally took good care of herself, and later, she received the skincare products from Jingwan. The effects were excellent, and her charm and bearing were outstanding. When it came to Li Hongyuan, there was no need to talk about it. Threatening her like this. So what if I threaten her? To be honest, Li Hongyuan was becoming more and more impatient with superficial efforts. She is your adoptive mother. You two have a deep relationship. I am your wife. Under normal circumstances, the status of a wife can't surpass that of a mother. If she feels that she has been bullied by you, just come and complain to me. Jingwan laughed. If noble consort Sue really want to find this guy, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood. However, she couldn't show it. Because her self-restraint was too good, her son naturally didn't notice. Then, this person probably didn't realize that he had done something wrong at all. Then, he would just clap his hands and leave indifferently. Whether or not to threaten her, we'll talk about it when the time comes. However, you still have to be filial when necessary. Give her some immortality pills. In any case, she had Gong Jiu make some later. Wan, do as you see fit. Okay, I understand. Go take a bath. Why don't I go with Wan? Li Hongyuan lowered his voice, sounding slightly bewitching. Jingwan's resistance to beauty could be said to be growing rapidly. However, when faced with someone's deliberate seduction, she couldn't help but feel her heart ripple. Jingwan turned her head and slapped Li Hongyuan on the back of his hand. Go by yourself. Li Hongyuan chuckled and deliberately pinched Jingwan's face. Then, he left before Jingwan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Jingwan looked at his back and was too lazy to move. She suddenly smiled and moved her body. She was back. Although she might be restricted, it was already pretty good to be able to go out for half a year. With such a background, many people would not have the chance to go out in their entire lives. Those people would probably go from one backyard to another and end their lives like this. As for her, it was a piece of cake for her to go to the farm from time to time for 10 days or half a month. That's right. In Jingwan's view, it was basically impossible to travel far away from the capital. Li Hongyuan basically didn't hide the current situation in the imperial court from her. According to him, perhaps in a few years, this battle for the throne would be over. After slowly learning about Li Hongyuan's trump card, Jingwan didn't think that he would lose unless he didn't want that position. However, Jingwan had never thought of this possibility. At that time, when he ascended to that position, it would be even more impossible for him to leave the capital for sightseeing. It was a bit regretful, but she was willing to give up that little bit of freedom for the friendship between the two of them. Of course, if Li Hongyuan had a change of heart, she would be forcibly deprived of her freedom. However, Jingwan wouldn't think about this possibility now, let alone be sentimental about gains and losses. Princess, the water is ready. Qing Zhu came out of the clean room. Jingwan got up. Her husband was right. It was good to relax. In the clean room, other than Nanny Gong, there was also Daybreak. Speaking of which, in the past few months, Daybreak was almost the same as the other maidservants. She did things with ease and didn't seem to have any discomfort. Compared to the beginning, her personality was much more lively, and she smiled from the bottom of her heart more often. In short, she seemed to be less fairy and more human. She got along better with everyone. However, Daybreak was a talented woman. She didn't have a problem with the things a talented woman should have. It was also not a problem for her to learn some rules when serving others. But in the aspect of needlework, she was a bit lacking. Moreover, in a place of prostitution, she probably didn't have the time to train girls in needlework. Jingwan's 6 senior maidservants all knew how to needlework. It was just a matter of whether they were good or bad at it. However, Even the worst Mei was 30% proficient in needlework. When Daybreak started to learn needlework, her delicate hands suffered and her fingers were pricked countless times. Other people felt the pain when they saw it. Jingwan told her to stop learning, but Daybreak's stubbornness flared up. She stubbornly insisted on learning needlework. Until now, she had made some progress, and it was no longer pricking her hands. Daybreak, hum a song for me. Jingwan leaned on the edge of the tub and said. Daybreak chuckled. Yes. Daybreak naturally wanted to give up on her previous life. However, she didn't mind singing, playing the zither, and dancing with Jingwan at all. Daybreak's voice was very pleasant to listen to. Moreover, she could change her voice. Thus, she could sing many different songs with different flavors. Daybreak's voice was not loud at this time. It was gentle and soothing to listen to. It made people feel more relaxed. After the bath, Nanny Gong did some maintenance for Jingwan. Her bones were loose all over her body. Then, she fell asleep just like that. Nanny Gong was about to carry Jingwan out when Li Hanyuan happened to lift the curtain and come in. They hurriedly bowed. Under normal circumstances, they would be ignored, and this time was no exception. Li Hanyuan carried Jingwan out and directly placed her on the bed. He lay down beside her and was probably preparing to take a nap. After all, it was not nighttime. This nap would only last for 2 hours. Jingwan came back to her senses. Li Hanyuan wanted to continue to stick to Jingwan. He hadn't returned to the capital for a long time and had a lot of things to do. Therefore, he was not polite and asked to leave. Jingwan's main task was to tidy up the things she bought later. As for the things she received, except for a very small portion that was intercepted by Li Hanyuan, Jingwan was too lazy to ask about the rest. Li Hanyuan had seen and used too many good things in his life. There were very few things that could catch his eye. Jingwan just took a look at the list. She didn't know if she didn't see it. When she saw it, she was really shocked. It seemed that she had bought too many things. Jingwan was a little speechless. However, as the saying goes, one's own sin must be dealt with properly. The original purpose of buying these things was to give them away. Naturally, they were all high-quality things. If she bought too many things, she would give more when she gave them away. Well, it was settled. As for whether she would attract all kinds of attention because of giving away too many things in the end, it had nothing to do with her. Now, the most important thing was to send the things to the palace tomorrow. None of the things in the main palace could be missing. Moreover, they had to be carefully selected. However, this was not a difficult thing. As for the things to be sent to the other families, they could prepare them after returning from the palace. What Li Hanyuan needed to prepare was naturally to make things difficult for Lu Qingdi again. To be honest, according to Li Hongyuan's ability to cheat lousy, if he did it 2 more times, Lu Qingdi's lifespan would definitely be shortened. In fact, at this moment, Lu Qingdi's heart could not be any more stifled, and those officials, whether they were reporting work or listening at the side, their legs were soft and their hearts were trembling. There was no other reason. It was because there were many things that they did not know. Lu Qingdi knew more than them. Lu Qingdi smashed the teacup, the booklet, the inkstone, and almost even the imperial jade seal. Among the accompanying officials, except for those officials who were not qualified to stand in front of Lu Qingdi, only Yu Zhongxing and Li Suyin were calm. They were dressed in official robes and carried a sword at their waist. They both thought of Jin Qinhuang. These people, before they even entered Jiangnan, they were all sent out by Jin Qinhuang. Don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but none of these people were clean. Basically, they were all carrying missions. As a matter of fact, many of them were caught by the Black Robe guards. Therefore, for this mission, not to mention merit, it would be good if they were not demoted by 3 ranks and had their salary deducted for 3 years. The whole process took less time than expected, because the more it went on, the more impatient Lu Qingdi became. In the end, he directly told them to scram back to write the booklet. If they could not hand it in tomorrow, he would make them peel off a layer of skin. The next day, Li Hanyuan and Jingwan entered the palace. Li Hanyuan gave lousy face and wore the imperial robe of a Qinhuang. After all, it was an official mission. The clothes should be more formal. Although Jingwan was not dressed as a Qinhuang Fei, it was still a splendid attire. She wore a full set of red gemstones. The main color of her clothes was red. Her whole person looked as delicate and beautiful as fire. It made her complexion look even more tender and tender. Her complexion looked even better. This appearance was absolutely eye-catching for the harem that entered the same abyss of suffering. According to the rules, Jingwan first went to pay her respects to the Empress and sent a carefully selected gift. Not to mention other things, for women in the harem who did not need to give birth to children, the ageless pill was definitely something that could not be refused. Of course, Jingwan generously sent the prescription up. It was clearly stated above. If the Empress was not at ease with the things she sent, she would directly let someone check the prescription. The Empress smiled and praised her. The husband and wife had put in a lot of effort and so on. Then she used the excuse that Gui Fei Su was waiting for her to let her leave. Jingwan was not surprised by the Empress's attitude. After all, she was a mortal enemy of Gui Fei Su and had no direct conflict with Jin Qinhuan. She had no reason to make things difficult for Jingwan. Jingwan did not know that when the Empress saw her, she once again regretted that she could not become her daughter-in-law. It should be known that Kong Qinhuang's stepfii had not been found yet. Every girl that the Empress was interested in would always find all kinds of excuses to refuse. Since Lu Qingdi did not care about this matter, the Empress could only stare helplessly. There were basically no suitable girls that supported Kong Qinhuang. Jingwan went to Gui Fei Su's place. As expected, Gui Fei Su's heart, liver, and lungs hurt from the very good scent that she exuded from head to toe. https:///11/11807/6654004. Chapter 358. Jingwan smiled. Daughter-in-law greets Imperial Mother. Many blessings to Imperial Mother. As the saying goes, one should not slap a smiling face. Moreover, she had not returned for a long time, so she should be happy. No matter how upset she was, plus the new and old hatred, she could not show it at this moment. Unless Imperial concubine Su wanted to tear up the perfect image she had maintained for 20 to 30 years. Therefore, Imperial concubine Su smiled, but the corners of her eyes unconsciously raised. Imperial concubine Su's eyes were special. When she raised the corners of her eyes, there was an indescribable sense of sharpness. When she was young, she was quite flamboyant and often showed the corners of her eyes. Later, it gradually weakened, making her temperament soften, but it did not mean that her heart also softened. Occasionally, when she lost control of her emotions or deliberately did something, that feeling might be very obvious. No need for formalities. Imperial concubine Su waved her hand perfunctorily. Jingwan got up and turned to Princess Rue, third sister-in-law. Nice to meet you. Princess Rue returned the greeting unhurriedly. Sixth sister-in-law, you are finally back. Imperial Mother has been talking about you every day. Wang Yi also misses Mu Fei every day. Opening one's mouth was something that required a bit of effort. Who didn't know how to say good things? Don't say such nonsense. It's been half a year. It's good that you're back. Speaking of which, Yuan really dotes on his wife. He probably can't bear to refuse you many things. But as a wife, if you can get the love of your husband, you should be more considerate and think of him. Sixth sister-in-law, don't you think so? Imperial concubine Su's smile did not change, like an elder who carefully taught a child. Jingwan's eyes flashed slightly. Was she saying that she was arrogant because of the love, did not know when to stop? More seriously, violated the 3 obedience and 4 virtues? Jingwan thought it was quite funny. To put it bluntly, Imperial concubine Su was only a concubine in the imperial family. In other families, there was only one proper mother-in-law. But after all, their identities were different. Well, she just listened. As for whether she understood or not, whether she really didn't understand or not, whether she really understood or not, of course, only she herself knew. Jingwan's smile was also inconvenient, and there was even a bit of naivety in it. Mu Fei is right. Wang Yi loves this concubine, so this concubine will naturally support Wang Yi in everything. It was your son who wanted to take me to Jiangnan. It was your son who made me accept that huge bribe. I didn't even care about my own reputation. Who else could be more obedient than me? She wasn't in a good mood to begin with. Naturally, it was easier for her to be annoyed. She was immediately annoyed by Jingwan. She didn't think that Jingwan didn't understand. She was obviously pretending to be dumb. How could she not be angry? However, she couldn't find any fault with her answer. Noble consort Su was angry. Since she couldn't understand her in a roundabout way, she would be direct. She sighed softly and said, Yuan is going to Jiangnan on official business this time. It's a very important matter. Sixth daughter-in-law. Even if you don't know the importance of it, you should be aware. Not to mention other things. When a man goes out, there's no reason for a woman to follow him. Even if Yuan asked you to go, you should dissuade him. Jingwan frowned. Mu Fei is saying that you want this daughter-in-law to disobey Wang Yi? How can that be? The last few words were quite righteous. Noble consort Su almost vomited blood. She picked up the teacup to hide her anger. After calming down, she continued, It's not disobedience. It's reasonable and appropriate advice. As long as it's correct, it's fine to say a few words. Imperial Mother is right. However, you were the one who raised His Highness. You know best what kind of person he is. Do you think that when he makes a decision, he will listen to my advice? Jingwan's expression and tone revealed a little helplessness. Noble consort Su choked again. This time, it was because she thought of Li Hongyuan's bad temper. She rubbed her aching temples. Yuan Er's temper isn't good. As the person who sleeps beside him and as his virtuous wife, you should always advise him. Jingwan's face showed a bit of confusion. She mumbled, Mu Fei, you raised him for more than 20 years. Wang Yi's current temperament. It's all because of you. Moreover, it's fine to say a few words occasionally, but at this time, don't you usually say that you're married? Her voice was a bit weak. What did she mean? Was she accusing her of not teaching her son well? Noble consort Su looked at Jingwan. She couldn't hide the unkindness in her eyes. Bear with it. Bear with it some more. Slowly. Slowly. Noble consort Su felt that Jingwan was deliberately beating around the bush with her. There seemed to be contradictions between the 3 obedience and 4 virtues. How to deal with it? She naturally had to find a balance. But if she really wanted to argue, she couldn't. If she continued, this Luoshi would definitely continue to talk nonsense with her. She suddenly found that this old 6th daughter-in-law was much more difficult to deal with an old 3rd daughter-in-law. But now, the emperor paid more attention to the Minister of Personnel Affairs. She had to consider her attitude towards Luoshi. Not to mention, she also had to consider Yuan. Yuan seemed to have some feelings for this woman. In short, if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, don't go with him. Next time, Wang Yi will have a chance to leave the capital next time. Jingwan was a bit confused and a bit sad. This time, noble consort Su was choked speechless. Jin Qinhuang's situation was known by the whole capital. Princess Rue, who acted as a background on the side, didn't change her expression, but she couldn't help but be speechless in her heart. This 6th sister-in-law was too powerful. Her mother was indeed a kind mother-in-law, but when she faced her, she was very frightened. This 6th sister-in-law dared to play dumb and choked her until she couldn't speak, but she couldn't lose her temper. You've been in Jiangnan for so long. Tell Ben Gong, what have you encountered? Noble consort Su stiffly changed the topic. It's hard to say. We've obtained a lot of good things. Some of them were prepared for Mu Fei, and some were personally picked by Wang Yi. Jingwan turned around and had people send the things in. It wasn't much, but each of them were treasures. The ageless pill was still the highlight. Noble consort Su really showed a relatively sincere smile. Yuan is considerate. You're also a filial child. Jingwan humbly said a few words. At this time, she appeared graceful. Just standing there, she felt exceptionally calm. The change before and after was obvious, but Jingwan didn't hide it at all. Noble consort Su didn't want to bother about this anymore, but she also put down the ageless pill. Her expression also faded a lot. After all, as far as she knew, this daughter-in-law had received a lot of good things in Jiangnan. Perhaps the things that were given her were all good, but definitely not one of them came from those things. Her face became serious. Lao Lu, daughter-in-law, Bin Gong heard that you wantonly accepted bribes in Jiangnan. This matter has been abuzz both inside and outside the court. Is this true? Jingwan's expression didn't change. It's true. Ready-made gold and silver, plus gold and silver notes, as well as all kinds of rare treasures. Added together, it's several tens of millions of taels. Her tone was light, and there was even a faint smile. Noble consort Su was shocked by this amount, and immediately smashed her cup. You have big guts. You actually dared to mislead Yuaner like this. Jingwan seemed to have known this would happen, and promptly retreated. Only the hem of her clothes was splashed with water. She looked at noble consort Su and calmly said, Imperial Mother, did you misunderstand something? It's true that this daughter-in-law accepted things, but this matter was also tacitly approved by Imperial Father. Everything was listed and presented to Imperial Father early on. After these things are sorted out, they'll all be put into the national treasury. Noble consort Su's half-real anger seemed to have been doused with a bucket of ice water. She couldn't help but shiver. She was an intelligent person. With just a little thought, she was able to figure out most of the powerful relationships within. Then, she thought back to the time when the courtiers Shen Yuan and her husband were at their fiercest. The emperor's attitude was truly strange. He was so biased that he didn't care about the interests of the entire country. So this was the reason. Even now, Tian couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. So, it was Imperial Mother who misunderstood you. Tell me, what exactly is going on here? Jingwan stared at noble consort Su for a moment before she slowly opened her mouth. This daughter-in-law had an accident. Imperial Mother should be more concerned about Prince's safety. After all, Imperial Mother didn't even say a word about the assassination attempts that happened time and time again. Noble consort Su paused. When she saw Jingwan's faint gaze, she felt her hair stand on end, as if she had been completely seen through. At that time, it was because https://11/118007/6654019. Mobile Edition. Chapter 359. Because after all, His Highness was unharmed. After a long time, Mother forgot about it. Jingwan smiled faintly and found an excuse for noble consort Su. When noble consort Su heard that Li Hongyuan was assassinated, wasn't she worried at all? Definitely not. It was said that noble consort Su treated Li Hongyuan sincerely. Under normal circumstances, when Li Hongyuan had a conflict with her biological son, noble consort Su would have her biological son avoided. However, there was a big premise, and that was that the conflict was only small and did not involve the fight for the throne. Did Li Hongyuan plan the fight for the throne? Not on the surface, as far as noble consort Su knew. Therefore, when she learned that Li Hongyuan had an accident, not only was Lu Qingdi furious, but noble consort Su also didn't sleep well for several days and looked particularly haggard. After she learned that Li Hongyuan was safe, it wasn't that she didn't have the thought of directly sending him back to the capital. However, this was a national matter, and she couldn't do as she pleased. However, perhaps it had been a long time, so she had let go of her worries. Now, there were more important things. After all, it was related to her son. If she asked, she would definitely ask. According to Imperial Consort Su's meticulous nature, even if she forgot now, she would ask about it sooner or later after she sorted things out one by one. She might even ask about it one by one. However, now that Jingwan had exposed it, the nature of the matter was completely different, regardless of whether Jingwan was really helping her out or pretending. In short, Jingwan was accusing her of hypocrisy in noble consort Su's ears. How could she not be angry? One had to know that the struggle between the various parties was getting more and more intense. The few princes at the back were becoming more and more familiar with the affairs of the imperial court, and they were constantly breeding ambition, so one had to be on guard against them. As for the archenemies, Because the emperor wanted balance, he couldn't suppress them no matter what. If they caught a trace of blood, they would immediately bite down and not let go. Even if this title was not confirmed, it would most likely affect her perfect image in the emperor's heart. It had been more than 20 years. The women in the imperial harem could not compare to a dead person. The relationship between her and her adopted son could not be any worse. In the Jiangnan matter, none of the accompanying officials knew the inside story. Those who knew the inside story either couldn't see it in advance or didn't dare to easily contact and inquire about it because that would touch the emperor's bottom line. They couldn't bear the consequences. Now, only this daughter-in-law knew a little about the situation. Noble consort Su knew very well that she wouldn't be able to see Li Hongyuan so soon. Once she saw him, there would be no need to ask him in detail. She wanted to be one step ahead, just to make arrangements one step ahead of the others. Thus, the real reason why Imperial Consort Su was looking for trouble was because she wanted to suppress Jingwan and get what she wanted from her more easily. However, this daughter-in-law was not afraid of her at all. She was even targeting her with hidden needles. Noble Consort Su was furious. She forced herself to calm down and then realized that something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, when a mother and son had a good relationship, as long as the daughter-in-law wanted to live a good life, she would curry favor with the mother-in-law. In the imperial harem, not to mention the imperial harem who didn't have any status or favor, someone with a noble status like her should be respectfully flattered and carefully served, just like the third daughter-in-law, Madame Lu. How could this Madame Luo be so daring? The daughter-in-law's attitude towards the mother-in-law often depended on the person between them. Was there a problem between them? Or was this Yuan Er's true attitude towards her? The former? This daughter-in-law's complexion was excellent and cheerful. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem like there was a problem. The latter? It seemed even more impossible. Even if there was a problem in Jiangnan, it shouldn't affect the relationship between mother and son. Noble consort Su unconsciously frowned and maintained it for a moment. When she glanced at Jingwan, she realized that she had exposed some of her emotions and restrained her expression. Sixth sister-in-law, you must have misunderstood. Mother didn't forget or don't care about sixth brother. Sixth brother is a prince and will naturally be blessed by heaven. Moreover, sixth sister-in-law, you should know that sixth brother must be a good person. Mother's care for sixth brother is in her heart, not in her mouth. Consort Lu said with a smile. Third sister-in-law, you're right. Who doesn't know that mother is the best mother? She treats adopted children as her own and treats them better than her own children. Jingwan chuckled. There was no doubt that noble consort Su was stabbed again. She almost couldn't keep the expression on her face. However, Jingwan was just telling the truth. If she denied her, wouldn't it be the same as denying herself? However, some words, even if they were the same, would have a completely different meaning in different people in different contexts. For example, now, no matter how one listened to it, it sounded like sarcasm. Consort Lu's face was a little dark. She wanted to help noble consort Su out of trouble, but this was a thankless effort. Since it's dangerous, you should have come back earlier. Why did you stay for so long? Noble consort Su said lightly. Mother, please don't blame me. Prince said that I'm afraid that I won't have a chance to leave the capital in the future, so I take this opportunity to see more and walk around, lest I have regrets in my life. I think father will understand. Would she be inconsiderate if she continued to talk about it? Jingwan looked at noble consort Su's increasingly uncontrollable expression. Some people just like to think too much. Their imagination would fill in the blanks, and they would be the one who felt frustrated. His Majesty loves Yuan the most. If he really wants to go out for a walk, His Majesty will allow it. Imperial father's favoritism is not a reason for us, the younger generation, to act recklessly. Your Highness may be a little casual, but you still know the severity of things. After all, these are the rules left by our ancestors. It's not good to break them just for fun. Old Six's wife is a sensible and sensible person. Noble consort Su looked as calm as before, but there was a strange look in her eyes. Was Luo sure determined to go against her today? Let's not talk about this for now. You should tell this consort. Although His Majesty has tacitly approved of this large amount of wealth, it's said that a ruler's heart is hard to fathom. This consort has been by His Majesty's side for 30 years, so there's probably no one who understands His Majesty better than this consort. Also, you're all still young and haven't experienced much, so there are many things that you might not consider thoroughly. Tell this consort in detail, and this consort will analyze it with you. If there really is something wrong, then we'll have to make arrangements in advance. Jingwan sneered inwardly. Did they really think that she didn't know anything and was just trying to coax them? After talking for so long, the last two sentences were probably her true goal. Mother, you're making things difficult for this daughter-in-law. Prince only told me to accept the gifts because this daughter-in-law was nervous, so Prince told me that father had tacitly approved. As for the extra things, this son really doesn't know. This daughter-in-law is a woman of the inner compound and naturally doesn't dare to ask too much about these national affairs. Also, this daughter-in-law is stupid, but unlike mother, I can't say a thing or two about the national affairs. Noble consort Su was so angry that she almost fainted. She actually said that the inner palace was involved in politics. In private, everyone had a tacit understanding of what they did, but if it was revealed and someone caught it, she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of the imperial harem's involvement in politics. Lu Wangfei saw this and heard it in her heart, but she didn't want to open her mouth again. This sick sister-in-law was really too fierce, and her courage was even more incredible. To avoid inviting trouble, it was best to keep silent. As for noble consort Su, it had to be said that in a place like the Imperial Palace, although her patience wasn't as good as Emperor's son's, it was still top-notch. Good, very good. If we don't talk about the national affairs, then let's talk about some private matters. Lao Lu's wife is right. These things really shouldn't be discussed by us. Let those men deal with it themselves. Noble consort Su picked up the tea that was brought back to her hand and took a sip. Why haven't you served the tea to Jinxin Wangfei? Tidy up the floor as well. After receiving the order, the ants and palace maids who were waiting on the side didn't dare to be negligent. They did what they should do quickly. Thank you, Mufei. Jingwan sat down peacefully. Her sitting posture was natural and dignified, and she smiled at noble consort Su. If there was any trick, she would just take it. Noble consort Su's gaze fell on Jingwan's belly. In the past 6 months, you've been by Yuaner's side. Is there any good news? In the context of the feudal dynasty, children were the big killing weapon. Jingwan lowered her head shyly, but her heart was cold. In this world, the person who was least qualified to talk about her husband's children was this high and mighty woman. Wang Yi said that this daughter-in-law is still young, so there's no need to worry about children. That's true. You can recuperate for 2 more years. However, Yuan is already 23. In 2 years, he will be 25. Most people at this age have several children. Before you went to Jiangnan, you married off a few of Yuan Er's personal maidservants. There definitely won't be enough people to serve him. Why don't you bring a few back for me today? If you like them, you can give them face and let them be Yuan Er's bedwarmer first. After they give birth to a child, it won't be too late to promote them to concubines. As for the children of concubines, you don't have to worry too much. They are just the children of a servant. They can't surpass your children in the future. Jingwan raised her head and smiled innocently. So, Mufei means that Prince Rui can never surpass Prince Kong? At this moment, no matter how well-mannered, noble consort Su was, she couldn't help but change her expression. At that moment, she looked at Jingwan with poison in her eyes. Princess Lu also looked at her sideways. Her expression was also very unfriendly. Jingwan shrank her neck as if she was frightened. She said with grievance, "The children of a concubine can't surpass the children of the first wife." Isn't that what you mean, Mufei? Her eyes were really tit for tat with noble consort Su. How can you compare them? Princess Lu said coldly. Mufei means that I can give birth to children. She emphasized the last 3 words. Sister-in-law, do you mean that the children of princes' concubines can surpass my children in the future? I just came back home yesterday, and I heard that the 2 concubines of Prince Rui are full. You have to work hard, Mu Fei. Jingwan said with a smile. https:///11//11807/6654023. Chapter 360. What's wrong with my third sister-in-law? Did I say something wrong? Jingwan continued to provoke her. Noble consort Su and Princess Lu didn't expect that Jingwan was so bold and dared to say anything. They could forgive her for hiding needles in the past, but now she had directly poked their bottom line. But under normal circumstances, there was nothing wrong with what she said. If they dared to argue with her, they would be the ones who would be embarrassed. The Empress would probably be the happiest one, and then she would offend all the other concubines who had sons. Therefore, noble consort Su didn't even dare to pretend to be sick and use filial piety to suppress Jingwan. Speaking of which, the biggest problem with Jingwan's words was that the royal family couldn't be judged based on common sense. Apart from this family, most of the other families, even if they were members of the royal family, would eventually be inherited by the first wife. However, in history, not many emperors were born of the first wife of the empress. However, this was also something that couldn't be ignored. In the historical dynasties, it was basically the rule of the ancestors to choose the legitimate son or the eldest son. Contradictions existed everywhere, and some were just tacitly accepted. Noble consort Su was a good mother-in-law and had never sent anyone to Prince Rui's backyard. Li Hongyuan was an adopted son, so he had to pay more attention to some things. Sometimes, even if he had good intentions, others would say that he had bad intentions. If he hadn't been angered by Jingwan, he wouldn't have made such a stupid move. Even if he had made a stupid move, he wouldn't have directly said that she wanted to warm Li Hongyuan's bed. Everyone knew that this kind of thing had to be tactful. The reason why she was so straightforward was that she had a knack for it. If she really said that she wanted to serve the couple, the person she sent might really be treated as an ordinary maid. How could she achieve her goal in this way? So she simply said it straightforwardly. Besides, Yuaner was 23 years old and didn't have any children, and his wife was young. If she sent someone over, they had been married for more than half a year, not 3 months, and no one could criticize her. Even so, Madame Luo still caught the loophole in her words, and it was something that ordinary people did not dare to mention. She directly put the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law into the pit. The two of them gritted their teeth in the pit, but she was happy and content at the edge of the pit. Imperial concubine Su had fought with the Empress for 20 to 30 years. Although she had won and lost, she had never felt as sullen as she did today. She watched as the good mother-in-law's face cracked wider and wider. She almost couldn't hold it in anymore. Imperial concubine, esteemed princess consort, would prefer someone she is familiar with to serve her. This servant sees that esteemed princess consort has 7 maidservants by her side, so there should be quite a few of them. Moreover, they're all very beautiful. Rather than giving them to His Highness, it would be better for esteemed princess consort to choose 1 or 2 of them as her own. I think esteemed princess consort would be very willing. Even if she gives birth to a child, I believe esteemed princess consort would treat it as her own. An aunt beside imperial concubine, Su said with a smile. Look at me. How can I be confused? Thank you for reminding me. Have you brought all these people into the palace today? Let them all come in and let me take a look. I know best what kind of girls Yuana likes. I could take a look at them. Imperial concubine Su smiled lovingly, as if she was sharing the worries and difficulties of her daughter-in-law. Princess Lu also smiled in an instant. That's right. It couldn't be better. I believe 6 sister-in-law will also be satisfied. In reality, it was the most disgusting thing for a female master to allow her personal maidservants to become concubines. This was especially so for a maidservant who was groomed as a confidant and would become her right-hand woman in the future. Noble consort Su had actually gotten someone to do a rough check on the situation of the people around Jingwan. And looking at it now, she was afraid that none of them were prepared for her son. Since they dared to go against her, why should she be polite? Imperial concubine Su didn't even ask for Jingwan's opinion. The imperial maid who waited on the side directly went out and said to the maidservants with a smile. Then, she let them into the hall almost without allowing them to say anything. The reason why they all came to the palace today was that they were going to give gifts to the concubines in the palace. It wasn't a lot, and it was something that could be easily obtained. Naturally, they couldn't pass through other people's hands. Therefore, they brought all 7 maidservants with them, which led to a disaster for no reason. These maidservants were well behaved. Although they were nervous, they basically didn't show it on their faces. They all knelt down to greet Princess Lu. Jingwan had always been generous to the people around her. As long as they didn't violate the rules and weren't specially prepared for her by Li Hongyuan, she would give them a lot of rewards. She raised them well and let them dress up beautifully. Moreover, their colors weren't bad. When they knelt on the ground, they were better than many women from official families. Imperial concubine Su saw it and said, "Sixth daughter-in-law is really extraordinarily nice to the people around her." That was even better. "Mother, you flatter me. They are loyal and considerate to me. It's just some worldly things. I won't be stingy." Even though she knew what imperial concubine Su was going to do, Jingwan didn't change her expression now. Although she did feel a little uncomfortable in her heart, it didn't affect her much. "I'd like to see how long you can keep calm. Raise your heads and let me have a good look." Hearing this, the 7 maidservants raised their heads, but they all obediently lowered their eyes. Princess Lu clicked her tongue and praised, "Mother, look at them. They are so beautiful. I like them no matter how I look at them." Sixth brother is really lucky with women. He has always been surrounded by beauties. However, they are raised by sixth sister-in-law. It shows that sixth sister-in-law is also a virtuous woman. Imperial concubine Su didn't say anything. She just glanced at Princess Lu. She didn't have any objection to Princess Lu teasing Jingwan. But when it involved her son, who is said to be greedy and lecherous, she naturally wouldn't be happy. Princess Lu's mouth stiffened. She looked away and didn't dare to look at Imperial concubine Su. Hearing this, the 7 maidservants who were kneeling changed their expressions slightly. No matter from the perspective of the princess, the prince, or even their own perspective, they didn't want to serve the prince in bed. They unconsciously clenched their fists, but didn't dare to say or do anything. They were worried that their princess would be confused. Imperial concubine Su's eyes wandered over the 7 maidservants. After a while, she said, "The first one on the left and the second one on the right." Daybreak, on the way back to the capital, had changed her name to Furong. Under normal circumstances, people would probably think that she was Furong. Although not many people knew Daybreak's identity, there might be some people who knew Daybreak's reputation among the officials of Chuanzhou Mansion in Shannon Commandery. It was inevitable that people's imagination would run wild when they had the same name. Jingwan wasn't surprised that they would be chosen. Although Furong was born in the secular world and was now a maidservant, Aunt May spent a lot of effort to teach her. She taught her in the direction of a lady from a noble family. Now she still looked chaste and gentle. Coupled with her stunning appearance, women like her would be particularly popular in brothels. Needless to say, Heimei was extraordinarily beautiful and stunning. "Mother, you have a good taste. But I have never seen this beauty before. Did you take her in Jiangnan? It is said that Jiangnan is full of stunning beauties." "It is true, but I don't know whether sixth brother likes her or sixth sister-in-law is virtuous and specially found her for sixth brother." Princess Lu smiled. Jingwan glanced at her with a faint smile. She didn't say anything, but the meaning of idiot in her eyes was obvious. Princess Lu was angry, but she couldn't say anything more. Jingwan didn't say anything. If she said anything, she would be at a disadvantage. You two should do your best to serve your lord and princess in the future. Sixth daughter-in-law is still young now. If she has a child now, it will be harmful to her health. It can't be better after 2 years. You two should give birth to a child for the Lord as soon as possible. You are all capable people around sixth daughter-in-law. When you give birth to a child in the future, your princess should pay special attention to it. Don't let her down. When the child is born, No matter it is a boy or a girl, I will reward them handsomely. In the future, you and 6 daughter-in-law can go to the palace from time to time. Jingwan looked at imperial concubine Su. It was so obvious that she was trying to sow discord. She also said that she would support them. She told them not to be afraid of their master, Jingwan. She even more or less wanted them to go against her. Jingwan didn't care much about these. What she cared about was that imperial concubine Su kept saying Yuan Er's child and give birth to a child for her adopted son. Didn't she feel guilty at all when she said these words? In fact, Jingwan only saw sincerity from her. It seemed that she really wanted to hold her adopted son's child as soon as possible. It had nothing to do with Jingwan. Jingwan felt cold in her heart. How could this woman be so terrible? Old 6th daughter-in-law. Tell me, am I right? Imperial concubine Su obviously didn't want Jingwan to be a bystander. It seemed that she wouldn't be satisfied if she didn't see her change her expression. Mother, Imperial concubine Yang, please forgive this servant. This servant's body is lowly. Prince is a noble descendant. This servant admits that I don't have the qualifications to serve by his bedside. This servant has sullied Prince's body. Imperial concubine Yang, please take back your words. Fu Rong suddenly spoke. It seemed that she was belittling herself, but there was an indescribable determination in her voice. Imperial concubine Su was stabbed by Jingwan until she couldn't speak. Now, even a lowly servant dared to disobey her. For a moment, Imperial concubine Su was unable to restrain her anger. Impudent. She smashed the cup in her hand again. The Ani beside noble consort Su also had a cold and stern expression on her face. She quickly stepped forward and slapped noble consort Su across the face. Lowly servant, how dare you? Her Highness has allowed you to serve His Highness. That's the good fortune you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. How dare you refuse? If you don't want to live anymore, you could just say it. Fu Rong was slapped so hard that her body tilted. After that aunt finished speaking, she reached out to pull her hair. Jingwan's face turned cold the moment the Annie made a move. She stood up abruptly and grabbed the Annie when she reached out again. The Annie was indignant and instinctively wanted to resist. Jingwan coldly looked at her. What? Does Anne want to fight with this princess? That aunt was a little numb from Jingwan's gaze. She pulled her hand back from Jingwan's and bowed. This servant doesn't dare. It's just that this lowly servant doesn't know what's good for her. Relying on imperial concubine's favor, she's lawless. If we don't teach her a lesson now, who knows what will happen in the future? That's why this servant is so bold. This princess's people, even if they're wrong, this princess will teach them a lesson. You're just a lowly servant, yet you dare to say that you'll take this princess's place? This princess's people are lawless. Aunt, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. That aunt's face twitched. If she made a move, she naturally represented imperial concubine Su. If imperial concubine Su wanted to teach a lesson to her daughter-in-law's people, regardless of whether they were wrong or not, it was natural. However, Jingwan didn't follow the rules. Old 6's daughter-in-law, don't lose your dignity. You're a dignified imperial concubine. What kind of scandal is this? She was imperial concubine Su's aunt. If Jingwan didn't personally make a move, no one would dare to make a move. How could Jingwan just watch her people get bullied? This daughter-in-law may not be proper, but imperial concubine mother's manners are very good. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Imperial concubine Su's face darkened. Aunt, making a move is this concubine's idea. Oh, so the people around imperial concubine mother have telepathy with you. You didn't say a single word, but they knew it clearly. This time, it wasn't just 1 or 2 mouths that were twitching. Telepathy? These people had to think about every word that was said. In their opinion, it would be strange if Jingwan didn't have any hidden meaning in her words. Could it be that this daughter-in-law said something wrong? Then why don't we change the word telepathy? Telepathy? Otherwise, it would be, that's enough, old 6's daughter-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. Imperial concubine Su wanted to strangle Jingwan to death. She used to think that this daughter-in-law was pretty good, especially since the Empress didn't succeed in scheming against her. Isn't that the case? That means that it was Imperial Concubine Mother's aunt who acted on her own? The people around Imperial Concubine Mother really have good manners. This time, it was back to square one. Imperial Concubine Sue's chest heaved up and down. It was obvious that she was very angry. It's this servant's fault. Wang Fei Nyang Nyang, please forgive this servant. It's this lowly servant who doesn't know what's good for her. This servant also watched Wang Ye grow up. In a moment of anger, this servant was impulsive and did the wrong thing, asking Wang Fei Nyang Nyang to forgive. Seeing that the fire was burning on her own master, that aunt simply and decisively admitted her mistake. The excuse she found was also flawless. If you bicker with her, would it mean that you were dissatisfied with her protecting Jin Xinhuang? As Jin Xinhuang Fei, could Jinghuang be dissatisfied with this? She couldn't. Fu Rong straightened up and suddenly took off the hairpin on her head. Facing her face, she swiped it from the corner of her eye to the position close to her chin. The wound was long and deep. Her action frightened everyone, including Imperial Concubine Su. Fu Rong endured the pain. Blood dripped down and soaked her clothes in an instant, but her eyes were firm and clear. Imperial Concubine Yang Yang, this servant's face is ugly. I'm afraid that this servant will dirty Wang Ye's eyes and cannot serve Wang Ye. Asking for forgiveness. Which woman wouldn't care about her face? The more beautiful it was, the more they cared. But now, there was such a first-class beauty, a lowly servant, who refused to warm the bed of a Wang Ye and didn't hesitate to disfigure her face. Imperial Concubine Su was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She definitely didn't look at the almanac today. After Imperial Concubine, Su restrained her shocked expression. Her heart was filled with monstrous, killing intent. Jinghuan was also awakened by Fu Rong's words. In a flurry, she pressed the wound on her face with a handkerchief. Imperial Concubine Su wanted to kill someone, but now she wanted to kill someone even more. Mama, hurry. Send Fu Rong back and immediately let Gong Jiu treat her. Such a long and deep wound. It was 100% impossible to recover. A good beauty was ruined just like that. You're also a fool. Jinghuan looked at Fu Rong, hating iron for not becoming steel. If she didn't want to, then she didn't want to. When she returned to the Wang Fu and closed the door, whether Li Hongyuan slept or not, it was none of her business. Fu Rong wanted to smile, but it pulled on her wound. Her smile seemed stiff and forced. Wang Ye and Wang Fei are deeply in love. This servant is envious and doesn't want anyone to destroy it. This person especially can't be this servant, even if it's just a little bit. Don't talk about it. Go back and heal first. If she had known this would be the result, Jinghuan naturally wouldn't have brought them along. Otherwise, she would have endured Imperial Concubine Su and wouldn't have specifically stabbed her. Fu Rong was a clever girl, but at this time, she was stupid and stubborn. Mama Gong naturally listened to her master's words. She didn't even ask Imperial Concubine Su for permission and just took them away. Jinghuan only left Qing Ju and sent the others away. They had just stepped out of the door when a maid hurriedly came in from outside. Nyang Nyang, the two Wang Ye are here. The two were undoubtedly Jin Wang Ye and Rue Wang Ye. Imperial Concubine Su frowned. How could they be so fast? It didn't even take half a quarter of an hour. Jinghuan looked at Imperial Concubine Su, then reached out and unhurriedly pulled off the hair ornament on her head and threw it on the ground. Then, she also pulled at her collar. https:///11//11/11807/6654028. Chapter 361. Without waiting for Imperial Consort Su to say anything, Li Hongyuan turned his gaze to Jinghuan. He saw that Jinghuan was covered in blood. Her appearance was disheveled, and the vicious aura around her was surging wildly. However, she didn't have the slightest intention of restraining it. What happened? Even Emperor Lu Cheng couldn't touch his heart. In Imperial Consort Su's eyes, she had never seen Li Hanyuan like this before. Naturally, she felt incomparably horrified. Her heart was beating wildly, but she wasn't afraid. She just felt that something bad had happened. It wasn't something bad in the usual sense, but something that she couldn't bear. She wanted to say something, but her son didn't cooperate. This son obviously only had eyes for his wife. She inexplicably felt that her son had forgotten his mother once he had a wife. Imperial Consort Su's heart also faintly ached. Jingwan looked at Li Hanyuan and smiled. Why did Prince come so quickly? This prince just wants to know what's going on right now. Outside, he met Jingwan's servants who were walking in a hurry and were injured. Li Hanyuan didn't ask them at all and quickened his pace. He was worried that something might have happened to Jingwan. Although he knew that Imperial Consort Su couldn't do anything, this worry didn't disappear. Jingwan raised her hand. Don't worry, this isn't my blood. Luo Jingwan, focus. Li Hanyuan suddenly raised his voice. This was the first time Li Hanyuan called her by her full name. It could be seen that he was really angry at this moment and might lose control at any time. Li Hongyuan's anger was a bit beyond Jingwan's expectations. He should be able to see her current situation. She was clearly fine. Jingwan didn't know that the blood on her body had triggered a certain nerve in Li Hongyuan for no reason. That was a forbidden zone in the depths of Li Hongyuan's memory. As long as that day hadn't passed, as long as the dust hadn't settled, Li Hanyuan wouldn't be able to let it go. If he wasn't careful and touched it, he might explode. Who knew how many people would suffer from this explosion? It's nothing. It's just that an old servant fought with me. Jingwan created this scene just to complain. How could Li Hanyuan not see through such a clumsy and careless setup? After seeing through it with one glance, he completely believed in his wife and would still cooperate to the end. He would use practical actions to tell everyone that his wife's words were the truth in any situation. Black was also white, and white was even more white. Li Hanyuan looked sharply at the ant who was a little further away from Jingwan. His gaze was like looking at a dead person. Someone come, drag this old servant out for this prince. Flog her 50 times. Flogging her 50 times was to give face to noble consort Su and sounded nicer. However, the king of hell had personally spoken. If the executioners dared to lightly flog the old servant, the flogging would fall on them later. As such, the old servant's chances of survival after 50 flogs were very slim. Jingwan couldn't help but clench her fists. She had taken a life just because of a sentence from her. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. However, after thinking about it, she relaxed again. This woman was noble consort Su's most trusted aide. It could be said that she was her right-hand woman. There was definitely more than one life that had been lost in her hands. More importantly, some of the things that noble consort Su had done to her husband were also done by this person. Speaking of which, her death really didn't deserve to be regretted. Jingwan hardened her heart. Yuan noble consort Su's expression changed. Her voice couldn't help but raise and sound a little shrill. What's the matter, mother? Li Hanyuan was expressionless and cold. This was the first time her son had spoken to her like this. For a moment, noble consort Su was speechless. After a moment, she said, "The matter isn't like what your wife said." "Oh, then mother, why don't you let someone tell son what the truth is? Since you said that Madame Luo lied to son, I believe that the people around you absolutely wouldn't lie." These words didn't sound wrong, and they didn't feel any special emotions from Li Hanyuan. However, more than one person felt that her words were sarcastic. Noble consort Su felt even more uncomfortable. This son of hers had been close to her since he was young. Compared to others, including Lu Chengdi, she, as his mother, occupied the most important position in his heart. He was good to her and bad to others. Even if it was just a mother-son relationship, it would make people unconsciously feel superior. Imperial concubine Su would show off in front of Lu Chengdi from time to time, causing Lu Chengdi to be jealous. However, her mood was particularly relaxed. Obviously, this was the most obvious way to express it. Now, it was obvious that her daughter-in-law's position in her son's heart surpassed hers. Even if it wasn't for the time being, her son was faintly biased toward her daughter-in-law. It would be strange if she felt comfortable in her heart. Originally, she was provoked by Jingwan to the point of almost vomiting blood. Now, she didn't hide her cold expression at all. Li Hongyuan frowned and looked at noble consort Su with slight confusion. He didn't seem to understand why she was angry for no reason. "Mother, if you have something to say, just say it. You know that Sun hates guessing women's thoughts the most. If you act like this, Sun will mistakenly think that you don't miss Sun after returning from the capital half a year ago. Instead, you don't like Sun." Did noble consort Su have motherly affection for Li Hongyuan? Definitely. However, it was precisely because she had feelings that Li Hongyuan's words were like knives stabbing into noble consort Su's heart. Blood flowed out, and it was so painful that she almost suffocated. Jingwan didn't understand what was going on. Her husband was the true king of acting. He was the kind of person who deliberately stabbed people. The person who was stabbed couldn't blame him because he didn't know, because he didn't mean it, so she had to pretend as if nothing had happened. Jingwan lit a candle for noble consort Su in her heart. However, Jingwan didn't sympathize with her at all. Noble consort Su reaped what she sowed. Otherwise, imperial consort Su wouldn't have invested in her feelings from the start. That way, even if they were mother and son in name, their relationship would be the same as the relationship between the other princes and imperial consort Su. It wouldn't matter if they were as indifferent as water or if they became enemies. It would be perfectly normal. In the beginning, she wanted to use this adopted son to consolidate her favor. In the imperial harem, this kind of thing didn't matter, and Li Hongyuan didn't care at all. However, imperial consort Su treated this adopted son wholeheartedly. He wasn't any worse than her own son, so she shouldn't do anything unnecessary. If it weren't for those one or two extra things, even if noble consort Su chose to support her own son in the end, Li Hongyuan probably wouldn't have done anything. He might even have helped Li Hongming, just like in his previous life before Li Hongyuan knew the truth. Vicious and merciless, he didn't recognize his own family. He was malicious and ruthless, and he treated human lives like grass. Most of the reason why Li Hongyuan became so terrifying was because of noble consort Su. Of course, all of this was because of his previous life. In this life, it naturally wouldn't affect him at all. Moreover, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his temperament. In this life, Li Hongyuan was committed to keeping his composure and, even innocently, provoking noble consort Su. He wasn't interested in doing it deliberately, but since it involved his wife, he was embarrassed and didn't hold back. How is Yuan Er's words different from consort mother's heart? Noble consort Su's face was pale. Her heart really hurt. "Consort mother, please forgive me. As the saying goes, when a son travels 1,000 miles, consort mother worries." This son thought that after not seeing consort mother for so long, the first thing consort mother would do was show concern for this son's recent situation. But in reality, such an unpleasant thing happened. Although this son is no longer at the age where I can fool around with consort mother, this son is still unhappy. You actually gave this consort a chance to show concern. Everyone else looked at Li Hongyuan and had the same thought. Apart from Jingwan, the others weren't too sure if Li Hongyuan's actions were intentional or if he was just judging the matter as it was. After all, Li Hongyuan was noble consort Su's good son. That was obvious to all. Noble consort Su had been in this position for so many years, so she was very good at maintaining her composure. Although she was in pain, she still managed to maintain her composure. This is consort mother's fault, but isn't it also wrong for Yuan Er to hit the people around consort mother? This lowly servant offended her superiors. Don't tell me she doesn't deserve to be beaten? Li Hongyuan's eyes were practically saying, "Consort mother, where are your rules?" Yuan Er, are you only listening to Lady Luo's side of the story and not believing consort mother's words? It was one thing that she couldn't repeat what had happened before, but she also felt indignant that her son didn't trust her. Li Hongyuan was silent for a moment, then looked steadily at noble consort Su. "You are Urchin's consort mother. You raised a Ken. Lady Luo is Urchin's princess consort. She's someone who will accompany Akin for countless years to come. Akin hopes that both of you can live well. I hope that both of you can get along harmoniously like mother and daughter. Lady Luo is gentle, kind, and good-tempered. Before she got married, she was also a filial girl. You've always treated Lady Luo well. Li Hong Yuan's meaning couldn't be more obvious. If there was a problem between Lady Luo and Lady Luo, then it was Lady Luo's fault. Noble Consort Su's lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't say a single word. Li Hong Yuan's analysis was very reasonable. Lady Luo Jingwan was filial and a junior. You, Noble Consort Su, was an elder with even more respect. If you said that Jingwan disobeyed you, probably not many people would believe it. But Noble Consort Su didn't seem to have any reason to target Jingwan, right? Consort Mother, Akin knows that even saints have people they don't like. If Lady Luo isn't liked by you, then just let her enter the palace less in the future. Please don't lower yourself to her level. Li Hong Yuan continued to poke at her. His words were exceptionally sincere. This reason didn't seem to be untenable. It really was a bit of a dilemma of being sandwiched between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Jingwan even applauded Li Hong Yuan in her heart. Noble Consort Su must be angered to death. This consort doesn't dislike her. That's naturally for the best. Then, it's still the matter from before. Can Imperial Mother tell me what exactly happened? Tell her? How should she tell her? Lady Luo was also here. How could she distort the truth? Noble Consort Su looked at Jingwan again. She really didn't have a good impression of her. She was just a little girl. She had a sharp tongue, was scheming, and was used to putting on an act. The relationship between mother and son was very good, but because of her, there was a conflict between mother and son. She didn't look like a vixen, but her methods were clearly not something 10 vixens could compare to. Jingwan looked scared and shrunk behind Li Hong Yuan. Noble Consort Su's gaze became even colder, but it just so happened that she met Li Hong Yuan's eyes. Li Hong Yuan's eyes had the words as expected. Noble Consort Su felt like she wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into a river. One moment she said she didn't, the next moment she slapped her own face. She covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief and took 2 deep breaths. She really was muddle-headed from anger. Her emotions were exposed so easily. Since Consort Mother doesn't want her people to say it, then let Lady Luo's maidservant say it. Out of the 7 maidservants, only Qing Ju was left. When Li Hong Yuan said this, she didn't have any scruples. Like pouring beans, she learned most of the previous matter. Even if Noble Consort Su sternly shouted at her to stop, she couldn't stop her. It made people feel that Noble Consort Su was guilty. Qing Ju's personality was more lively than the others, but it didn't mean that she was stupid. In her words, she weakened Jingwan and highlighted Noble Consort Su's strength and aggressiveness. As for whether that aunt fought with Jingwan, she said that she was kneeling with her head lowered and didn't see it. However, that aunt had physical contact with her Wang Fei and acted like she was superior, not putting her Wang Fei in her eyes. In the end, Qing Ju looked at Li Hong Yuan with a confused expression. Your Highness, did Wang Fei say something wrong? I don't think so. Why is Noble Consort Su so angry? Princess Rei is indeed Noble Consort Su's biological daughter-in-law, and Wang Fei is only her adopted son's daughter-in-law. Is that why Noble Consort Su sent people to you instead of Prince Rui? Then she secretly glanced at Princess Lu. Prince Rui is several years older than you, but he doesn't have a son. Your Highness has been married for more than half a year. Why can't you get married if you don't have a son? After Jingwan was stabbed, Li Hong Yuan did it. Now, even a maidservant came to stab Noble Consort Su and asked how many bloody holes there were on her body. Noble Consort Su regretted. Although things were generally like this, a little deviation could lead to a completely different result. She didn't want her son to know it, but she still revealed it. It was better for her to take the initiative from the beginning. If she explained it now, it would most likely be regarded as sophistry. If she didn't say anything, it might be regarded as acquiescence. There was no way forward and no door back. Mother, Madame Luo, has only been in the capital for more than a year. She used to live in Qi and Manor with Madame Luo. Madame Luo dotes on her very much and has never instilled any complicated things in her. Therefore, she is innocent and says whatever she thinks. I believe that she has absolutely no intention of targeting you. Moreover, she really doesn't know anything about what happened in Jiangnan. If Imperial Mother wants to know something, there is no harm in asking Ken now. In any case, Imperial Father has other important matters to attend to right now. Ken hasn't reported what happened in Jiangnan yet. Or if Imperial Mother wants Ken to do something, there is still time. As Li Hongyuan spoke, he expressionlessly glanced sideways at Li Hongming. She could abandon her adopted son for the sake of her biological son. As an adopted son, he knew very well that even if she wanted to do something, he wouldn't complain, because she was his mother and she raised him. Noble consort Su looked at his expressionless face. This kind of expression was common when facing others, but in front of her, there was always a trace of gentleness and warmth. Now that it had disappeared without a trace, did this mean that she would be the same as the others? Noble consort Su was a little flustered. How could she be in the mood to care about Jingwan? She even unconsciously walked down from the main seat. Yuan, it's not. She reached out to pull him. Li Hongyuan took a step back and avoided her. Mother, I'm afraid I won't stay here for long. Noble consort Su's heart ached to the extreme. It was completely different from the pain she felt before. Yuan, listen to me. It's not. Mother. Li Hongming, who had been in the background, suddenly spoke. Noble consort Su looked over and saw the pleading in his eyes. Imperial consort Su knew that this matter was no small matter, especially after hearing from Jingwan about the huge amount of stolen money. Ming definitely wouldn't be clean. If Yuan could help, as long as the loss was smaller than the others, they would have an advantage. Now, it was just a matter of a word from her, but the current situation was like choosing between two sons. Noble consort Su looked at Li Hongyuan, her lips trembling, and her eyes unconsciously filled with guilt. Li Hongyuan laughed bitterly, and suddenly reached out to cover his eyes. After a moment, he removed his hand, and all his emotions were gone. Mother, you don't have to be like this, and you don't have to say anything. I understand that you are my mother, and you will still be in the future. This will never change. Yuan. Noble consort Su looked at Li Hongyuan. His eyes were clearly a little red. This son of hers had been a tyrant since he was young. When had he ever revealed such a weak and forbearing appearance? Her tears fell down. https://11/11/11807/6654032. Chapter 362. Yes, Your Highness. Jingwan replied timidly. As for her heart, it was a completely different matter. Even though noble consort Su was crying miserably, Jingwan's heart didn't waver in the slightest. It could be seen that she was becoming more and more cold-hearted. All right, it was mainly because noble consort Su deserved it. She wanted everything and didn't want to leave behind any threats, so she couldn't blame others for finding out the truth and playing her for a fool. It was just karma. Jingwan felt that her acting skills were also improving. However, compared to her husband, she still paled in comparison. After all, if she were to switch roles with a certain someone, she would most likely be exposed. Thus, it was best to weaken herself as much as possible and use lowering her head to cover it up. When facing someone with a higher status than her, this wasn't a problem at all. Jingwan sighed the most in her heart. If she didn't know the inside story, she would have been completely fooled by a certain someone and thought that he was in extreme pain at this moment. Because he was hurt so badly, his heart became even more cold and hard to cover up the weakness in his heart. Clearly, many people thought so. Not only did noble consort Su think so, even Prince Rue, who was good at hiding things and liked to control people, thought so. Because of this, his opinion of Li Hongyuan had changed slightly. In the past, his mother had always been biased towards Li Hongyuan. Although it wasn't a big deal, it still made him feel a little indignant. Now it was completely balanced. Of course, He couldn't expect him to be in as much pain as noble consort Su. Li Honyuan turned to leave, but paused and looked directly at the ant beside noble consort Su. Compared to before, his emotions were more exposed. Drag this old servant out and beat her to death. Don't make this prince say a third time. Now that he directly killed her, it could be seen that he still had a problem with noble consort Su's actions. He couldn't have a problem with noble consort Su, so he naturally took his anger out on her. Jinwan only wanted to say that the living king of hell really had a lot of drama when he killed people for a reason. As noble consort Su's right-hand woman, many concubines had to respect her. She didn't need to do any hard work, and her food and clothes were top-notch. Compared to many madams and madams of officials, she was even better. In this kind of situation, would she want to die? Of course not. Previously, she thought that she could escape this calamity, but she didn't expect it to be even worse now. After all, she had a slight chance of survival just a moment ago, but now she was definitely going to die. Her legs went limp, and she no longer had the prestige she usually had in front of the concubines, eunuchs, and palace maids. Your Highness, save me. Your Highness, save me. Your Highness, please save this servant. This aunt didn't dare to say things like kindness because she knew that imperial concubine Su hated these things the most. The more she said, the faster she would die. Now that there was a gap between the mother and son, if she sacrificed her life to let the mother and son mend the rift, imperial concubine Su would absolutely not be reluctant. What's more, Jin Xinhuang had a legitimate reason. For an absolutely loyal and capable confidant, imperial concubine Su would definitely be reluctant to part with it. So she still wanted to save her. Yuana, Li Honyuan looked at her with a trace of coldness. Mu Fei, Akin, and Luo Shi are husband and wife. As the saying goes, husband and wife are one. Her honor and glory represent Urchin's honor and glory. An insignificant, lowly servant dares to be rude to her. Now that Mu Fei wants to save her, does it mean that in Mu Fei's eyes, Urchin's honor and glory are nothing more than this, and can be trampled on by anyone? Forget about third imperial brother. He's your son. In your heart, it's natural that he's more important than Akin. Now, even a lowly servant can climb over Urchin's head? Speaking of which, the severity of this situation skyrocketed by countless levels. Imperial concubine Su received another blow. Her heart ached like it was being twisted. Her complexion was deathly pale, and she was on the verge of collapse. How can you honor say that? How can... A trace of heartache flashed across Li Hongyuan's face. He seemed to subconsciously reach out a hand to take a step forward, but then he stopped abruptly and withdrew his hand. His emotions were restrained, and his face was expressionless. Li Honyuan expressed at this time, he was heartbroken, truly heartbroken. He wouldn't easily forgive his Mu Fei. Imperial concubine Su saw this clearly. What are you standing there for? Drag her out and beat her to death, she said coldly to the eunuchs standing at the door. The eunuchs who were still hesitating trembled all over. They didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly stepped forward. In the face of their aunt, who used to be high and mighty and bossy, a strange sense of superiority grew in them. No matter what happened in the past, she was still going to die in their hands now. Therefore, they became even more ruthless when they beat her. Imperial concubine, that aunt probably never thought that it would be her master who gave the order in the end. While she was in despair, endless hatred also grew in her. Thinking about it, she could do anything for her master, but in the end, she ended up like this. How could she not have any negative feelings? Imperial concubine Su also saw this, but at this time, she looked away. Shut their mouths. She was very clear that after today, her subordinates would be somewhat affected. After all, as her confidants, it was hard for others not to think that they would end up like this. Then she looked at Li Honyuan, as if to say, Yuana, are you satisfied? Satisfied? Ha! Even if all the people around Imperial concubine Su died, as long as they didn't provoke him, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. There's one more thing that Mu Fei should know. If any random lowly servant could give birth to an heir for this son, then this son wouldn't be without a son or a daughter today. It seems that Mu Fei has forgotten some of the words this son once said. Li Honyuan lowered his eyes. This son will take his leave. This time, he left quite straightforwardly. Jingwan crouched down and also left, followed by Qingju. Li Honyuan was protecting his wife's chastity, and in order to save some trouble, there seemed to be countless beautiful women around him, but they were all people of low status. Naturally, he had an excuse that his son's birth mother's background couldn't be too low, so no one suspected anything. Now that you mention it again, as a Mu Fei, you really don't care. Your son is sad again. After leaving the Jade Essence Palace, Li Hongyuan's body was still emitting cold air, making people who saw him from afar quickly avoid him. The eunuchs who were preparing to send Jingwan out of the palace only dared to follow behind, not daring to go forward. After walking for a while, Jingwan and Li Honyuan were about to part ways. Prince, Jingwan, who was 2 steps behind, finally called out to him. Li Honyuan came back to his senses and looked at her. He didn't say anything, but his eyes softened. Jingwan almost laughed out loud. He really was the most meticulous. However, Imperial Consort Su had been ruthlessly tricked again. Now, many people had seen her appearance at this moment. It would be strange if there weren't any strange associations. What's more, Imperial Consort Su's right-hand man had been beaten to death. Who would believe that there wasn't something fishy going on? Imperial Consort Su's image as a good mother-in-law was in danger. Jingwan knew that this man did it on purpose, but Imperial Consort Su didn't think so. It must be that her son was too sad, so he didn't notice. However, Jingwan wouldn't be so lucky. Imperial Consort Su would definitely think that she was deliberately going against her. But now, her son was obviously on her daughter-in-law's side. So, even if she was angry, Imperial Consort Su had nowhere to vent her anger. After a long time, she might get sick from holding it in. Thinking about it, it was obvious that the palace was going to be lively for a while. Wang Yi, Che's appearance is not proper, so Che cannot go to Sweet Dew Palace to pay respects to Imperial Consort Shu. I will have to trouble you to send someone to say that Xie will apologize to her in the future. Li Honyuan slightly frowned. His gaze fell on the bloodstains on Jingwan's body. No matter how he looked, he still felt that it was dazzling. Understood. He turned and left. This acting, Jingwan didn't know how many times she had sighed in admiration. Seeing Jin Xin Wang Fei beckoning, the eunuch carrying the palanquin was finally relieved of a burden. He quickly stepped forward and steadily sent Jingwan out of the palace. When Jingwan got on the Wang Fu's carriage, she didn't carry the palanquin. She tilted her body and allowed the Qingju to use the warm water in the carriage to wipe the blood off her hands. To tell the truth, her own husband's arrival at the Jade Essence Palace was too coincidental. Lu Qingdi suddenly had something important to do, so he went to the Jade Essence Palace first, and then a series of unpleasant things happened. Jingwan felt that the possibility of that important matter was arranged by her own husband was quite high. Thinking of this, her heart felt warm. Although she was not afraid of facing Imperial Consort Su, but to be worried and worried, fearing that she would suffer, that kind of feeling was quite good. As for the situation in the Jade Essence Palace now, Jingwan didn't have the mind to think about it. Returning to the Wang Fu, Jingwan first went to see Fu Rong. The wound on her face had been treated. Because it was wrapped up, she couldn't see the specific situation. Jingwan looked at Fu Rong and didn't know what to say. For Fu Rong, this was simply an unexpected disaster. Fu Rong didn't care much and instead comforted Jingwan. Wang Fei, don't worry, Nubi is fine, really. Anyway, Nubi doesn't plan to marry in this life. My face is injured, don't mind it. Without this face, maybe you can save some trouble. It wasn't strange that Fu Rong didn't want to marry. After all, there was that kind of past. However, in the whole capital, only our Wang Ye can find trouble with others. Even the emperor often retreats. As a person of Jin Xin Wang Fu, even if you temporarily avoid outside, there's no reason to hurt yourself. This kind of stupid thing, don't do it again in the future. Fu Rong was slightly surprised, and then nodded with a chuckle. The feeling of being protected was really good. Even if her face was injured and disfigured, Fu Rong also felt that it was very good now. Later, Jingwan looked for Gong Jiu and asked him to do his best to reduce the scars on Fu Rong's face. Gong Jiu promised to do his best. Jingwan then went to bathe and change clothes. She changed into relatively light clothes and came back much earlier than expected. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chengdi, an imperial concubine, Su would stay for lunch. Now, it was unknown whether imperial concubine Su could eat. It was also unknown whether Li Hanyuan would come back for lunch, but Jingwan was not worried. She went back and began to prepare the things for tomorrow's visit to her maternal family and the things for great elder Princess Fu. These two places were bound to be visited. As for the others, she couldn't visit the older sisters and younger sister she knew before she got married because of her identity. But she still had to send the things. After a few days, she could send an invitation to them to visit the Wangfu. Of course, there were other Wangfu, not only her husband's brothers, but also the relatives of the imperial family, and even the princes and princesses who were still in the palace. Her maternal uncle's family was now rooted in the capital, so it couldn't be left out. There were a lot of things to send. In this way, the things she bought in Jiangnan were not particularly many. Jingwan didn't think about sending the things to the princes and princesses in the palace herself. In this area, Gong Mama was more familiar with it than she was. She didn't need to worry at all and could do it properly. An hour later, imperial concubine Su sent people to deliver things. In addition to the hair ornaments she tore off and threw in the Jade Palace, there were other things. It was said that Jin Xinwang Fei gave imperial concubine Yang Yang something good. Imperial concubine Yang Yang was very happy. These were all rewarded by imperial concubine Yang Yang. After the people left, Jingwan smiled playfully. Imperial concubine Su was angered to death and still wanted to bleed. She had to suffer this loss, but she thought that imperial concubine Su would destroy her own ruby hair ornaments to vent her anger. Now that she saw that they were intact, she was a little surprised. Put them with the others and put them away. I won't use them in the future. She had a super rich husband, and her own private fortune was in the tens of millions. Jingwan was now so rich that she felt no pressure at all. She was about to treat money like dirt. Near noon, Mu Gonggong returned to the Fu. The living king of hell was indeed kept by Lu Qingdi. But according to Mu Gonggong's words, it seemed that the official business had been finished earlier than expected. Lu Qingdi lost his temper and smashed the things on the imperial table until there was nothing left. Li Hanyuan rarely comforted Lu Qingdi with a few words. For Lu Qingdi, this was very rare. After all, he had always been angered by this son of his. His heart suddenly felt a lot better. Then, unknowingly, he talked about the imperial concubine. He didn't know if it was because Jin Xinwang was hurt by his adoptive mother, but when he talked about his biological mother, he was especially silent. Even if Lu Qingdi wholeheartedly recalled his beloved woman, he still found out that his son was wrong. As the father, he naturally had to care. After all, this was born from the woman who loved him. It was the crystallization of their love. As a result, Li Hanyuan was indifferent and perfunctory. Although Lu Qingdi wasn't a person with a high IQ, most of them were still intelligent. He didn't ask much. In any case, this son wasn't like this when he first entered the palace. He must have encountered something in the palace. Later, he would ask someone to investigate and he would know. Jingwan naturally didn't object to her own husband and his Fu Huang putting on a show of fatherly love and filial piety. As for whether that scene was a scene of father-son affection or whether Li Hanyuan intentionally or unintentionally made Lu Qingdi upset, it had even less to do with her. In the afternoon, Jingwan began to send out gifts. Cart after cart was pulled out according to the order of their status and sent out the gifts together. For the entire afternoon, the entire street outside Jin Wangfu was unusually lively. In the neighboring residences, many servants and even masters came out to watch the bustle. Speaking of which, many people knew that Jin Wangfu was rich. But in the past, no matter which family did something, he would always give the same gifts as everyone else. It wouldn't be too thick or too thin. This time, it was definitely the first time that he had spent so much. Perhaps some people would have a conspiracy theory, but there were even more people who thought that Jin Wangfu had a female master. This kind of social interaction was naturally more meticulous and considerate. Moreover, everyone knew that Jin Wangfu had bought a lot of things back from Jiangnan, so it was natural for them to send out gifts. When Li Hanyuan left the palace, he just happened to see the things that were going to be sent to the princes and princesses. He casually asked for the list of gifts to take a look. Although it might not be worth mentioning in Li Hongyuan's eyes, it was actually quite generous. He casually flipped through a few lists. Although the things were different, the value was almost the same. Li Honyuan was very sure that these things would make people satisfied, but at the same time, they would also offend some people. Thinking about it, in the inner palace, everyone's favoritism was different, and the treatment they received would certainly be different. Think about it. Those who were favored, when they found out that their things were the same as those who weren't favored, how could their hearts be balanced? However, because they were all good things, even in the palace, they might not be able to see them often. Thus, they wouldn't be willing to smash it, wouldn't be willing to throw it away. They would use it without any psychological pressure, but their hearts would be filled with resentment. And those who weren't favored should be grateful to their wives. Otherwise, they might be able to get some good things when they got married. These things, how could his own wife not think of it? Li Honyuan believed that she definitely knew, but it was obviously better to treat everyone equally. Moreover, even if some people were unhappy, they could only hold it in their hearts. They couldn't say anything and couldn't do anything. Complaining to the living king of hell, was it asking for a beating or asking for a beating? https:///11/11807/6654039 HTML. The Overlord's adored bride. Chapter 363. When Li Honyuan returned to the residence, Jingwan was still busy. "You're back." Jingwan looked up at him with a gentle smile, but she did not get up. If husband and wife were still so polite in private, they probably could not be called husband and wife. Li Honyuan acknowledged and sat down beside Jingwan. He wrapped his arms around her waist naturally and kissed her on the cheek. He looked at the boxes of various sizes at the side. There was a faint smell of sandalwood. He reached out and opened one of them. "You brought it back?" Inside was a string of Bodhi Buddha beads. These Bodhi Buddha beads were received in Chongzhou Prefecture and were actually given by Pei Xiaoying. Based on the Pei family's background, it was not surprising that they were able to produce them. Pei Xiaoying was a talented woman and had a deep understanding of Buddhism. When she chose to give the Bodhi Buddha beads, it was considered a different approach. Unfortunately, no matter what she thought or what she wanted to do, it was completely destroyed before it could be carried out. Even she was implicated. Therefore, sometimes too much scheming was useless. Although the meaning of these Buddha beads had changed because of other people's interests, one could not completely deny their value. It was not easy to obtain so many different and high-quality Bodhi Buddha beads. It was really not worth it if they were destroyed because of some small reason. Moreover, Jingwan still did not know the origin of these Bodhi Buddha beads. She did not know at that time. After leaving Chongzhou Prefecture and sending the Buddha beads to White Dragon Temple for consecration, she had completely forgotten about it. Now, she was completely uninterested in pursuing the matter. I originally planned to send them directly to Great Master Liaochen. Fortunately, he is indeed at White Dragon Temple. The 1080 Star Moon Bodhi beads are most suitable for Great Master Liaochen. After all, it is really too long for ordinary people. It should be given to Great Master Liaochen. The rest are placed in front of Buddha and recited sutras for 49 days. It is very suitable for Great Master Buddha beads. I plan to give 108 small Vajra Bodhi beads to grandmother. Grandfather, please bear with it for a while. 54 wood seed beads will do. Since the person who gave these Bodhi beads has already taken out so many, why didn't he give us some more? We don't even have enough to share now. Jingwan felt that the other party was stingy. Li Hanyuan nodded solemnly in agreement. Both of them had ignored the slight astonishment they had felt when they first saw these Buddhist prayer beads. They even seemed to have sighed at each other's work. Was this considered as taking advantage of the situation? No, because if Li Hanyuan wanted these things, he could get them with his own means, but that would be meaningless. After all, it didn't look like gold, silver, or jewelry. It was enough for the person she liked to have a bunch of them. As for the rest, there were 8 Taiyang beads, 21 Yueyang beads, 14 Jinshanzi beads, 10 Huiyin Lutong beads, 12 Mongguan beads, 27 lotus seat beads, 27 white jade beads, and 54 Chilanized beads. Jingwan had reserved one for each of her parents and one for each of her grandparents. Even if people didn't like Buddhist prayer beads, with Master Liaochen's blessing, no one would refuse. In the end, after some thought, she prepared a white jade Bodhi bead for her sister-in-law. Looking at so many, there were only 2 or 3 left. TSK, it didn't seem like it would be good to share them. In reality, there was still the palace, but Jingwan hadn't thought about them from the beginning. Give them all to your grandmother. Let her decide how to deal with them, Li Hanyuan suggested. It was clear that he hadn't thought about the people who were related to him by blood. Jingwan nodded. That's not a bad idea. By the way, how's the Jiangnan matter? Who needs to be dealt with? Everything is as expected. Imperial Father cared a lot about his reputation and doesn't want to leave such a huge corruption case as a stain in his later years. However, it's still a serious matter. Although the matter won't be completely exposed, he should still summon some of his trusted old officials to see who needs to be dealt with and who could be let off for the time being. However, these have nothing to do with us. I've already told them to deal with those that need to be dealt with. Then, about noble consort Su's request. As for Li Hongming, I did help him cover up some of it. However, I want him to give me 10 times, 100 times the amount that he recovered from Imperial Father. In any case, because of his relationship with Imperial Mother, I'm sad and angry. Isn't it natural to vent my anger on him? Noble consort Su wouldn't say a word, so Li Hongming could only pinch his nose and admit it. After all, compared to revealing everything to Imperial Father, his loss would only be greater. However, after taking out this sum of money, he should be short on money. If he didn't want to look too bad, he should take out the dowry of his Wang Fei and concubine to supplement it. Also, that good imperial mother of his would definitely help him. Although noble consort Su has boundless glory and a respected status in the harem, and her own private treasury seems to be very rich, many of those things are bestowed by the emperor. All of them are registered and can't be used easily. What she can supplement is limited. After that, the high and mighty imperial noble consort will also be short on money. If this matter is revealed, her face will be stripped off by the other women in the harem. Jingwan's expression was a bit subtle. Did you expect all of this? Or did you deliberately plan it? I didn't plan it. It's completely natural that noble consort Su would do this. As long as she added fuel to the fire a little bit, this kind of situation would occur. The only difference is whether the initiative is in my hands or hers. Obviously, the initiative is in my hands, Li Hanyuan said with a smile. It's all Wanwan's credit. Look, he completely had the pearl of wisdom in his hands, and the person he had schemed against still didn't know. One was still endlessly hurt, and the other didn't know that she was about to bleed a lot. If she knew, what kind of expression would she have? It would be hard to imagine that level of excitement if one wasn't present. Jingwan inexplicably felt a bit of anticipation. So, Wang Yi also schemed against this concubine? Jingwan pretended to be angry. Li Hanyuan moved closer and intimately rubbed against Jingwan. It's all this husband's fault. Wife can punish me as you wish. Jingwan glared at him angrily. This man, he couldn't be serious for more than 3 seconds. Sometimes, it really made people want to beat him to death. Li Hanyuan didn't move at all. His lips hooked up in a bewitching smile. Or, Wan, do you have anything else to say? This was obviously a meaningful question. Jingwan was currently being harassed by him, so she didn't think too much. She just reached out to push him away, trying to make him move a little further away. Li Hongyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Some kind of emotion condensed in the depths of his eyes. Although it wasn't obvious on the surface, he was really quite unhappy at this moment. Today in the Jade Essence Palace, he had clearly mentioned his former woman, but his wife didn't say anything. In someone's opinion, his wife didn't care about his past. Normal people couldn't wait to cover up this kind of dark history. If the person they cared about didn't pursue it, they would only feel lucky. However, Li Hongyuan wasn't a normal person. He was a psychopath. He had peeped at his wife for a long time. In contrast, the more possessive and caring he was about Jingwan, the more possessive and caring Jingwan was about him. If she didn't investigate his past, it meant that she didn't care. It was absolutely intolerable. I have nothing to say. Go away, go away. Can't you see that I'm busy? As soon as these words came out, Li Hongyuan's eyes became even darker. He took away the things in Jingwan's hands, threw them aside, and carried her horizontally. His wife's awareness was still not enough. He had to train her fiercely until she would immediately erect a line of defense at the slightest sign of trouble. All the signs had to be extinguished. It would be best if someone looked at her too much, and his wife would go berserk and gouge out that person's eyes. Only then would it be perfect. Jingwan struggled. She was about to say, "What's wrong with you again?" When she met his eyes, she thought, "Oh my God, he's really crazy." And looking at the situation, this psychopath has already reached the level of abnormal. Jingwan knew that once this person had a relapse, there was no way to reason with him. The best way was to appease him. However, to appease him, she had to find the cause first. Jingwan said that she didn't know it all. Jingwan was thrown onto the bed by a certain someone, and her clothes were torn apart in no time. Jingwan only wanted to scream for help. She was very doubtful. Would she be able to wake up tomorrow and return to her parents' home? Although Jingwan wasn't injured, a certain bastard really did it very ruthlessly. Not only did she feel that her body was hollowed out, even her soul seemed to have been squeezed dry. Jingwan suspected that a certain someone had long surpassed the scope of human beings. He wasn't human. He wasn't human. She couldn't even move a finger, and her mind was blank. It was almost winter, and she felt like she had been fished out of the water. She was really going to become a cripple. Even so, Jingwan's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was because this psychopath had upgraded to a snake demon. He was sticking to her body, caressing inch by inch, using his fingertips and the tip of his tongue. That kind of feeling was really like some kind of cold-blooded animal swimming over her body. Unfortunately, this body was too weak and too sensitive. Li Hongyuan's lips finally landed on Jingwan's earlobe. Gently, his breath was warm, and Jingwan couldn't help but shudder. Li Hongyuan chuckled softly. The pure bewitchment in the past was now mixed with a little danger. "Wan, do you know your mistake now?" "I know." Jingwan's voice was very hoarse, and she was weak. Her consciousness was still a little scattered. The only remaining thought was probably, "As long as you don't torture me, I'll do anything." "What did you do wrong?" Li Hongyuan continued to ask. How could he let go so easily? Jingwan paused. It took her 2 beats to realize what Li Hongyuan was talking about. I don't know. She really didn't know. Her current state was completely not conducive to thinking. Moreover, if she made a messy guess, this bastard might continue to use it as a pretext to make a fuss. I don't know. Li Hongyuan dragged the last syllable for a long time. Goosebumps were about to rise. Please, why did her illness take so long this time? Wake up quickly. My good heart, you don't know what mistake you made, but you admit it so straightforwardly. Then, won't you make the same mistake in the future? Your husband will be very unhappy. Then can you give me a hint? There are some things that Wanwan needs to be aware of for it to be deep enough and not make the same mistake again in the future. So, Wanwan needs to think about it herself. Think slowly. In any case, we have a lot of time. If 2 shirchun isn't enough, then 6 shirchun. If 6 shirchun isn't enough, then 3 shirchun. If 3 shirchun isn't enough, then 3 shirchun. If 3 shirchun isn't enough, then 3 shirchen. If 3 shirchen isn't enough, then 3 shirchen, then 3 shirchen. If 3 shirchen isn't enough, then 3 shirchen, then 3 shirchen. If 3 shirchen isn't enough, then your husband can't help but suspect that Wanwan isn't enjoying the pleasures of fish and water like today. Jingwan wanted to cry, but had no tears. What kind of hatred and resentment was there that he would remember it for 30 years? Was she enjoying it, or was this bastard using it as a pretext to make a fuss? It was clearly his expectation that she didn't know. That's enough for you. It's uncomfortable. I want to take a bath. Jingwan didn't want to be entangled on this issue now. Your husband feels that's not bad right now. As he spoke, he licked his lips again. Jingwan had already discovered that a certain person was a bit of a clean freak. But at this time, this kind of clean freak was actually cured without any medicine. Hungry, Jin Qinwang wants to starve his Wang Fei to death and marry a new love. Without a new love, if Wanwan really starves to death, this husband will accompany you. That would be too unsightly. If a Qinwang's Wang Fei were to starve to death, that would be the scandal of the entire Li imperial clan and even the entire Qiyuan. It seems reasonable. Being known as the wealthiest Qinwang in the imperial clan, how could he starve his Wang Fei? Finally, with great compassion, he let people prepare water and then carried his wife to take a bath. He truly served his wife the entire time. Jingwan was lazy. It was Li Hanyuan who kissed her until she was full bit by bit. Jingwan was hungry and didn't have any strength. She couldn't be bothered to haggle over the way he fed her. Fortunately, a certain person didn't go too far. After eating and drinking her fill, she, who had always been devoted to nourishing her body, didn't wait for the food to digest and directly went to sleep. After that, until she woke up the next day, she slept very well. Not only did she not have any dreams, she even turned over a little. Because she wasn't injured, when she woke up, she had regained her strength and energy. Jingwan sat on the edge of the bed and stretched lazily without caring about her image. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her waist, and then she felt a few gentle touches on her back. After that, a heavy head rested on Jingwan's shoulder. With Wanwan's physique, it's not easy to make you unable to get out of bed for 3 days. A lazy laugh sounded in a low, teasing voice. Jingwan pulled his arm away and got up abruptly. She didn't even put on her shoes and hurriedly took a few steps away. Li Hanyuan didn't say anything. Wanwan, you should think carefully about what you did wrong. Jingwan was annoyed. She grabbed a piece of clothing and turned around to walk over. Li Hanyuan even deliberately raised his head and let the clothing fall on his face. Jingwan also saw clearly what it was. It was a doo-doo or something, and she still couldn't help but blush. Li Hanyuan took a few breaths before reaching out to grab it. He smiled at Jingwan and said, "It smells good." Jingwan instinctively knew that he was talking about her and not the clothes. If such a person could fall in love with, then there was definitely something wrong with the brain. Needless to say, even Jingwan's several maidservants felt that they were quite normal. Jingwan laughed. "I thought it was something serious, but it's nothing. I know what you're thinking. What you don't do, and what Fu Rong does, the essence is the same. It's just that your temperament is different, and the things you experience are different. You know that I will solve the problem, and Fu Rong prefers to solve it in her own way. That's all. So, don't think too much about it. When I was in Jiangnan, I was still thinking about it. You are about the same age. After returning to the capital, I will start to find a husband for you. After a few days, things will be smooth, and this matter will be put on the agenda." This time, it wasn't only little sister Hei who blushed. The other maidservants were the same. They all muttered that they didn't want to marry. When the age comes, naturally, it's time to marry. Who doesn't want to marry? You don't have to be reluctant to part with this princess. Even if you marry, you still have to stay in the prince's mansion. Jingwan said with a bit of banter. "If there is someone you like, remember to tell me in advance." Otherwise, when the time comes, if the matchmaking is wrong, don't cry. Jingwan Sol was an adult more than 10 years ago. She had been married for more than half a year. No matter how thin her skin was, it was thick-skinned. Jingwan teased the maidservants until their faces turned red, and her body and mind were very comfortable. About another hour later, they finished packing and went out. However, they happened to meet people from the palace. However, Li Hanyuan didn't even see them and sent them away. Whether they were sent by Emperor Lu Chengdi or Imperial concubine Su, in short, they all had a reason. He said he didn't want to see them, and he was so capricious. If others dared to do so, they would try it. Their clothes were more casual, and they didn't use the prince's honor. However, because they brought a lot of things, according to the carriage, the whole group was quite spectacular. Today, except for the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who entered the palace, the rest of the Luo family were all at home, including the married aunts. No matter if they were the same generation as Jingwan or the previous generation, except for themselves, their husbands and children, they brought all that they could bring back. Of course, there was also Jingwan's maternal family. Those who didn't know would think that there was a big matter in the Luo family. In fact, Jingwan returning to her maternal family was indeed a big matter for them. Jingwan's status rose, and, as the closest relative of the Luo family, they naturally paid attention to her. After all, under normal circumstances, they couldn't see Prince Consort Jean. There were only Luo family members waiting at the gate of the Luo family, and the number was not small. In these 2 years, there were no more children of the same generation as Jingwan, but in the younger generation, eldest cousin's son could already walk, and her third brother's daughter could occasionally call her mother. At this moment, Jingwan only felt that time really passed too quickly. However, they were at the gate after all, and the rules still needed to be followed. Seeing the elders greet each other, Jingwan was still slightly uncomfortable. Entering the gate, Li Hanyuan was at the front, and Jingwan supported old Madame Luo as they walked behind. Everyone else followed in an orderly manner. At this time, they didn't say anything, but their eyes were enough to show how much they missed each other. It was just that old Madame Luo's eyes were mixed with gratification, because this granddaughter of hers looked quite good. Her complexion was not worse than when she was in the boudoir, and in some aspects, she was even better. Old Madame Luo was satisfied, and some things could be verified again. They went directly to the main courtyard. In the spacious main hall, everyone sat down. Soon, the outsiders who came to the Luo family also gathered together and greeted the two people sitting at the head of the table. Li Hanyuan was used to this kind of thing, and Jingwan also needed some time to get used to it, but at the moment, it looked good. At least on the surface, there were no problems. Li Hanyuan also knew that with him around, these women couldn't talk properly. Although he was unwilling, he still led the men of the Luo family away. Once the living Hell King left, the atmosphere immediately livened up, although because of Jingwan's current status, it naturally couldn't be compared to before she got married. On the other hand, old Madame Luo treated Jingwan as usual, and only then did she carefully look at her. This girl that she had raised in the palm of her hand was really good and didn't look forced at all. Princess, the things that you brought should be sent directly to each room, or what? Mama Gong spoke at the right time. Send directly to each room. There may be a little too many things. Eldest aunt, third aunt, fourth aunt, you all can ask someone to help. Jingwan smiled. Without waiting for them to speak, it was Jingwan's maternal grandmother who stood up first. We'll also go and join in the fun. At this time, those who were tactful should know to make room. Jean Qinhuang Fei had always been raised in front of grandmother, and her biological mother was also present. So at this time, they should naturally give it to them. Good daughter, let's also go and join the fun. See what good things your aunt has brought for you. Sun Yijia held her daughter and winked at Jingwan. Thus, the room was quickly left with only Jingwan, old Madame Luo, and Zhang Shi, the three masters. There were no outsiders, so Jingwan directly unruly leaned on old Madame Luo. Grandmother, I really missed you. Old Madame Luo was slightly startled. No matter what, perhaps it was because of her health, Jingwan had always taken care of her. Even if old Madame Luo deliberately did it, Jingwan rarely acted spoiled. If it was still the same as before, even if they met, this granddaughter of hers probably wouldn't be so spoiled. This child was too rational, and most of the time, she was thinking for others. She had always strived to let this granddaughter be like an ordinary girl, able to be carefree and happy in front of the elders. Unfortunately, it didn't happen until she got married. Everyone knew that once a girl got married, she would be even less spoiled, and their focus would no longer be on themselves. Who would have thought that this granddaughter of hers would be the complete opposite? After half a year of marriage, she would naturally take the initiative to act spoiled. She had grown a lot, but became more and more delicate. Those who weren't familiar with Jingwan, or those who had always been by her side, wouldn't be aware of this change. But old Madame Luo's feeling was unusually obvious. She sighed in her heart and felt even more gratified. It can only be said that Jin Qinhuang held her in the palm of his hand and really let her be carefree. There was nothing for her to worry about, and he didn't do anything to hurt her. It was him who completely supported her, and that was why she was like this. A woman who lived well in her maternal family and lived even better in her husband's family. If it could continue, then it was indeed a blessing. Old Madame Luo stroked Jingwan's head. Her granddaughter was a good child, and no matter how many blessings there were, it was worth it and deserved. Because Jingwan married at least a year earlier than expected, at that time, she still had some opinions about Jin Qinhuang in her heart. Now, all of her opinions were gone. As long as he was good to her granddaughter, she could treat him as her own grandson. Zhang Shi stood at the side, her heart somewhat sour. She wasn't a competent mother and missed too much in the past. Now, she couldn't be as intimate with her daughter as she was with her grandmother. However, this was also something that couldn't be helped. The only thing she could do now was to not let the relationship become more estranged. Jingwan snuggled in old Madame Luo's arms for a while before she sat up straight again. At this time, she was a little late to realize it. Her face showed a little embarrassment, and she couldn't help but complain a few words about Li Honyuan. It was all that bastard's fault. Because she was used to it and met the closest elder, wasn't this old Madame Luo just smiled and didn't point it out? Like this, it was obvious, so there was no need to ask whether it was a good thing or not. Jingwan looked at Zhang Shi and smiled. Nyang, are you well? Good, good. Zhang Shi quickly responded, the matters of the second household are all taken care of by your sister-in-law. There's nothing else to worry about. I can't be more idle. When I have nothing to do, I will tease Xianjia. Naturally, it's very good. Jingwan became a Qinhuang Fei. The yin-yangs of the second household all knew that Jingwan didn't like concubines. They became more low-key and honest, to the point that they completely avoided the Luo Rongyan. As time passed, they might even forget about the existence of concubines. In this way, naturally, there wouldn't be any trouble. This was the true harmony between wife and concubines. Jingwan roughly knew the situation inside. As long as they were sensible, she would return the favor. As long as they were well-behaved, the two Shu sisters and that Shu brother wouldn't let them be too bad in the future. That's good. What about you? Is Jiangnan fun? Chapter 365. At this moment, the people who came back were all outsiders, and just now Luo Lao Foreign had also told her some things that she didn't know. Those who came in included Jingwan's maternal grandmother, as well as her maternal aunt who came to the capital a few months ago, as well as her maternal aunt's cousin who had not yet married. Her maternal aunt, whose face was thicker than the city walls, had named her third brother Luo Jingbua by name and even righteously wanted to take her daughter as a concubine, vainly attempting to take the position of second wife, and even relying on the status of a relative to be above the official wife. Also, her younger sister-in-law had designs on Li Honyuan, but in the end, she was almost directly pressed into the river by Li Hongyuan's people and was killed. It wasn't that there weren't people who came to propose marriage because of Jing Yuan, attempting to climb up the ranks of Jin Xin Wang Fu in a roundabout way. Unfortunately, this maternal aunt didn't like the other party's family background at all. As for her younger sister-in-law, no one cared about her, dragging it out until now. Seeing that she was moving closer and closer to becoming an old lady, she still refused to leave the capital no matter what. Knowing that Jing Yuan didn't like them, they still shamelessly came to the Luo family's door today. It was nothing more than letting people see that they had a good relationship with Jin Xin Wang Fei, paving the way for the future. And the Luo family was worried that if they didn't let them in, they would cause a ruckus outside the door. At that time, the one who would lose face would not only be the Luo family, but also Jing Yuan. Of the three aunts, eldest aunt was naturally the most familiar with her and had the best relationship with Yuan Xiao. Speaking of which, Yuan Xiao was already married and her actions were quite swift. The main reason was that she had pushed it back until next year as she was slightly older. Another reason was probably that eldest aunt really liked the man. He was the son of the governor of the capital. After all, Luo Peishan had been promoted to Minister of Appointments. Jingwan had become Jin Xin Wang Fei, and Yuan Xiao's father was in the Ministry of Appointments. It was impossible for her status not to rise. The man who came to propose marriage naturally had a better family background, so it was normal for eldest aunt to be satisfied. Second aunt's family also seemed to be shameless. On the day of Jingwan's coming-of-age ceremony, they also schemed against Luo Jingbua. In the end, they implicated Luo Jingming and directly angered old Madame Luo, who forbade them from coming to visit again. Today, they came to the Luo family because the Luo family didn't chase them away. As for third aunt, Jingwan really hadn't interacted with her alone before. She also hadn't interacted with her cousins in the family. Third aunt's temperament seemed to be a little indifferent to fame and fortune, and the children she brought up were more or less similar to her. Before the Lantern Festival of the first lunar month, the eldest cousin was pregnant again, and the second cousin also had good news. Now, they were both out of confinement. The two babies were separated by 2 days, and they were both girls. The eldest cousin's first child was a boy, so it was not a big deal that it was a girl, but the cousin's in-laws were a little dissatisfied. However, with the Luo family status, they did not dare to say anything on the surface. Because the child was young, they did not bring it along. These people basically came together. Although their expressions were as calm as possible, most of them were unable to express their emotions. Envy, jealousy, surprise could all be seen clearly. Not to mention, Madame Luo was an old and experienced person. She basically knew what was going on in a flash. What good things did Wan bring for grandmother today? Show me the gift list, Madame Luo said with a smile. The gift list from Madame Luo and the Minister of Personnel Affairs was already in the hands of Madame Luo's mother. When she heard Madame Luo's words, she hurriedly presented it with a smile. Madame Luo's eyesight was not bad. Opening the gift list, she understood. Sure enough, the gifts were too generous, causing these people to have different thoughts. Although the gifts given to her were definitely thicker than those of the other branches, with her understanding of Jingwan, she could also be sure that the other gifts would not be bad, even if it was the second branch that she had disagreements with. This granddaughter of hers, had never valued worldly possessions. In addition, Jin Xin Wang, who was diligently giving her good things, was probably still stuffing her with money to spend, so she probably did not care about these things. You want to empty out Jin Xin Wang Fu? Madame Luo tilted her head and asked Jingwan with a smile. How could I? I bought them all in Jiangnan. Wangya gave me a lot of banknotes and let me buy them for fun. As a result, I bought them all the way and accidentally bought too much. Jingwan said a little bitterly. When I bought them, I didn't take it seriously. After returning to the capital, I found out when I was tidying up. Wangya dotes on you, so don't take the money seriously. It's not like the wind blew it over. Grandmother, don't worry, it's just this time. It's just a coincidence. In the future, even if I want to squander it, I probably won't have the chance. Madame Luo nodded and did not say anything more. And these things, she accepted them with a clear conscience and did not feel that there was any problem. Then, whether it was those who wanted to say sour words or those who wanted a compliment, they all swallowed their words back into their stomachs. Today, they would come to the Luo family. Jingwan did not think about it, but even if she thought about it, she would not bring the things she gave them to the Luo family. Afterwards, Jingwan talked with them. She could act coquettishly and foolishly in front of Madame Luo. In front of them, she could be easygoing, but she could not completely put down the airs of Qin Wang Fei. If people felt that a Qin Wang Fei was no different from an ordinary woman in the inner residence who could say anything and still reprimand her like a junior, then it would damage Li Hongyuan's face and even the dignity of the imperial family. Therefore, lowering herself was not something that could be done if she wanted to. If the relationship between them became too big, it was not something that could be won over with a few words. Yuan Xiaoqiao followed her mother and did not speak up at this time. At first, she was a little nervous and worried that the relationship between them would become distant. But after receiving a look from Jingwan, she was relieved. She secretly made a face and then lowered her eyebrows and hid her eyes, pretending to be obedient. Jingwan laughed secretly. Well, she thought that this cousin of hers had restrained her temperament after getting married. Sure enough, it was easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change a person's nature. It turned out that it was all a pretense. Except for that aunt's family and second aunt's family, Jingwan basically did not neglect the others. According to the relationship between them, she could more or less say a few words with a smile. Her attitude was just right so that they did not dare to overstep their boundaries. They also did not feel that Jingwan had become arrogant and looked down on them because of her high status. She did not look like someone who had only been a Qin Wang Fei for a little more than half a year. As for those two families, Jingwan made it clear that she did not like them. She did not like them and had no interest in pretending to be magnanimous and forgiving. If you were magnanimous and forgiving, some people would only take an inch and want a mile. When she was talking to her two cousins, "This child has been born. Why didn't someone send a message to me in Jiangnan?" Eldest cousin's sister Luo Jingshu immediately smiled and said, "Prince is on a business trip in Jiangnan. The Wang Fei has to serve Prince on the way. It is difficult to disturb him because of a junior." Eldest sister is right. That is the reason. Luo Jingxiang also smiled and agreed. It is a happy occasion to have a son in the family. How can there be a disturbance? In any case, their Wang Fei's aunt will definitely come back. This gift will definitely not be lacking. Jingwan smiled and nodded. When we return, I will double the 3 baptismal gifts and the full moon gift. See, it was right not to say this before. There are so many things, aren't there? Luo Jingshu teased. Everyone else also laughed. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, except for some places that were not harmonious. When the children are older, bring them to the prince's mansion to play. Let me take a good look at them. Daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets. Take good care of them. In the future, they will definitely be the best. Jingwan said meaningfully. Everyone was smart and naturally understood. Luo Jingshu tilted her head and glanced at Luo Jingxiang. She was still fine. She had a son by her side. This third younger sister wanted to support her second younger sister. However, there was another layer of meaning. As long as they were good girls, as long as their Wang Fei aunt was around, their future would not be bad. Giving a pile of good things compared to promising their children a future was actually nothing. It was very comforting. Naturally, her smile became more sincere. Luo Jingxiang also understood in her heart and was very grateful. As long as her daughter received a few good words from her aunt, her status would immediately rise. Those people in her husband's family would not dislike her. Instead, they would pamper and love her as if she was their precious treasure. Even her own status would be more stable. However, the prerequisite for a good future was a good girl. Whether it was in the past or now, they clearly knew that Jingwan was not a stingy person. She was willing to help her family if she could. However, if their character was not good enough and they did something disgusting, then it would be embarrassing. Even if they met her face to face, she would not bother to say a word to them, let alone receive benefits from her. Therefore, it was very important for the children's upbringing, regardless of whether those who had a bad relationship with Jingwan regretted it or not. In short, they were determined to teach their juniors well. As for the Luo family who were not present, they would definitely know what Jingwan meant. This would be a good start. Moreover, they would not know that the princess consort was just the beginning of Jingwan's marriage. In the future, she would be the mother of the world and become the most honorable woman in the world. As for the Luo family, they would be the only relatives. Even if they did not have a high position and high salary, their status was unparalleled. As the saying goes, if one could not climb up to the emperor, then he would naturally climb up to the empress. Climbing up to the empress was naturally to build a relationship with the Luo family, and marriage was still the most mainstream way to build a relationship. There were many high officials, nobles, and even members of the imperial family in the capital. As for the young masters and young ladies of the Luo family, there were definitely not enough. Then, those who were close to the Luo family, as well as those who were purely on good terms with Jingwan, would also be promoted to the top. In this way, even if their status was not high enough, as long as they got Jingwan's word, they would definitely not have to worry about a good marriage. If their character was not good enough, Jingwan would definitely not do things that would cheat people and create resentful couples. Of course, this was something that would happen more than 10 years later, so let's not talk about it for now. As they were gossiping, the masters of the Luo family gradually came over. The adults were still reserved and did not show too much emotion, but the younger ones were quite happy at this time. Jingwan had also prepared the gifts with great care. As long as it was a child, regardless of whether it was the previous generation or the next generation, she would give it to them. Although there were some differences in the status of the legitimate wife and concubines, the difference was not big. The other gifts were given to the husband and wife as a unit. Speaking of which, as the elders, they understood Jingwan's temperament. As the legitimate mother, perhaps when she saw Jingwan giving the concubines' children gifts, she had some thoughts in her heart, but she did not want to embezzle them. At this time, how stupid would she be to do such a thing? As for the third branch, Madame Lu's thoughts had faded. She wholeheartedly taught the legitimate son and took care of the legitimate daughter. She did not expect Luo Jingying to marry into a good family again. It would be good if she could spend the rest of her life in the Luo family. As for the younger concubines' children, Madame Lu did not treat them harshly. The eldest concubine's son, Madame Lu, also married Luo Jingming's wife into the family. Madame Lu treated this young lady of the Honlu Temple's official's family with a relatively high status, but she did not make things difficult for her. She did not say that she was a good mother-in-law, but she definitely did not make things difficult for her. She just let the young couple live their own lives. The group of younger ones all smiled and thanked Jingwan. Older sister princess consort first, followed by older sister princess consort behind. The sweet-mouthed ones kept saying auspicious words, while the clumsy ones anxiously followed. The more anxious they were, the more they stuttered, making everyone laugh. The last one was Luo Jingda's eldest son. Although he could walk now, he was not very stable. He swayed from side to side, which was very amusing. He also did not want to be left out and walked forward. He followed the older one and vaguely called out, "Older sister princess consort." His mother, Madame Lu, followed by his side. She gently slapped his little butt and laughed. "Little brat, what are you saying? You should call princess consort aunt. Aunt, do you understand?" Jingwan reached out and picked up the little one. This child had always been weak when he was in his mother's womb. Although the reason was found later and he was not born prematurely, he was still relatively weak. After raising him for more than a year, he was now chubby and very cute. Princess consort, don't hold him. This little one is very active and his skin is tough. Be careful not to hurt him. How could I? As a matter of fact, Jingwan was hugging him tightly. With her strength, how could she not be able to control the little guy? Madame Luo reached out and pinched the little one's chubby hand, Brother Rue is usually a little shy with strangers, but he is very close to Wan Wan. It has been more than half a year, but he still seems to remember. That's right. Our brother Rue doesn't remember anyone, but he can't forget Aunt Princess Consort. If it wasn't for Aunt Princess Consort, you little brat might not have been born. Madame Lu said with a smile. This was her precious baby. Every time she thought that he might be gone at that time, her heart would ache. That's right. That's our brother Rue's fate. Jingwan liked these simple and cute children very much. If they were really gone, she would definitely feel bad. Aunt. Brother Rue was happy in Jingwan's arms and rubbed against her mischievously. Brother Rue also agrees with Aunt's words, right? Jingwan smiled and could not stop kissing his little face. The little one held on to Jingwan's face and kissed her back. This time, Madame Luo was amused. If your uncle sees you, you little brat, you will be punished. Jingwan was a lot more thick-skinned now, so she did not mind her grandmother's teasing. The others also laughed, including the little ones. Although they were not sensible, they were also laughing happily. It's so lively. Sunny Jia came in with her daughter, Sister Xian. Perhaps the little one saw the little brother, so she also stretched out her hand in a babbling voice. Oh, this little one also recognizes people. The people next to her laughed. Sunny Jia was straightforward and directly carried Sister Xian over. Thus, one on each side of Jingwan's legs, the two little ones were very familiar with each other and were very affectionate with each other. Princess Consort likes children so much. When are you going to have two? If you ask me, I might have already been born. Even if Jingwan did not like them, they still did not want to be lonely and wanted to make their presence known. However, when they heard this, Jingwan did not do anything, but the others were silent. Little Wang and son Ijia quickly reached out and wanted to take the children back. If they were really born, the two children would make a fuss. What if something happened? Don't worry, it's fine. The mansion doctor in the mansion will check my pulse at any time. Besides, if there is something wrong with my body, I will be more or less aware. I am very good. However, because of her status, Jingwan did not continue to carry the two little ones. Since the children were returned, she did not mention this again and did not mention it. After that, the third branch and the fourth branch arrived at almost the same time. This time, Jingwan naturally noticed the unfamiliar face, second sister-in-law Zhao. She was the legitimate daughter of the Honglu Temple. Although she was not very beautiful, she was still delicate and good-looking. She smiled before speaking and seemed to have a good temper. I finally see second sister-in-law today. Greetings, Princess Consort. Zhao bowed. We are family. There is no need to be so polite. Qingzhu, who was serving at the side, quickly presented the box in her hand. Jingwan took it in her hand. When second sister-in-law married into the family, I was still in Jiangnan. This is a small gift for me. Second sister-in-law, I hope you don't mind. Jingwan did not know about other happy events, but she knew about this marriage. Although they had sent gifts back before the marriage, this meeting gift still had to be made up. Logically, Jingwan should be the one receiving the gift. However, her status was high, so she became the one giving the gift. Zhao quickly took it. Thank you, Princess Consort. I am so happy. How can I dislike it? Second sister-in-law looks like a good person. If second brother bullies you in the future, just tell me. I will help you deal with him. Zhao Shi blushed and muttered. My husband treats me very well. As a bride who had just married into the family, she was naturally the target of everyone's teasing. For a moment, it was very lively and cheerful. However, Jingwan inadvertently noticed that little Wang's smile was a little forced. Obviously, she had something on her mind. After a while, Madame Luo dismissed everyone and asked them to do what they needed to do. I know you have a private room with Yijia and Xiao. Go. Madame Luo waved at Jingwan impatiently. Jingwan held Madame Luo's arm. Grandmother, are you disliking your granddaughter? Mischievous. Madame Luo tapped her forehead. Go. Jingwan nodded with a smile. By the way, grandmother, I think something is wrong with eldest sister-in-law. What's the matter? Madame Luo's expression became indifferent. What could it be? The woman in your eldest brother's room is pregnant. No woman can be happy. Back then, when little Wang's pregnancy was unstable, she still said a few words. But now, she was too lazy to care. If she didn't care about her son's room, who would have the patience to care about her grandson? Jingwan frowned slightly and could only sigh. To be honest, even if he was her biological brother, she was already overstepping her boundaries by not allowing him to touch any woman other than third sister-in-law. There was no reason for her to care about her cousin. Grandmother, you can reveal that I don't like concubines. Madame Luo glanced at Jingwan and sighed. You're still the same. Jingwan didn't care. I can't help it. If I don't like it, I don't like it. No matter how many lifetimes it is, this won't change. Eldest sister-in-law is a good woman. If I can help a little, I will. I can't do anything more. However, if Wang Yimai likes and dislikes, it will probably affect some people's career. Madame Luo didn't doubt these words. If Jin Xinwang's feelings towards his granddaughter didn't change, then whether it was for Jingwan or Jin Xinwang himself, the more concubines there were in the inner court, especially those who favored the concubines and neglected the wife, they would definitely not be able to gain any advantage in front of him. Not to mention other things. Jin only guards one wife. What is the meaning of you courtiers hugging left and right? If his wife was unhappy, then he would cut them even more, cut them to death. https://11/11807/6654054. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 366. Since Wanwan has said so, then this old woman will meddle in other people's business again. Who asked this granddaughter to be the apple of her eye? Moreover, this granddaughter of hers was not only for her sister-in-law, but also for the Luo family. The Luo family did not seem obvious now, but in the future, if there were no accidents, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be like adding oil to a fire. Everything had to be done carefully. There were some things that were completely ignored now, but in the future, it would become worse, and it would be easy for others to take advantage of. Grandmother, I'll have to trouble you, but it's better not to kill anyone, no matter if it's a big one or a small one, especially this small one, because she has no right to choose. She is really innocent. In Jingwan's opinion, either she did not want to get pregnant, or if she did, she should not easily abort it. If it was because she had no choice, then it was fine. If it was purely for some kind of benefit, then it was ruthless. But if it was purely for some kind of evil, then it was absolutely unforgivable to let the woman suffer in the end. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't worry, this will be a lesson to him. If he is only afraid of affecting his future, then he will have a child and kill that Tongfang. This kind of person is not worth nurturing. Even if he can establish a household for a while, it won't last long. Jingwan suddenly thought of Patriarch Pei, who had worked hard all his life, putting benefits above all, and used the name of the family as a banner. In the end, before they returned to the capital, it was said that he was bedridden and could not get out of bed. That's enough. Don't worry about these trivial matters. You're just doing chores in the prince's mansion, and you have a bunch of people to help you. Now that you're back at home, you're worrying about this and that. What's wrong with you? If the prince finds out, you might not be allowed to come back in the future. Old Madame Luo patted Jingwan's hand. Go. He dares. Jingwan stubbornly retorted. Whether he dares or not, you know best in your heart. Old Madame Luo teased. Jingwan immediately wilted. That bastard really dared. Although she usually had the final say, but once someone became unyielding, she really could not change his mind. Old Madame Luo's mocking expression became more and more obvious. People like Jin Xinwang, from some of his actions and style, could be seen that he was an absolutely powerful person with a strong desire for control. If he didn't want to make him listen to others for everything, it was simply a fool's dream. It was because she understood this point that old Madame Luo knew that he accommodated and pampered Jingwan's eyes. If one's mind was not firm, then one would be spoiled. If they were spoiled, their temperament would be different. To a certain extent, it would be easy for them to be annoyed by others. Then, all the love and affection might be taken away. It would be fine if they didn't get it in the first place, but if they got it and it was mercilessly taken away, that would be a very cruel thing. No matter how a person's is changes, even from one extreme to the other, if there was a person who remained the same from beginning to end, then that was an even more inconceivable thing. In this regard, old Madame Luo had never said anything to Jingwan. Firstly, even if this granddaughter was spoiled, she would not be that bad. Secondly, perhaps she was actually looking forward to seeing her granddaughter's spoiled appearance. The Haidang elegant residence was still kept. If there were no accidents, after 6 or 7 years, this courtyard would be given to Xianjia, or to live in. The so-called accident was that the 2 elders of the Luo family had both passed away in the past few years. The Luo brothers had split up, and the second branch had moved out of this residence. The possibility of this accident should be relatively small. However, Jingwan also pondered in her heart. Later on, she would let Gong Jiu come to the Luo family to take the 2 elders' pulse. Jingwan now had more and more trust in Gong Jiu's medical skills. When Jingwan arrived at the Haitang elegant residence, as expected, Sun Yijia and Yuan Xiaoqiao were waiting there. "Greetings, Wang Fei." The 2 pretended to greet her. It was clearly a very normal thing, but Jingwan suddenly felt as if she had been struck by lightning. "That's enough, you 2. Are you deliberately making fun of me?" When the 2 heard this, they stood up straight and giggled. "You are now a proper Qin Wang Fei. As the saying goes, etiquette cannot be abolished." "All right, then you 2 can squat. Even if you kneel, I don't mind. In any case, I'm a Qin Wang Fei. I can accept it. I'm not afraid of my lifespan being shortened." Jingwan brushed her sleeves and prepared to sit down. "I'm calling you fat, and you're panting," Sun Yijia said as she made a move to pinch her. Jingwan hurriedly dodged, and the 3 of them laughed together. Because of their status, the gap between them disappeared without a trace. After a long while, they sat down to talk. To tell the truth, when I saw Wan's previous appearance, I really felt that she wasn't on the same side as us. She was dignified and had style, making people not dare to act rashly. I'm really afraid that our relationship would become estranged. Yuan Xiaoqiao's heart was distressed. If it really became like that, it would be quite regretful. "You're thinking too much. We still don't know what kind of person Wan Mimi is. For the dignity of the imperial family and Jin Qinhuang, on the surface, it should be maintained. In private, don't mention being a Qin Wang Fei even. I think that Wan Mimi is still Wan Mimi. This point will never change." Sun Yijia adapted well. After all, she had interacted with many people in the imperial family. A lot of people might have changed, but some things would never change. Yuan Xiaoqiao didn't understand the ambiguous words that Sun Yijia used, but Jingwan was clear. This was just a metaphor, or did this sister-in-law's best friend notice something? Sun Yijia just happened to meet Jingwan's eyes. She smiled and didn't say anything. Don't say, Sun Yijia's temperament now, whether it was internally or externally, was much gentler. If compared to before Jingwan knew her, those who didn't know would definitely think that they were 2 different people. She used to be proud, distant, and aloof. Now, she was gentle, and did things straightforwardly. Perhaps she still didn't like to interact with people, but it didn't mean that she wasn't good at interacting with people. The second branch didn't care about the general affairs of the Luo family. Therefore, she was still very idle. Most of the time, she would take care of her husband and children. When she went out for a very formal occasion, she would put on makeup to cover the scars on her face. When she was at home, she basically didn't wear any makeup. The Luo family members were used to it. Sun Yijia's relationship with the people and things of the past could be said to be very clean. Originally, because of her temperament, there were a lot of people who flattered and fawned over her, but there were basically no true friends. Her face was disfigured and she got married, but the husband she married didn't need her diplomatic relations. Those people naturally broke off completely. Her mother, Duke Foreign, was still ill and couldn't get better. For the time being, there were no signs of death. She wanted to go back and take a look, but when she went back once or twice, her grandmother didn't even give her food and sent her away. She just wanted her to live her own life in peace. Don't look at, don't ask, and don't care about the troublesome things in Duke Dingwa's mansion. Duke Dingwa's mansion was really quite chaotic now. Because old Madam Sun was still alive, the brothers of Duke Dingwa were all in the mansion. They all inherited the virtue of the old Duke Dingwa. They were greedy and lustful, so naturally there were many children. Among the brothers of the older generation, sisters-in-law, and the brothers and sisters of the younger generation, cousins and cousins, there were also cousins outside. Without the master to hold the line, all of them wanted to compete for power and profit. The original contradictions instantly broke out 10 times or 100 times. The men were busy with external affairs. Not only were they fighting with other factions, but they were also doing their best to be in power. Not to mention other things, Sun Ija's eldest brother, because Sun Yilin was not around, wanted to completely control Duke Dingwa's mansion. Who knew that the second brother, who had always been very weak, suddenly appeared. He was originally a quiet person, but he didn't expect that he also held a lot of power. The brothers fought against each other like fire and water. If they didn't fight to the death, they would never let it go. After Sun Ija got some news, she didn't care anymore. Anyway, in her opinion, Duke Dingwa's mansion would be finished sooner or later. It was good enough that the Sun family could still maintain their status as a third-class family. It could be said that she sighed again and again that she was lucky. Her husband was ambitious. The most important thing was that he was not fickle in love. He was very good to her and the children. When a woman got married, it was like a second reincarnation. That was all she wanted. Sun Ija felt that she had nothing more to ask for in this life. Of course, she still lacked a son. She just needed to take care of her body for another year and have another child. Even if she didn't have a son in the end, it might be a little regretful, but her life could be said to be perfect. Just by looking at your face, I can tell that you must be living a very good life. I'm too lazy to ask if you're doing well. We don't have the chance to go to Jiangnan. What fun is there? Jingwan brushed away Sun Ijia's hand. What are you doing? If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Don't hit me. Where did you learn this from? You're always pinching people's soft flesh. What kind of behavior is that? Sun Ijia sneered and grabbed Jingwan's hand. She even pinched Jingwan's face before she stopped. Your face is as thick as my daughter's. Well, it turned out that the reason for her cheap hands was because the children were too soft and tender. Therefore, she developed the habit of touching and pinching people's faces. Yuan Xiaoqiao's line of sight fell on Jingwan's exposed arm. She grabbed it and pulled up the sleeve. On the snow-white and delicate skin, there were red plum blossoms. What is this? What is it? That gaze was as if she had caught hold of something big. She was excited and excited. Jingwan was speechless at these two girlfriends who were becoming more and more strange. Married people don't know what this is. You don't have it on your body? Yuan Xiaoqiao choked on Jingwan's words. She coughed. I do have it, but it's not as exaggerated as yours. Jin Qinhuang really likes Wan Mimi. I can finally rest assured. Sun Ijia acted as if she was marrying off her daughter. She was somewhat gratified and somewhat melancholy. I say, you too. That's enough. Sure enough, unmarried girls were pure and innocent. After marriage, they all became vulgar. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry and tell us about Jiangnan's scenery. Compared to before, Jingwan was more detailed now. Her attitude was also more casual. After all, they were of the same age. Moreover, they were close friends. As the saying goes, the things that can't be said to elders can be said to girlfriends. This mentality was completely different, hiding the things that can't be said. Although Jingwan didn't speak in cadence, the two listened happily and yearned for it. If you want to go, it's not very difficult. Cousin won't talk about it. Your husband is sent out to Jiangnan. In any case, he's not the eldest son. It doesn't matter if you don't stay to serve your parents-in-law. It's even simpler for third sister-in-law. Just let third brother take you and your mother out. There's still more than a year before the next exam. It's just that it's easy to say. Sun Yijia reached out to pinch her face again. A good woman uses her mouth, not her hands. Jingwan glared at her. Then I'm really sorry. Your sister-in-law is a bad woman. Sun Yijia continued to pinch her with a smile. What happened to being a virtuous woman from a prestigious family? Her style had changed too much. Return the Sun Yijia of the past. Things are really not that simple. My family wants to let my husband stay in the capital and gain experience in the Hamlin Academy. I guess my father-in-law and the others also want my grandfather to help and slightly raise my husband's rank. Whether or not he will be sent out in the future is another matter. Moreover, my mother-in-law wants to have a grandson. Sister-in-law has already given birth to 3 daughters. There's a concubine's son, but because my mother-in-law doesn't like his mother, the child is naturally not liked. I've only been married for 2 months, and they've already started to stare at my belly. I think that if I can't give birth to this son, I won't be able to leave happily. Yuan Xiaoqiao was her mother's only daughter. She knew very well how much her mother had suffered in order to get a son. However, whether it was her father or her grandmother, they were both good people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to live her life. She might not have been as lucky as her mother. Therefore, even if her mother-in-law's family didn't say anything, she was still unhappy that they kept staring at her belly. Yuan Xiaoqiao didn't say these things. However, Yuan Xiaoqiao wasn't very good at controlling her emotions. Jingwan and Sun Yijia weren't blind. Jingwan didn't know about the capital governor's family situation, but Sun Yijia knew. Every family had its own difficulties. This couldn't be helped. Moreover, since the other party was carefully selected by eldest aunt, he must be a good person. Jingwan didn't ask too much. You didn't tell me that you got married either. I'll make up for the dowry I gave you later. It's a big one. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Anyway, Wan, you're super rich now. It doesn't matter how much you give me. Obviously, Yuan Xiaoqiao didn't quite understand Jingwan's main intention. However, there was no need to fuss over such a small matter. It was fine as long as the person who should understand it understood. Actually, life now is very good. It's something I didn't even dare to think about in the past. Therefore, I'm very satisfied. Although I have some yearning for the outside world, I don't have to go. There's still more than a year before the next examination. It's better for your third brother to stay in the capital to prepare for the examination. After all, he has grandfather to guide him. Also, your third brother spends a lot of time on painting. This arrangement is good. If you want to go out and have a look, you can wait until your third brother leaves. Yes, Sun Yijia wasn't greedy. She really cherished what she had. I've painted some paintings. When you go to the prince's mansion, call Ing Shuang. I'll show you. Naturally, the two nodded happily. Speaking of Ing Shuang, how is she recently? She's nurturing the baby. She's been pregnant for about 6 months. She's put on a lot of weight. Jingwan chuckled. She's been gone for half a year. She's met with so many happy things. It couldn't be better if they were all happy things. When it came to children, it was inevitable that the topic would come back to Jingwan. However, before they could speak, Princess Consort, Miss Ing requests an audience. A servant reported, Miss Ing. Jingwan was confused. Where did this Miss Ing come from? Luo Xing is an orphan in the clan. Didn't fourth sister die of an illness in Prince Rui's mansion? Third aunt lost her beloved daughter and wanted to adopt a girl from the clan to relieve her lovesickness. Unexpectedly, there was a girl in the clan who looked very similar to fourth sister. People would believe that they were twins. Coincidentally, this girl didn't have parents and relied on the clan to survive. Third aunt brought her back and raised her by her side. She changed her name to Seeing. Sun Yijia explained. Jingwan immediately understood. Sure enough, third aunt was worried about Luo Jingying being outside. As expected, she used the simplest method to bring Luo Jingying back to her side. Jingwan wasn't surprised that she came to see her. In fact, Luo Jingying was among the gifts she prepared. Please come in. Princess Consort. Miss Ing is afraid of strangers. Does that mean that you can move? What is this? She is just a commoner. She came to visit the Princess Consort and asked the Princess Consort to move. How shameless must she be to do such a thing? Yuan Xiaoqiao said indignantly. Obviously, she didn't know the truth. However, This matter involved the reputation of the imperial family. It was best not to know. She believed that there were only a few people in the minister's mansion who knew about this. It's not a big deal. Maybe this girl is really a little timid. I'll just go and take a look. It seemed that Luo Jingying had something to say to her, but did not want others to know. Seeing Jingwan get up and leave, Yuan Xiao pursed her lips. Even if Wan is a princess consort, she is still like this. All right, since you know, there's no need to say more. Sun Yijia's thoughts were similar to Jingwan's. In the begonia house, there was a small pavilion not far from the courtyard. When Jingwan arrived, Luo Jingying was already waiting there. When Luo Jingying saw Jingwan, she stood up and greeted her politely. No need to be so polite. Have a seat. Jingwan looked at her. Although she was still dressed as a girl, she had changed a lot. As long as people didn't know the truth, no matter how similar they were, they wouldn't think that she and Luo Jingying were the same person. She used to be so flamboyant, but now she was plain and even dull. She looked a little lethargic and didn't have the vigor and vitality that people her age should have. She looked like a living dead person. Jingwan sighed in her heart. Luo Jingying was hateful in the past, but the damage she caused was limited. She had already committed suicide in front of her once. Selfishly, she let bygones be bygones. Of course, the premise was that she didn't do it again. Otherwise, there was no way she could be forgiven. Fourth sister, why did you want to see me? Although I look like Princess Consort's fourth sister, I don't deserve to be called by Princess Consort. Did she have to completely deny her past? Then, I'll call you Seeing. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Luo Jingying was silent for a moment. She probably didn't expect Jingwan to accept it so easily. If the others weren't like her mother, they would talk endlessly or ignore her. She looked at Jingwan quietly. In fact, until now, she didn't understand why there was someone like Luo Jingwan in the world. How could she forgive others so easily? I heard that Luo Jingying used to target you and scheme against you. How could you forgive her? Jingwan laughed. Even now, she was still fussing about this? It's just a child's quarrel. Moreover, it's your own life. Whether you want to live a happy life or let some messy things and negative emotions disturb your life, the choice is in your own hands. So, in the end, you still don't care about such a small person? Was she going down a dead end again? How she is has nothing to do with you, Seeing. Or is it because Third Aunt treated you as her substitute and you're not happy? Third Aunt aside, Luo Jingying is Luo Seeing and Luo Seeing is Luo Seeing. If you think so, then why did you let the Luo Jingying of the past interfere with the current Luo Seeing? Seeing, you understand what I mean, right? Luo Jingying still looked at Jingwan quietly. Then, tears rolled down unconsciously and she hurriedly wiped them away. In fact, she hadn't cried since she woke up from her coma after committing suicide. No matter how hard her mother hugged her and cried, no matter what she said, no matter how sorry she was or how she would take good care of her in the future, she didn't feel anything. Now, tears fell easily. She denied her past, but only verbally. Her heart was still brooding. Otherwise, if she really denied it and let it go, she wouldn't be like this now. Thank you, Your Highness. Her mother only said the same things over and over again. If it happened once or twice, she might be moved, but if it happened too many times, she would be annoyed. Her mother asked her to forgive her, but how could she forgive her? Even if her mother was wrong, it was just some of the ideas she had instilled in her. But she also knew that she was the one who caused the situation in the end. The more she said, the more she would hate herself and be angry with her mother. In the past, she would make a big fuss, but now, she maintained absolute silence. It turned out that she could actually completely let go in exchange for a complete new life. I had a dream. I dreamed of Luo Jingying. She said that she owed Your Highness an apology and a thank you. She also hoped that Your Highness would be safe and have a smooth life. This humble girl will take her leave. Jingwan nodded. You too. Luo Jingying left. As for whether she would truly be reborn, it was up to her. Jingwan returned to the inner courtyard. Sun Yijia and Yuan Xiao were chatting. When they saw her, they asked, she left so quickly. It was just a matter of a few words. She naturally left after saying that. Jingwan sat down. What happened in the capital in the past 6 months? Actually, it's nothing much. It's probably because of what happened in Jiangnan that His Majesty didn't go to the Summer Palace. In any case, because His Majesty was in a bad mood, the imperial court and the imperial harem were all covered in dark clouds. Speaking of which, it has nothing to do with us. And people like grandfather, who didn't get involved in such matters, were also very calm. What's more interesting is that their concubines are all from opposing factions. For example, Prince Rui's 2 concubines. One is from a closely connected family of Duke Ding's manor by marriage. The other is from the Marquis Champion's manor and is Princess Gong's younger cousin. Prince Kang's concubine is the niece of the right commander-in-chief, Shen Shuhan. The other concubines are basically in similar situations. The one with the least impact is probably Prince Wu. After all, because of his weak body, he didn't interfere with the imperial court's matters at all. Thus, it doesn't matter which family he marries. Speaking of which, these Wangya left the position of concubine largely because they wanted to rope in connections through marriage at crucial times. Now, they were lifting a stone and smashing it on their own feet. It's a pity that those concubines have purely become the family's abandoned children. And as people from opposing factions, their husbands can't possibly treat them well. Those who have a bit of conscience may be raised as ornaments in the inner courtyard. Encountering those who fly into a rage out of humiliation and take their anger out on them, who knows what kind of state they will be trampled on. Jingwan's voice was indifferent. In her heart, she hated Lu Qingdi's way of doing things. This way of doing things, other than harming those innocent women, could it have the effect of a copper coin? Even if the method of using in-laws to rope in people was curbed, there would still be other methods. Did he really think that his sons would be obedient? Isn't that so? Sun Yijia's heart was distressed. Wan, now that you're back, will His Majesty also directly appoint 1 or 2 concubines for Prince Jin? No matter what, Prince Jin is her most beloved son. She can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Yuan Xiao looked at Jingwan with some worry. Prince Jin cursed his wife. With that fate of his, it's already not bad to be able to meet Wan Mimi. Forget about those women with low status in the past. They don't have any status. Among the noble ladies, he still wants to hug them left and right. Dream on. With a wife like Wan Mimi, if he still does something to let Wan Mimi down, he should be struck by lightning. Sun Yijia's expression was cold. Yuan Xiao was a bit surprised by Sun Yijia's sudden change in attitude. Yijia, you have an opinion about Prince Jin? Although his reputation was bad before, after he was engaged to Wan, there didn't seem to be any news of him having an affair with other women. Now, it seems that he's treating Wan quite well. Can't we slightly change our view of him? I don't have an opinion about him. I have an opinion about Wan Mimi's husband. As Wan Mimi's husband, no matter how much he does, it's not enough. No matter how well he does, it's not good enough. Don't mention Yuan Xiao. Even Jingwan was a bit speechless. What was this? It seemed that she didn't have such high expectations for her own husband. You don't have to worry. If there really is such a matter, we will deal with it. At this moment, Jingwan thought of another matter. She vaguely knew where she was wrong. She rubbed her temples somewhat helplessly. To have such a husband, it was really a sweet burden. A certain person always wanted her to do something from time to time to prove that she cared about him. Was this a lack of security or what? It shouldn't be possible that he didn't have a sense of security. After all, in this kind of background, she didn't have a choice. She couldn't get a divorce, and she couldn't have a second spring. As long as he didn't let go, she could only be held in the palm of his hand. In the countryside, there might be cases of married women eloping with others. For someone like her, if she dared to do that, on the surface, she wouldn't exterminate the family for the sake of face, but behind the scenes, she would definitely kill your entire family. Not to mention that the success rate of eloping was extremely low. Even if it was successful, she would still be able to find you at the ends of the earth. Therefore, the one who didn't have a sense of security was a woman, not a man. Even now, she wouldn't feel insecure, okay. Therefore, it was purely his heart's paranoia. Thinking of all these, Jingwan hooked the corner of her mouth and laughed to herself. That man was really becoming more and more attractive. What are you thinking about that you're laughing like this? Sun Ijia couldn't help but want to pinch her. Jingwan brushed away her hand. Go to one side, go to one side. Is there anything else? That smile on the corner of her mouth couldn't be suppressed. The two people at the side looked at each other. With such amorous feelings, it would be strange if there was no problem. It seemed that Jin Xinhuang treated her better than they expected. That's fine, they didn't need to worry about it. The other matter, it's probably that the Zhong Qinhuang Fu caught fire and suffered heavy casualties. Ruan Fangfei was directly burned into charcoal, and the other two Cifei of the Zhong Qinhuang also lost their lives. It's just that one died on the spot, and the other held on for a few more days. The Zhong Qinhuang himself could be considered lucky, but his injuries were also very serious, and he is still recuperating. As for the many heirs of the Zhong Qinhuang Fu, only 2 or 3 were saved, but they were basically infertile. Jingwan's breathing stopped. It was man-made. If it was just an accident, how could the casualties be so heavy? Many people thought so, but after investigating, they couldn't find the real culprit. In the end, they had to settle this matter as an accident. Jingwan slightly frowned. This matter was obviously problematic, and Jingwan's first reaction was that it was Ruan Fangfei's doing. However, Ruan Fangfei was trapped in the backyard of the Zhong Qinhuang Fu and was all alone. Did she have the ability to drag the entire Zhong Qinhuang Fu down with her? That one of her family definitely knew about this matter, but didn't tell her. She had to go back and properly ask. Is there anything else? Jingwan then asked, putting this matter aside for the time being. Other than that, it's just some trivial matters. It's nothing more than this family marrying off their daughter, that family marrying off their wife, and so on. Jingwan nodded. She felt that she should go back and directly ask the shadow guards who stayed in the capital. They definitely knew more than these two close friends, family members, and were clearer about it. After saying so much, time actually slipped away very quickly. Xianjie began to look for her mother. Although Xianjie was younger than Ruiji by half a year, she didn't weigh much less. However, because her body was very fleshy, she didn't look very fat. Her pair of big eyes were like 2 juicy grapes, looking exceptionally lively. Jingwan didn't hug her again. After all, she had a lot of accessories on her body and was very active. She was worried that she would hurt her, so she held Xianjie's little hand and played with it. Previously, when talking about children, she wanted to ask Jingwan about it, but because of Luo Jingying, she changed the topic. Is there really no movement in your belly? Yuan Xiao stared at Jingwan's belly and said quite bluntly, You've been whispering sweet nothings to each other for half a year. How come you're not pregnant? Jingwan rolled her eyes at her. I'll only be 16 in the 2nd month after the new year. What's the hurry? Besides, now is not the time. Sun Yijia understood immediately. It seemed that some of her guesses were most likely correct. She was now in the Luo family. Grandfather had been teaching her husband and several uncles attentively, and had more or less revealed some things to them. Luo Jingbo basically didn't hide anything from her. According to Sun Yijia's intelligence, she would more or less find some clues. Jingwan's words were basically a kind of affirmation. It was better to be closer to the person who sat on the throne. Jingwan glanced at her, and the two of them smiled tacitly. Yuan Xiao, however, was still confused. Did she have to deliberately choose the time to give birth to a child? Time passed by just like that. When it was time for lunch, it was lively, but there was no trouble. After lunch, Jingwan threw her husband aside and took an afternoon nap in old Madame Luo's room. After waking up, she spent another 2 hours with old Madame Luo until Li Hanyuan couldn't bear it anymore and personally came to old Madame Luo's room to catch her. Jingwan took the initiative to hold his hand in front of the elders and pacified him, so he didn't lose his temper. However, Li Hanyuan still said goodbye with a cold face. Old Madame Luo saw this and was quite amused. The rumored dissolute and playboy was actually infatuated. She had to say that it was quite unexpected. You've been back for so long, it's about time. After all, Wang Ye's identity is different. It's not good to stay for too long. Wan Wan and Wang Ye should go back early. If you really miss them, you can come back in a few days. Now that we've just returned to the capital, there's so many eyes watching us. It's not good to stay for too long. Li Hanyuan said patiently. Jingwan glanced at him. He didn't mean what he said. This man clearly wanted her to completely forget about her family and only have him in her heart. Then we'll go back first. But if there's anything, grandmother must send someone to tell me. Okay, I know. You're such a worrisome girl. You should worry more about Wang Ye. Li Hanyuan nodded. That's right. What she said was really right. The people in the residence gathered together to respectfully send them off. Outside the gate, just as they were about to get into the carriage, Jingwan suddenly turned around. Mother on, Wang Fei, what orders do you have? Everyone could see that Madame Zhang had something to say to her. On the way out, her eyes were always on Jingwan. Based on how shallow her tears were, it was already not easy for her to not cry until now. Mother, after a while, the early plum blossoms in falling plum house will bloom, right? At that time, can you cut a few for me and send them to the Wangfu? Father won't feel bad, right? Madame Zhang naturally agreed. Because Luo Rongyin was a man, even if he was her biological father, he didn't have the opportunity to talk to Jingwan. How could he refuse his daughter when she wanted something? Not to mention a few plum blossoms. He couldn't wait to give the entire tree to her. However, Luo Rongyin also knew that his daughter didn't want plum blossoms. What she wanted was affection. There was some estrangement between them and her. Now that Jingwan was willing to mend it, it was naturally good. When the time comes, Father will personally cut them for you. Jingwan nodded with a smile and said a few words to her brothers and sisters. The three of them were a little excited. After all, Jingwan wasn't close to them. Moreover, her status was high now, so they didn't dare to look for her. After getting into the carriage, Li Hanyuan naturally hugged Jingwan in his arms. At first, he was quiet and didn't speak. After about 10 minutes, Li Hanyuan softly said, Father-in-law has the talent to be an official. HM? Jingwan was a little confused. Father-in-law came to talk to me before and asked me some questions. Then, I realized that father-in-law is quite keen on official matters. If he is determined to become an official, then he will definitely not be below your grandfather in the future. Jingwan was a little surprised at first. Then she became silent. After a moment, she said, Grandmother said that father is actually the most intelligent of the brothers. Father was even prepared to be an official successor that grandfather wanted to cultivate. However, later on, father was really not interested in official matters. He doesn't like to fight against each other. He doesn't like to deal with those people in the officialdom. He can't be considered a pure scholar. He likes to be romantic and fiddling with gold and stone objects. If he wants to be an official, it will probably be because of me. In Jingwan's eyes, her father was a person who liked romance, pursued casual pursuits, and was indifferent to fame and fortune. It's enough for you to have me. You don't need him to support you. He can continue to be carefree. Jingwan laughed. Father is actually very stubborn in his bones. I heard that when he didn't want to follow grandfather's path, grandfather didn't indulge him in the beginning. The father and son fought for a long time, but grandfather compromised in the end. Although grandfather still cared about the younger generation's own wishes, it is enough to show that father is a person who can't turn back once he has made up his mind. If he has really made up his mind, even if you and I persuade him, it will be useless. In that case, let him be. What he is doing now is not obvious. He will slowly climb up. In the future, there will be a time for him to show his skills. Anyway, as long as he is a talent, it doesn't matter who he uses. This prince's father-in-law will do his best. Naturally, it will be easier to use him. Why not? Therefore, even if it was his father-in-law who dared to steal his wife's attention, he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Moreover, it was his father-in-law who sent himself to his door. His wife couldn't say that he didn't treat his father-in-law as a person, but as an animal. Along the way, the two of them were whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears when suddenly, a woman's sobbing voice came from outside. It was filled with hidden bitterness and tenderness. Your Highness, come out and see this servant, okay? This servant misses you, really misses you. I beg you, this servant just wants to see you one last time. This way, this servant can die in peace. Your Highness, Jingwan raised her head and looked at Li Hanyuan faintly. The woman outside, is she calling you Your Highness? Li Hanyuan didn't feel guilty at all. Probably one of the 7 days of favor, perhaps. Li Hanyuan even leaned back to find a more comfortable position. Then, does Your Highness want to say something? What should I say? Isn't this Wan's matter? This prince doesn't need to remind Wan of this kind of thing again and again. https://11/118007/6654058. Mobile edition. Chapter 367. Right now, it was a relatively lively road. Since the woman started to block the road, there were many people who stopped in their tracks with a strange excitement and agitation. After all, as ordinary people, they had a strong curiosity about all kinds of gossip about people of different social classes. This would often become a topic for them to talk about. Perhaps at some point, their saliva would splatter everywhere. But because there were guards opening the way, those people did not dare to get too close. After learning from some insiders that this was Jin Xinhuang's carriage, many people's hearts were filled with fear. It was enough to see that Jin Xinhuang's prestige was very popular among the common people. However, today, Jin Xinhuang Fei was returning to her maternal home. Jin Xinhuang might not be in the carriage, but Jin Xinhuang Fei would definitely be there. Inexplicably, some people became excited again, as if they were injected with chicken blood. What fear was temporarily thrown to the side. There were only 2 words floating in their minds, Big Show. It could be said to be calling for thousands of times. Of course, they only dared to say in their hearts. The curtain of the carriage was finally lifted. These ordinary people had never seen Jin Xinhuang Fei before. But looking at this imposing manner, she should undoubtedly be Jin Xinhuang Fei. Not to mention other things, just seeing the true face of Xinhuang Fei was enough to show off for a while. She was beautiful and was different from them. She looked gentle and soft, kind and amiable. This kind of woman, as long as it was a man, they would be willing to take good care of her. They only dared to think about it and would never have any blasphemous thoughts. But how would Jin Xinhuang Fei deal with this matter? They were afraid that she would suffer a loss. However, when this Xinhuang Fei opened her mouth, it was completely different from what they had expected. Most people's hearts were only left with astonishment, followed by fear. When Jingwan's voice fell, the people who had a good impression of her immediately changed. Vicious, femme fatale, one may know a person's face but not their heart, and so on. A dignified Xinhuang Fei unexpectedly did not have the capacity to tolerate people. She was just a woman who had once served Jin Xinhuang. Even if she was not happy and did not want to see her, she could just send her away. But when she opened her mouth, she wanted a life and regarded a life as grass. This kind of person was in a high position, who knew how many people would die in her hands. Xinhuang Fei, woo woo woo. Jingwan had spoken. The guards naturally would not be polite. It should be known that these people, other than carrying out orders, did not have a heart of stone. Protective feelings for the fair sex? What the hell was that? As for the beauties, Jingwan didn't give them a second glance. She still had that faint smile on her face as she glanced around. Just one glance was enough to make everyone shudder out of fear. It was as if they said another word, or even if they had any bad thoughts, she would immediately know. Then, like that woman, they would be fed to the fish in the moat. Jingwan had expected the consequences of doing such a thing in public, but it didn't matter. The man in the carriage had done many things to make her happy. In that case, why couldn't she do something to please him? But speaking of human lives, Jingwan looked back at Eunuch Mu. Her meaning could not be more obvious. In the past, a certain someone didn't know what was going on with those women, but as his number one lackey, he definitely knew about this kind of thing. He even had the account book. Eunuch Mu trembled under Jingwan's gaze. Qin Wang Fei, His Highness has given this woman to... He quickly recalled in his mind. Who did he give her to? Who did he give her to? It had been a long time, and there were too many things that he had to remember. How could he remember such things? However, since the princess consort had asked, he had to think hard even if he couldn't remember. He had to remember quickly. Although Eunuch Mu remained calm, Jingwan knew that he couldn't remember it. She's not from the villa? Qin Wang Fei no. Eunuch Mu was very sure about this. In that case, find out who he gave her to. Send her back and tell him that I'm very angry about it. Her seemingly careless tone made Eunuch Mu feel inexplicably terrified. He had an illusion that he was facing the king of hell. Was it true that one was marked by the company one kept? No. Qin Wang Fei was such a kind person. Would she become the same as His Highness in the future? Thinking of that scene, a living king of hell was enough to make people suffer. If there was a king of hell's wife, would they just kill themselves? Because it was too horrible. Muan, what are you thinking about? Or did you not hear what I said? Do you need me to repeat it? Jingwan said with a smile. Eunuch Mu only felt more chill in his heart. It was even more horrible than His Highness speaking with a cold face. Qin Wang Fei, I heard it clearly. You don't need to repeat it. Very good. Do it quickly. Jingwan stroked her sleeves indifferently, turned around, and entered the carriage. Then she saw the living king of hell, who supported his cheek with one hand and smiled extremely seductively. Jingwan felt helpless and amused. She walked up, leaned over, put her forehead against his, and whispered, Are you satisfied? Li Hanyuan reached out and put his arm around Jingwan's waist. With a little force, he pulled Jingwan into his arms. Wan, what are you saying? If someone wants your husband, shouldn't you get rid of them all under normal circumstances? But this time, it's not a matter of whether I'm satisfied or not, but whether you're satisfied or not. Wan, you're protecting your own interests. It was not the first time that Jingwan had learned someone's virtue of pretending to be obedient after getting benefits. As long as you're happy. So Wan is not happy? You're the one who should be happier. Yes, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. It was not because she got rid of her rival in love, but because of this man. She put her arm around his neck, and the tip of her nose intimately rubbed against the tip of his nose. Then she kissed his lips without hesitation. The tip of her tongue slid open his lips and knocked open his teeth. After being married for more than half a year, she was often pulled by someone who was good at kissing to practice. Even if Jingwan was not perfect, she was at least 70 or 80%. It was more than enough to take the initiative once in a while. Li Hanyuan narrowed his eyes. Although he did not know what touched his little heart, his wife was so active and enthusiastic. It was a rare benefit. How could he not enjoy it? His eyes were unusually soft. He just catered to Jingwan's movements and did not take back the initiative. However, Jingwan was still a little weak in this aspect. In the end, she was the one who was panting. The corners of her eyes were slightly red. She buried her head on Li Hongyuan's shoulder, relaxed her body softly, and calmed her breathing. Li Hongyuan's desire was obviously aroused by her, but it was not a good time to continue doing anything. Li Hanyuan stroked her back again and again. When Jingwan regained her calmness, she straightened up and looked at Li Hanyuan with a smile. Prince, there are some debts. Shouldn't we settle them? Originally, it was very hurtful to bring up old debts. Even if she was unhappy, there was no way to change the past. So, it was best to let it go. However, if she did not bring it up, the person who was carrying a debt would be unhappy. Fine, she would settle it properly. Once it was settled, it would be clear whether he would be more unhappy or not. At that time, it would be clear at a glance. Then, she would just treat it as a kind of pleasure. Oh, what does Wan want to settle with your husband? Li Hanyuan might have cared about the dark history in the past, thinking that it might not be easy to explain to his wife. But now, TSK, he couldn't be any calmer. It even became an excuse for him to trouble Jingwan. It was clearly his fault, but he was more righteous than anyone else. Come, let's talk about your 7 days of love first. What do you mean, what's the matter? It's just that. It's such a simple thing. Wan is so smart. Do you still need to explain it? Jingwan gritted her teeth. This bastard. Oh, so there's no deeper meaning. So, Yuan is not an ordinary person who likes the new and hates the old. Wan's words are wrong. Your husband has nothing to do with the phrase like the new and hate the old. Once I've decided on someone, I'll start to like her from the new time, and then I'll continue to like her, no matter how old she is. And in my eyes, she will always be new and will never fade. Li Honyuan held Jingwan's face with one hand, and his eyes were unusually gentle. I like the new and hate the old because, no matter if it's new or old, it can't arouse your husband's attention at all. Jingwan was almost charmed again. Bringing up old debts could make him express his loyalty in disguise. It was really enough. Oxhead despised her. Then she looked at Li Honyuan. This bastard was actually laughing. He was clearly laughing at her weak willpower and being so easily charmed by men. Jingwan opened her mouth and took a hard bite. Hiss! Li Honyuan seemed to suck in a breath of cold air and looked very painful. Jingwan really thought that she didn't have a sense of propriety. She quickly reached out to rub it. Pure concern made her confused. She didn't think that it wasn't the first time that she had bitten him until he bled. For example, it happened last night. In fact, it just made a beast more beastly. Could it be more serious than that? Li Honyuan held her hand. Wan, don't rub it. He seemed to groan in pain. It's so serious. It's obviously, well, it's very serious, very serious. Li Hongyuan's eyes became more and more serene. Jingwan realized in hindsight. Her face turned red and black. Without saying anything, she continued to bite him to death. Good darling, don't bite. It's really serious. It's so serious that you can't get out of the carriage for at least 4 hours. Li Honyuan grabbed her waist and pressed her close to him. Look at it yourself. What have you become? Good darling, you have to know that one look from you can make it react. You deliberately seduced it and didn't appease it. Aren't you trying to take your husband's life? How can this situation not be serious? If Wan moves again, your husband will think that Wan is going to appease it in the carriage. Jingwan really gritted her teeth. But when she felt the obvious hardness and faint heat, she didn't dare to move again. Although Li Hongyuan's body was a little uncomfortable, he was in a good mood. He kissed Jingwan, who was lying in his arms but was unusually obedient. Are you done with the accounts? If not, then continue. Jingwan coldly sneered. The key is not whether you care or not. The key is that the things you don't care about actually existed. Oh, this is indeed a problem, but it's already an unchangeable fact. What should we do? In addition to the ones raised in the courtyard, there are also some that were given away. In any case, they're all unwanted. If others like them, they can save some rations. Li Hongyuan's tone was as if he wasn't talking about people or even objects. Therefore, it was good to appear in the life of the living king of hell and be chosen by him. Even if it was just a little, in any sense, it could be considered lucky. As for the rest, it was fine if they didn't have feelings for him. But if they did, then it was destined to be the greatest tragedy. Jingwan thought that she was the luckiest one out of all of them. She got his attention, got his feelings, and got his everything. However, in Li Hongyuan's heart, the luckiest one was herself. It was she who let him know that in addition to benefits, schemes, and harm, there was also warmth and selflessness. There were also things that made people sentimental. These things gave him a new lease of life. It even gave him a second chance in life, prevented the tragedy, and had no regrets. Yuan, your possessiveness is so strong. How can you tolerate your beauties under other people's bodies? Li Honyuan abruptly lowered his head and pinched Jingwan's chin, forcing her to raise her head. His eyes became unusually dangerous. Wan, do you think that in this world, as long as a woman has a bit of beauty, no matter what background or status, they can touch Ben Wang's body? Is it not so? Jingwan knew that he was angry, but she continued to stroke the tiger's whiskers, innocently blinking her eyes. According to the rumors, as long as it's a beauty, no matter if it's a good background or a lowly one, no matter if it's a pure body or a mortal body, sisters are too common. Mother and daughter are the real beauties. Even if Jin Qinhuang destroys a family, he still wants to get his hands on them. Li Honyuan approached her, his warm breath brushing against her face. He gently sniffed like the top predator, confirming the delicious food and thinking about where to start. Jingwan really had a feeling of being completely suppressed, unable to move. Then, Wan, do you think they're worthy? Worthy? His voice was soft and low, as if it was the most sincere words of love. Jingwan couldn't stop goosebumps from rising all over her body. She didn't know if it was because of fear or because of some kind of tremor, but her head involuntarily moved back, as if she couldn't bear it, and moved her body. Unfortunately, she couldn't escape the absolute control of the King of Hell. Wan hasn't answered me yet. Are they worthy? And what was called second sickness, this was it. It was clearly his own glorious deeds, and it was also his own agreement to settle accounts. Now, he didn't allow others to say it, saying it would step on a reverse scale. Jingwan chuckled and reached out to hook his neck. Of course they're not worthy. In this world, other than me, who else can touch your body? You're mine, and you can only be mine. Whoever dares to move, whoever dares to come close, I'll take their life. As she said this, she suddenly pushed Li Honyuan back, lifted her leg, and straddled his waist, pressing him down on the couch. Her hands were on his collar, and she slowly pulled it to both sides. She leaned over and kissed him on the lips, following the corner of his mouth, along his cheek, all the way to the side of his neck. Mine, his mental illness had acted up, and she couldn't escape no matter what. Since that was the case, she might as well do it herself. Anyway, Jingwan was also inexplicably moved. However, this smoothing action was too smooth, and it was already full of skill points. This was like the reversal of roles, and this perverted lunatic only felt abnormally happy. It was as if every pore on his body was relaxed, and his entire body was moaning inside and out. He liked to control everything about Jingwan, and vice versa. He also liked to be controlled by his true love. The most intimate contact was not only pleasurable to the body, but also to the soul. And the final result was that Jingwan delivered herself to him and was eaten clean by him. She didn't have much time to take the initiative. It wasn't that a certain someone didn't want to cooperate, but that he didn't have the ability to do so. Too extreme pleasure in a short period of time. This had never happened before. Li Honyuan was also worried that Jingwan wouldn't be able to take it, so he restrained himself. Usually, he wouldn't go overboard, and if he did, he would at least rest for a few days. This time, he really went overboard. When Jingwan was carried down from the carriage by Li Honyuan, the carriage had already stopped in the prince's mansion. It was very close to the main courtyard, and the horses had all been unloaded. The surroundings were also very quiet, and almost no sound could be heard. The sunset in the sky was almost dim. Jingwan was wrapped tightly in a blanket by Li Honyuan, but his clothes were very casual. The chest area was wide open, and the marks on it were abnormally obvious. Casual, decadent, and satisfied, coupled with that incomparably handsome face, it was even more seductive than usual. Even the group of servant girls who didn't have any thoughts about him couldn't help but blush, and their hearts beat faster. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Not to mention them, even the bodyguards, even the shadow guards who could be said to have severed all 7 emotions and 6 desires, seemed to be affected by the atmosphere, and were somewhat restless. Jingwan's mind was blank. Someone seemed to have not recovered from his illness yesterday, and today he came again. It seemed that his illness was getting worse and worse. Speaking of which, it was not her who made the debts, but she had lost so much. How miserable it was if she hadn't settled the accounts. Jingwan's last thought was that anyway, it was better to settle the accounts as soon as possible. As for some other things that she still wanted to ask, such as about Wan Fangfei, she had long forgotten them. The next day, Jingwan seemed to be in good spirits, but she didn't do morning exercises, which was enough to prove that she was still a little weak. After tidying up, she went to Great Elder Princess's mansion in a mighty manner. Because of her identity, she didn't wear formal clothes, but used the prince's ceremonial guard. Great Elder Princess accepted the large number of gifts from Jingwan calmly. After all, these things were nothing to her. Great Elder Princess looked at her adopted daughter, who had grown taller and more beautiful. What's more, because she was married, she had a charm that girls didn't have. She was elegant, dignified, generous, and calm. Although not every man would like this type of woman, once he liked her, it would be difficult for him to let her go. No wonder Li Honyuan, a playboy, could be attracted to her. But at this moment, Great Elder Princess's eyes were a little strange. "Foster mother, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something on my face?" Jingwan touched her face in confusion. Great Elder Princess smiled and said, "I heard that you sent a person to Great Elder Princess's mansion yesterday." Jingwan instantly understood what was going on. "So, that maidservant is Great Elder Princess's maid? If so, maybe I should go and have tea with Great Elder Princess." Great Elder Princess was naturally Lu Qingdi's eldest daughter, who was 2 or 3 years older than Li Honyuan. However, because her biological mother was just a palace maid, she didn't have a high status even though she gave birth to Great Elder Princess. Her husband was also the son of an aristocratic family, but he was the kind of favored son. He was a playboy. Although he was nearly 30 years old, he didn't have a fixed character. He liked to play with cats and dogs and was lustful. Yesterday, he directly asked Li Honyuan for the maidservant. Because the eldest princess was not favored, no one supported her. Not to mention controlling the prince consort, she was actually a punching bag. Her prince consort often said that it was because of her that his future was ruined, so it was natural that he treated her badly. In fact, he was just mud that couldn't be supported. Because he had a princess wife, he blamed everything on the eldest princess, giving him a perfect excuse to lead a drunken life. However, his family members still believed that it was true. He used Great Elder Princess's money to go to brothels and hire actresses. He used Great Elder Princess's house to raise concubines and concubines' children. Great Elder Princess emptied her private property for him, but he didn't get anything good. Jingwan knew these things before she married Li Honyuan. She naturally hated that kind of man very much. She was also angry at Great Elder Princess. After all, Great Elder Princess was a princess. Not to mention her biological mother. Half of her blood was His Majesty's blood. If she made a scene, His Majesty would not ignore it for the sake of his face. In the final analysis, she was too soft-hearted. She had someone to rely on, but she was bullied by others. However, although Great Elder Princess was her husband's sister, they were not close to each other at all. If there were no acquaintances present, Li Honyuan might not know who Great Elder Princess was. In this case, no one would meddle in other people's business. However, maybe she could take this opportunity to teach Great Elder Princess's husband a lesson. She just couldn't stand it. Great Elder Princess was speechless. Her daughter's idea was too unusual. It had been such a short time, but she had already caused a stir in the city. She still wanted to have tea with Great Elder Princess? Do you know what kind of rumors have spread about you? Jingwan smiled indifferently. She is just a jealous woman with a vicious heart. To be more serious, she doesn't deserve to be a royal wife. Before I left the capital for Jiangnan, there were already such signs. Isn't it enough? People say that you're clever, but I think you are heartless. Great Elder Princess was a little exasperated. Besides, since you know the consequences, why did you do it? You're just a bitch. There are many ways to deal with you. Why did you do it in public? You even said that you would throw away the moat. Aren't you deliberately exposing yourself to gossip? How could you do such a stupid thing? Foster mother, don't worry. It doesn't matter. No matter what others say, as long as Prince doesn't say anything, no one could do anything to me. After all, even if it was the Emperor, it seems that he wouldn't dare to gamble on whether or not he could find a daughter-in-law who matches Jin Qinhuang's 8 characters. Besides, our Wang Ye is just an idle person, so what if his Wang Fei's moral character is lacking? Jingwan really didn't care about reputation. With her husband's support, she didn't have to worry about the Emperor at all. As for why I did it, foster mother, I was forced to do it. Do you believe it? She showed a little grievance. Great Elder Princess didn't even care about her manners and directly rolled her eyes at her. It showed what Great Elder Princess was thinking. Jingwan sighed in her heart. It was obvious that she was telling the truth, but why didn't anyone believe her? If she hadn't been forced, she wouldn't have taken Prince Jin's life in that case without caring about reputation. All right, I can't be bothered to explain it to you. It's fine as long as you know what you're doing. However, allow me to remind you that you shouldn't go overboard. Han Yuan hasn't said anything yet, and that's because he still treats you well. However, if he were to change his mind in the future, everything that you've done today would be a huge mistake. By then, you'll be the one to suffer. Thank you, foster mother. I know. Don't go too far. The worst was still to come. Jingwan wiped her tears for herself. Jingwan couldn't be 100% sure that Li Honyuan wouldn't change his mind, but it was really unnecessary to worry about it in the future. It was purely asking for trouble. She just needed to believe in him now. In addition, this matter spread too quickly. If no one added fuel to the fire, it wouldn't be like this. I even suspect that there was someone deliberately plotting this. Otherwise, it's one thing for a lowly servant to be shameless. But how could she have the guts to do such a thing that would make her master lose face? That person might be dead by now. What Great Elder Princess thought of, Jingwan naturally also thought of. Foster mother, you probably have heard about what happened in Jiangnan. I amassed a lot of money in Jiangnan. I just don't know whether they came for Prince Jin and happened to come for me, or they came for me in the first place. You amassed a lot of money because of His Majesty? Great Elder Princess thought that she knew Jingwan to some extent, and according to the financial resources of Prince Jin's mansion, it was really unnecessary. You are wise, foster mother, Jingwan admitted generously. Then it's okay. Because of His Majesty, you are stigmatized. Based on my understanding of His Majesty, if someone dares to do anything to you at this time, he will definitely protect you. Yes, it's more troublesome if the King of Hell finds fault with me. After all, whether it's me or Prince Jin, he will lose face. Prince Jin is not a person who will suffer losses. I've worried for nothing. Thinking of Li Hongyuan's temper and virtue, Great Elder Princess couldn't help having a headache. It was good enough that he didn't make trouble for others. Those who rushed to make trouble for him were either out of their minds or out of their minds. Then, they talked about the scenery in Jiangnan, as usual. Speaking of which, Great Elder Princess had also been to Jiangnan. At this time, she was more nostalgic about it. Sister Wan, you're finally back? Hearing the voice before seeing the person, it was none other than old Mistress Yu Yao. It seems that Yu Yao came back earlier than expected. When Jingwan entered Great Elder Princess's mansion, she heard from Great Elder Princess that Yu Yao went back to the main residence of the Jiang family with her brother and happened to come back today. It was either noon or the next day. What a coincidence. Hearing this, Great Elder Princess also smiled. She didn't want to say anything about the daughter of her superior who had been led astray. Her son didn't become an official, so she didn't want to say anything. Only this young daughter seemed to be good in all aspects now, which was a great comfort. Yu Yao rushed in hurriedly. When she saw her mother, she realized that she had forgotten herself. She stood properly and said, "Mother, pay my respects to you." "Mother, I'm back." Great Elder Princess nodded and didn't get angry. Old Mistress Yu Yao looked relieved and secretly stuck out her little tongue. She thought that others didn't see it, but in fact, Great Elder Princess and Jingwan saw it clearly. Both of them burst into laughter. Yu Yao turned to Jingwan and said, "Sister Wan, I miss you so much. You have been in Jiangnan for so long." Jingwan held Yu Yao in her arms and said, "I also miss Yu Yao. Our Yu Yao has grown taller and is about to become a big girl." "Isn't she about to become a big girl? I already look like a big girl." Yu Yao stuck out her small chest and said, Yes. Then some people came in. Obviously, they were Yu Yao's companions. There were 2 couples and their children for adults and 3 children. Compared with Yu Yao, these people were much more well-behaved. The two men were graceful and well-behaved, while the two young women were a little reserved. It was okay in ordinary families, but in Great Elder Princess's mansion, they seemed to be a little unpresentable. However, Jingwan also saw that because Great Elder Princess didn't like them, they were a little afraid of Great Elder Princess. Naturally, Great Elder Princess was more unhappy. It was simply a vicious circle, and the children seemed to be a little bit like their mother. Jingwan's status was obvious, so they saluted her again. Jingwan nodded and asked them to be excused. Prince Jean is also in the mansion. Your father is accompanying him to the outer study. You two brothers can go and have a look. Yes, mother. We'll take our leave. The two brothers left one after another. Without the backbone, Jingwan felt that the remaining people were a little pitiful. In fact, Great Elder Princess was not a fierce person. Did she have to be like this? Great Elder Princess frowned again, but she didn't lose her temper in the end. Princess Jean brought back a lot of good things from the south of the Yangtze River for me. There are a lot of things. You could take some back by yourselves. Yes, thank you, mother. Great Elder Princess waved her hand and sent them away impatiently. After they left, she sighed to Jingwan, I don't know whether it's right or wrong to choose such a daughter-in-law. In order to reassure the emperor, Great Elder Princess chose daughters-in-law from small families, who were naturally not presentable in her eyes. Jingwan didn't answer. Everything was like drinking water. Only people knew whether it was hot or cold. As the saying went, if you were willing to give up, you would get something. However, obviously, Great Elder Princess didn't want to get an answer from Jingwan. Sister, did you bring me a gift? Yu Yao shook Jingwan's hand and asked coquettishly. How can I not bring you a gift? You are becoming more and more unruly. Great Elder Princess scolded softly. Yu Yao knew that her mother wasn't really angry, so she wasn't afraid at all. What did you give me? Mother, can I go and have a look now? Go, go. You're making my head ache here. Great Elder Princess said with disdain. Yu Yao walked away with a smile and ran away as soon as she was out of her mother's sight. They're all debt collectors. Great Elder Princess rubbed her temples, but there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. Children are not all debt collectors of their parents. Generation after generation, they first collect debts from their parents, and then their children collect debts from them. No one can escape from it. Yes. Jingwan, what about you? Is there any good news in your belly? Great Elder Princess's eyes naturally fell on Jingwan's belly. Under such circumstances, unless one was like Sun Ijia, who got pregnant after getting married, they would definitely be urged to get pregnant. No one could escape. It's fate to have a child. Let nature take its course. Of course, she couldn't tell Great Elder Princess the truth. Later, Great Elder Princess wanted to ask her to stay for dinner, but the Imperial Palace suddenly summoned Li Hongyuan. Before Li Hongyuan left, he sent someone to ask Jingwan. Jingwan directly got up and left. Great Elder Princess didn't ask her to stay. Even if Li Hongyuan was an idle prince, Great Elder Princess wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the imperial court. After all, it was a special period. White could be smeared black, so it was better to be careful. At the gate of Great Elder Princess's mansion, Jingwan and Li Hongyuan parted ways. One went to the imperial palace, while the other went back to the prince's mansion. Li Hongyuan left most of the guards of honor to Jingwan, and he went directly on his horse. In Jingwan's opinion, it was mostly about the matter in Jiangnan. As long as the final result was not out, Prince Jean, as an imperial envoy, was the kind of imperial envoy who left other officials aside. It was impossible for him to refuse to do it. Although he could disobey Emperor Liu Cheng, there should be a limit. It would be bad if Emperor Liu Cheng issued an imperial edict to invite him. Jingwan sat in the carriage, slightly closed her eyes, and fiddled with the Buddha beads on her left wrist with her right hand, thinking about something. There were some things that Li Hongyuan didn't say clearly, but Jingwan could feel the tension from some of the letters. Even if she knew that Li Hongyuan had great power and it was not easy for him to get the throne, she still couldn't help worrying about him as long as the dust didn't settle. She couldn't do anything for him, and she couldn't drag him down. There was the sound of hurried horse hooves, followed by the neighing of the horse, and the carriage suddenly shook. Because of inertia, Jingwan directly hit the wall of the carriage, and it soon came to a complete stop. Jingwan rubbed her aching arm. What happened? Someone rode a horse and hit the carriage, disturbing Wang Fei, asking Wang Fei for forgiveness. An Yi's voice came from outside the window. Jingwan's brows slightly moved. Daring to ride a horse in the capital, Jingwan had to say good guts. But daring to hit the guard of honor of the living king of hell, that was equivalent to eating 100 bears' heart and leopard's guts. Ask clearly who it is. If it's an emergency, let the other party take the responsibility of riding a horse and receive the punishment himself. If it's deliberately riding a horse, take the person and hand it over to the governor's office to deal with according to the law. Obviously, no matter what the situation was, Jingwan didn't intend to pursue the matter when she was hit. Jingwan didn't pursue the matter, but an Yi and the others didn't necessarily not pursue the matter. Offending Wang Fei wasn't a small matter, so how could they not pursue the matter? Later, when their master pursued the matter, they would all be punished. It was originally fine, but disaster simply fell from the sky. However, right now, whatever Wang Fei said was what it was. Was this obeying on the surface, but opposing on the inside? Absolutely not. Jingwan prepared to continue to close her eyes and rest, but outside, do you know who this young master is? Jingwan sighed in her heart. With this standard tone of a hedonistic little tyrant, she knew that this matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He had to use his power to bully people. However, it was clear that the other party didn't live in the capital, but they definitely had power and influence. Otherwise, how could they dare to be arrogant in front of the living king of hell? Leaving it for consideration, Jingwan was 80 to 90% sure of the other party's identity. Leaning over, she slightly lifted the curtain of the window and looked outside. There were 7 or 8 strong guards with a deep murderous aura. At a glance, one could tell that they were soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles. This kind of person should be respected for protecting the country, but now they were being driven by the little tyrant. Moreover, for her husband's face, she couldn't back down. Jingwan put down the curtain and sat quietly, letting an Yi and the others deal with it. As expected, a conflict immediately broke out between the two sides. At this time, Mama Gong also lifted the curtain and came in. Firstly, she was worried that the horses outside would be startled again. Secondly, Mama Gong heard the noise just now and was 100% sure that Jingwan had been hit. She was worried and wanted to take a look. Jingwan wasn't surprised. Mama Gong had always been careful and didn't hide anything. She directly rolled up her sleeves. No one thought that an accident would happen. Because she was caught off guard, the hit wasn't light, and a large bruise appeared on her arm. Mama Gong frowned and took out medicine from a hidden box in the carriage. She applied it on Jingwan's arm and rubbed it. This pain wasn't unbearable. Your Highness, you should already know the other party's identity, right? Mama Gong asked softly. Yes. The He family has been guarding the Northeast since 50 years ago. Now it's the 3rd generation. They have 100,000 soldiers and are known as the Northeast Army. They are like the stabilizing force of Qi Yuan in the Northeast. Unlike other generals, the He family lives in the Northeast border town and returns to the capital every 3 years to report on their work. As far as I know, in the past years, it was the commander-in-chief who came back with about 100 people. This year, it seems that even his family members have come back. Was there something unknown about this? No matter who it is, His Highness won't let them go if they hurt Her Highness. Jingwan was silent. This was an obvious thing. If it was really an accident, she would say a few words to persuade him. But obviously it wasn't. This little tyrant was used to being arrogant. In the Northeast border town, his family was the boss, equivalent to the local tyrant. Naturally, no one dared to do anything to him. Even in the capital, he had the capital to be arrogant. However, he was no longer at the top of the pyramid. If he ran into the hands of the king of hell, it was like running into an iron plate. Even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Logically speaking, the other party was a real fierce army. The guards of the prince's residence were carefully selected, so they couldn't be compared. and E and the others couldn't show their full strength in order to avoid being exposed. However, Hu told Jingwan to have more people on her side. Moreover, during the training, several people worked together. It took a long time, but the final result didn't change. That little tyrant still wanted to clamor, but his mouth was blocked. Your Highness, how should we deal with these people? And he didn't directly send them to the capital government, but asked again. https:///11/11807/6654065. Mobile edition. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.